it in old New
Hello, audience. Welcome back. Enjoy the show.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Class Horrorcast, where we take a deep dive into the world of horror movies. In this episode, we'll be discussing the 4th, 5th, and 6th installments of the iconic Scream franchise. Join us as we explore the evolution of the series from its roots in the slasher genre to its more recent forays into meta-commentary and self-awareness. We'll examine the new characters, the returning favourites, and the twists and turns that keep us on the edge of our seats. So sit back, grab some popcorn, and get ready for this discussion.
Yeah, it's get ready, everybody.
Listen to Class Horrorcast or I'll get you like a fish.
I like that. You know what, right? That actually sounds quite good, to be fair.
Yeah, it's fun. I got a bunch of fun things for this show. I'm super excited for this. You know, my...
Who are you
My
for...
penis is tingling right now.
You know how much fun I had the first fucking series? I'm fucking so excited for this.
Who are you for this episode, then? Oh, actually, wait, we don't... Yeah, so here's something. Do you want to explain to everybody what the concept you came up with for this little game we're going to do?
So this is a lot of fun. I thought something that could kind of be interactive for the audience for this kind of next series, considering it's always a guess who in these movies, right? Everyone goes into these movies not really knowing who the killer is. You can always assume, but things can throw a curveball at you. So me and Aaron got a coin flip app, and we're going to play a game where essentially we're going to flip a coin. I'll pick heads and you can pick tails. So the idea is if I get heads and you get tails, wait, I have to fucking break this down. So if I get heads, I'm already confused. I had it fucking figured out.
I have to give you head. What
No, not that. So if I get heads, I'm the killer. If I get tails, I'm not the killer. So if you get tails, you are the killer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get heads, then you're just not the killer. So essentially, and the idea is if we both get it where we're not the killer, then the audience is the killer. And I have a sound clip for each scenario of what could happen. And then, and if we both get our correct answer, then we are both the killer.
Okay.
So kind of
Fair
fun
enough.
for the audience because you guys will be able to I almost confused myself. And I woke up this morning hungover and I was like excited for this. So I took some psilocybin. I don't know if that was the greatest idea, but it did cure my hangover headache because supposedly psilocybin can like cure like crazy like migraines and headaches, but then you're like tripping balls for like half the day.
So if I get tails, I'm the killer.
Yes.
And if I get heads, I'm not.
You're not. No.
Okay.
Simple enough.
Yep.
And then if we both end up if I get heads and you get tails, then we are both the killer.
Yep.
Okay, and then obviously, right, if we both don't get the correct thing, then audience, it's you. That's Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was the fucking app. As soon as you shake
Mario.
it. I know. Okay, everyone can hear it.
It
does,
which is also really good. Actually, I went to see the new Super Mario movie and it's very good.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's really good.
Why didn't they have an Italian man playing the Italian? I'm just fucking kidding. He's an Italian. What is he? He's an Italian plumber that's made in China or whatever. It's like the whole joke. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for
now. Or does it matter?
We can flip at the same time. This thing just keeps fucking doing it.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go 1, 2, 3, and then we'll flip. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. All right, you got your answer. Don't say anything yet. Don't say anything because this will be kind of fun, interactive for the audience. So you can kind of guess throughout the show, kind of while you're listening, who you think may be the killer. I'm technically kind of dressed up like Jack right now, Jack Quaid.
What's his name?
I like Jack Quaid.
Richie.
I like his dad too.
Richie?
Richie, yeah. His dad is Dennis Quaid, right? It's
Is
that
it?
Quaid, right?
All right, I didn't even know
Yeah.
that.
Isn't that crazy? Let me look this up, Jack Quaid. Cause father, I think it's Dennis Quaid. Oh, weird. I thought it was the crazy Quaid. You know the crazy Quaid? The guy like believes in like crazy ass conspiracy theories. This is his father is fucking Dennis Quaid. This guy's a fucking very famous actor.
That's who
I
I
thought it
thought
was
you were
the
talking
other.
about.
I thought it was the crazy Quaid,
Never heard of him.
the guy from uh Christmas Vacation. That like it has like the fucking the trailer and shit. He parks out front and he's like the fucking hit cousin
Oh,
cousin.
yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Because he is Randy Quaid. Because I was like, he's the like the deep conspiracy guy that like believes in all sorts of fun stuff, just like most of us in this world. So this will be kind of fun. So I actually go through the thing and yeah, just kind of have a guess, and we'll reveal who the killer is at the end of the show.
I was
So
waiting for the
Open your
dun dun
ears before I
dun.
cut them off.
hear what that said?
I thought you were
Open
going
your
to.
ears before I cut them off.
Everyone, open up your ears, get ready, because I'm fucking excited for this. I had this like these. This is pretty good. I want to try it, and the lady was like, "Let us know what you think." I'm drinking like a sassy bitch. I got like It's a berry punch hard seltzer.
And I'm having a Rockshore apple cider. We'll probably
I
get
I do
taken
think
down
there
off
will.
of YouTube over that. I don't know if
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think I told you this that the last episode we done of the original trilogy, I got
Yeah.
copyrighted on a song that you were playing in that TikTok of you and Billy.
It's the Stu stabbing Billy, and it's weird because that's only 40 seconds of like just that kind of scene of. So if people didn't see the video, me and Billy reenacted when Billy consistently keeps stabbing Stu, and I think I got it where it's like a warning on it, but I also we got copywritten on the Jimmy Savile episode, and I don't know what it was from, but I think it might have been from the Jack, from what's his name? Not Jack, Johnny Rotten talking about it on that show.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, and it's hard to tell when you're trying to show the audience certain things and clips, and I feel like if it's under a minute or something like that, minute and a half, there shouldn't be some copyright bullshit
But
because
isn't
you're
that
drawing
considered
people
fair
towards that.
use?
Yeah, I would think so because you're just kind of bringing and having people use like a minute clip from a movie or something like that, especially for what we do over here on a horror podcast. You think it would draw people in to want to go see that movie?
See,
Stuff, you know what I
I
mean?
thought, now I'm not sure there's so much red tape with all this stuff, but I was under the
Yeah.
assumption that if you were using stuff like that, so long as it was like in a kind of a commentary format, like as in you weren't just re-uploading like that interview. If
Yeah.
it was a discussion about what was the contents of the clips or whatever, then you're completely fine
Yeah.
because it's considered like freelance journalism.
Yeah.
But again, there's so much red
I don't
tape.
know.
Like,
It makes sense to me. So let's just fucking start diving into this shit. Before we start, should I mention why I'm wearing what I'm wearing?
yeah, go
Also, do
for
you
it
like my
anyway. So
Ghostface shirt?
I do. You know what? I couldn't find my other one, so I went with just a regular plain t-shirt.
I actually debated on if I wanted to cover myself in blood and like have like a bloody shirt. There's a sweater you can get, and it's like a print kind of thing on the sweater, and it's Stu Macher's sweater, but it's like covered in blood.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, that would be fucking fun for the show even later on, because I'm sure like we're gonna dive into other stuff, but this might come back. Like, who knows what's gonna happen? And people love this franchise, so we've even debated on ranking, like doing an episode ranking our favorite killers and stuff like that, or kind of some different fun style episode, shorter things for the fans that really do enjoy this franchise. And we'll do it with other things too. But it's people are like in love with Scream right now,
And of course,
and
we're going to get number 7 as well, so that's going to be another time to
yes,
talk all about this again. We might
I
even get
know.
to do which will be fun. We might get to upload stuff in kind of real time of like theories and stuff leading up to the new one.
Yeah, because we can do that stuff for like for the show and for YouTube, so we can kind of like get into our ideas and maybe show clips and stuff like that. But obviously, like the original is always near and dear to my heart. It always will be. One of my favorite horror movies of all time is the original Scream, and obviously go back if you haven't listened to the first part, essentially where we dived into the original series. Go check that out because it's a lot of fun. But it will always in these ones we'll talk about it because Scream 4, when we're gonna start this off, is like its own thing. It's I think we'll get into a deep discussion of what our thoughts are really in depth about that because I the more I watch it, the more I like it. But there's certain things where I'm like, it's just different. In the way they did it. So I'm wearing blue plaid in this fun Ghostface shirt where it's like I don't even know what you'd call this kind of style, but I don't really know what you'd call this, but it's like a mural kind of thing of Ghostface, I guess you could say. And I'm wearing my blue plaid because there's the theory of the blue plaid theory. Dead men
Dun,
don't wear
dun,
plaid, or do they?
dun.
Or do they wear plaid? Huh? Huh? You ever seen that movie, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, where fucking Steve Martin splices in old clips from like gangster movies and stuff like that, but he superimposes himself in those movies? It's
Is
a
that a
weird
real
one.
thing?
Real thing. So there is a theory that a lot of the killers wear blue plaid. It started with Billy. I'm trying to think. Is there? I think there is one. Is there a scene where what's his name from the second one? Okay, I think of this. Uh, you know who I'm talking?
Mickey?
Not fucking. Yeah, the second one.
Mickey? Mikey? Whatever
Yeah,
his name is.
Mickey. Yes. Where I don't know if there's a scene where Mickey's wearing plaid, but I think in 3 Roman maybe, but I think it was mostly just Billy in the original series. I'm
Yeah,
trying
then
to
obviously
think
that comes back again then.
because in 4 Jill wears plaid, and then in
Hmm.
the 5th one, um,
Does Charlie wear plaid at one point?
he might. I don't
I
think
think.
so. He's no that white button up. We'll get into that because I love um what's Macaulay Culkin's brother. I always fucking I always say Macaulay Culkin's brother. I always fucking I'm gonna bring up the cast. Forget his name, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Um, Rory Culkin. I like him a lot in the stuff that he's done. I don't know if you've ever seen this movie, Lords of Chaos.
Yep.
Lords of Chaos is a phenomenal film. I fucking love that
He
stuff.
got
That will
a
eventually
lot
come
of
on
praise
Strange
for
Brew
that.
Podcast. We'll eventually talk about that on Strange Brew Podcast about the whole thing around black metal and stuff like that. But like he did such a good performance in that movie and like kept me kind of on the edge of my seat the whole time. And we could talk about that film in general on your side of things, and then we can discuss the true story.
That would be interesting, and also something else. And I swore I wouldn't do it with these episodes anymore, but I'm going to put it out there while I think of it. We need to do a commentary with drinks for an
Yeah.
Irish vampire movie that came out a little while ago called Let the Wrong One In.
I was watching bits and pieces of that shit, dude, and it's kind of fucking funny.
Dude,
Like there's like
I last night at like 2 a.m. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick this on because I've heard people like that got released in the theaters and stuff here, and everyone was making a
yeah.
big deal of it. And I was gonna go see it, and I was like, oh, it's just some like shitty Irish thing, whatever. And then I watched like the first like 20, 30 minutes, and I'm not messing. There was like a few times where I was like loudly howling at like how funny it was.
There's some good kind of like joke commentaries on like vampire lore and stuff like that, and I thought it was fairly good because I only saw bits and pieces of it, so that's good because I was doing other things when I was watching it. So I think that would be a good idea. And obviously, what happens all the time on this podcast is we talk about like all the other things that we would love to talk about, which is kind of ridiculous. Uh, but would we want to bring it in to?
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, look, we're going to continue straight on from the previous episode where we finished up with Scream 3 and jump
Mhm.
into Scream 4, which didn't come along till 2011. So there was quite some time between the previous one and this. The tagline for the
Yeah.
movie was "New Decade, New Rules." So I think they were, in a way, trying to like reinvent, what Scream meant.
Yeah.
Directed by Wes Craven again, written by Kevin Williamson.
Yeah.
Released
Guess he
April
came back.
11th, 2011 on a budget of $40 million. The opening weekend it done 18.6 million in the USA in just under 3,500 screens. Overall box office 97.2 million. The original intention, it was designed to be the start of a new trilogy, but Bob Weinstein, after Wes Craven passed away, he I think he was like not really about the idea of continuing it at the time, without Wes involved. And then other people
Yeah.
started to become busy. Kevin Williamson went on and he was doing his own thing. So
What else has
Bob,
Kevin Williamson done like that I would know? Do you know anything?
let me pull it up here because he's been involved in quite a lot of stuff.
Uh, and obviously, like it's this Scream 4 was the last movie that Wes Craven ever directed. So, and for people that don't understand, I am a huge Wes Craven fan. The whole reason why when I was a kid I wanted to become a horror director was because of Wes Craven, and he holds like a near and dear place in my heart the way he does film stuff. And from he to me he's the master of horror. He's one of the masters of horror, and like I like him more than I like John Carpenter. And I think John
Same.
Carpenter holds his place in the horror world and is highly regarded. But Wes Craven, people I would know. I'd love to talk about People Under the Stairs. That movie is fucking great. There's certain movies that like we're like, wow, this is why I love horror. And a lot of my favorite horror movies are from Wes Craven. Nightmare on Elm Street is by far my favorite horror movie of all time,
Well,
and
like
same with
if you
Scream.
think about this, right? So, um, I think out of all the horror directors, writers, and stuff, Wes Craven for me is probably, there's an argument there that he could be number one. I mean, so this is
Mhm.
his directed features: Last House on the Left, The Hills Have
Fucked up film.
Eyes,
Can't watch that shit anymore. Hills of
The
Eyes is great. The
The
original.
Hills Have Eyes, Deadly Blessing, Nightmare on Elm Street, The Hills of Eyes Part 2, The Serpent and the Rainbow, Shocker, which is really good and underrated.
I actually really want to see The Serpent in the Rainbow and never have. I heard even people talking about where they said the book is better, but I've heard it's a trippy, weird film.
Shocker is really good, like super underrated slasher. People Under the Stairs, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, Scream 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, and 4, Cursed,
Cursed.
Red
Yeah, I was
Eye,
gonna say Cursed.
My Soul
Red
to
Red
Take.
Eye is fucking great, dude.
Red Eye
I
is
love Cillian
really
Murphy or
good. Yeah.
Killian.
He's actually filming a movie in the town over from me recently, and it's been like the
Uh,
talk of everything because like the whole place is like shut down.
That's fucking sick. I know someone at work was saying they know someone that had a beer with him and they didn't even know they were filming stuff. And they were like at like a local bar wherever this guy was from, and they didn't even notice, but there was like some of the people there from the filming set. People were like, coming in, they're like, there's people here from just filming, so don't berate them. And then he was like sitting down at the bar or whatever. And I was like, whoa, that'd be fucking so cool. And like Wes Craven has done some different things, and there's certain movies where like Shocker I've maybe seen once. So there's always these things. That's why I say we talk about this of things that we would like to cover, because I think we add a different spin on how we discuss horror films and a lot of people out there. Because I truly, truly love these movies and have since a young age, like since I was like fucking 7 or 8,
Same
so
as me. Um,
and it's always been Wes Craven, rest in peace, man.
to
For
circle
Wes.
to circle back as well, you said about what else has Williamson been involved with? Obviously, he's done Scream 1, 2, 3, 4, Scream. He was a producer, sorry, on Scream 5 and Scream 6.
He was
Um,
I watched the special features and I saw that he was on there talking about the film.
mm.
So
I think
I
he
didn't
might have
know.
like given some ideas as well and like helped with some rewrites and stuff and polishing up the script, but it was
Yeah, I would think
uncredited.
so.
I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Which
He
that's
wrote
needs to be
he wrote that story.
another
Um,
meta kind of film.
Halloween H2O, another film that I do enjoy. Like, look, it has its
I
problems,
do
but like
enjoy.
it's just
Yeah, it
fun
has
and dumb.
issues.
The Faculty, which is one that's really, really, really good, I think.
There's some Idle Hands is another film that I would like to cover that's similar
Mhm.
kind of to like that vibe of like The Faculty.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I haven't seen either of those
Like
yet.
you're gonna hear us be like, oh man, you know how much I want to talk about that film, because like we genuinely have a love for all this stuff, and we have an ongoing list that it probably, if it was on a scroll, it'd probably reach into like the next room. Guy in a fucking a midget in a fucking Ghostface costume comes out and is like and fucking unfolds it.
If you fucking if for some reason you're listening to this and you haven't seen Scream 4 or you don't know anything about it, I'm just gonna give a really quick, I suppose, like
Yeah,
story breakdown.
breakdown.
So Sydney Prescott returns to her hometown of Woodsboro as a last stop on her self-help book tour for her New York best-selling Out of Darkness. Evidence is planted in her car that ties her to the murder of two teenage girls, forcing her to stay until the investigation is cleared. A new Ghostface killer emerges with his desire being to remake the original killing spree. She has such fat titties there in that photo.
I even said the Chelsea that I said this other original, but like that I met Nev Campbell and I got signed and I picked the sexiest picture I could find. But I do wish it was a Scream picture now in retrospect. Uh, but yeah, in I don't know, rewatching 4, we'll discuss and kind of break it down, and like I have some fun fact things pulled up. Um, that will kind of be fun to add to this. It was different. I remember when it first came out. Uh, I can genuinely say that there's something that missed for me about it. That like I don't know. They're trying to do something different, and I know people genuinely enjoy Scream 4, but there was, I don't know, when I first saw it, I just felt like there was something missing that wasn't like the original. But the characters are great, and they had to build the structure around the characters for one fucking movie. Uh, Hayden Panettiere, or whatever, like she is sexy and hot, and I like her character in this film because she kind of adds this humor to it, almost like a Randy character in a way, you know.
I would
But
absolutely.
I will say my initial thoughts, it was, I was like, meh, but I'll
So
discuss how I feel about it now.
this movie came out what was it, 2011, did I say?
I was 20. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have been the same for me. I was like 19, 20. So it came out like
Yeah.
2 or 3
Yeah.
days before my birthday. And I remember we actually had to
Oh, I
drive
didn't know that.
like we had to drive yeah, that movie is actually its 12-year anniversary was like 2 or 3 days ago. Um
Oh, that's cool. Convenient.
um yeah, we drove like probably an hour, maybe 90 minutes
Yeah.
to the only place we could find somewhere near us that was showing Scream 4. I remember being like super excited. I got like a whole group of people. I was like, I'm telling you, come on, we're going to go do this for my birthday. It's going to be fun. Everyone's going to enjoy it. It's going to be great. It's a new Scream movie. And I remember coming out going, huh. And being
Yeah.
like, that wasn't for me. Now, I will say, right, I've watched it a handful of times in recent years.
Mhm.
Only recently have I actually really like kind of dove back into it, and I've watched it probably 4 or 5 times in the last month. And like I listened to the commentary tracks and behind the scenes and different things.
I listened to the commentary
I
too.
have a lot more appreciation for it now than I did
Mhm.
back then. I will say
Me
that.
too. Me too. And I will say that openly, and like, obviously some of the scenes and stuff like that are iconic, and I will say that Jill being the killer is probably one of the best reveals, one of them, because I don't think when I watched it, the reveal could have been better, but like in the way they kind of did it could have been structured a little better. But I do think that like I like her fucking character. Wild how like she and this was where's this? Emma Roberts is known for her horror roles, but it wasn't always this way. Scream 4 was her very first horror movie. She proved herself so well as Jill Roberts that it spawned a successful horror career, and she was the lead in Scream Queens, which I enjoyed, which I think we should eventually do talk about that, and had a prominent roles in most seasons of American Horror Story. And this was kind of her start, and man, like her kind of psychotic, narcissistic attitude in the movie is fucking great. Once you find out, because she plays it up so innocent, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I actually really enjoy, and we've probably kind of skipped forward to like the end of the movie, but
Yeah, but well,
I actually do enjoy both of these like killer reveals. Like
Yeah.
I said, if I was to compare how I felt at the time, I remember being like, oh, super weak, terrible. Who's this fucking
Yeah.
cook? I was like, this cook,
Yeah.
fucking Macaulay Culkin
We'll
ripoff.
we'll
It was, like,
talk
terrible.
about that. I don't
But,
want to.
like-
I don't want. We're not going to discuss the whole ending yet because I would like to. I have all my own thoughts.
Okay, so we're gonna circle back then again to
Yeah,
somewhere
let's
near the
just do
start.
that. I'm sure me and you have some form of OCD in some way, so let's just go back to the beginning. But like I will say one thing when I rewatched it recently because it's been about like a year or two is the way that it looked. The fucking looks like somebody smudged their finger on the camera look.
Mm.
And that was done on purpose. Because they want it to look different in a new generation of horror. And it's the only film that is bright like that. Every other film, even 5 and 6, are done close to kind of how the original 3 were done. And when I rewatched it recently, I was like, weird. Why is that this like bright, smudgy like look to it? But Wes wanted something different, so did you notice that?
Yeah, and I feel like that there was a lot of stuff with this one that they like tried to completely change it up and go against the grain. Like for example, so we have like the rules of a horror film remake, which are stated like at one point in the movie.
There's a formula to it. A very simple formula. Everybody's a suspect.
I don't know if
Very
that's one
simple
actually, but number one is don't fuck with the original.
Yeah.
Number 2, you pretty much have to be gay to survive. Everybody dies. Interesting.
But what's his name? Fucking what's his name is gay. He states he's gay. He's like, if that's better and he dies.
The original
the rules.
ending is a false ending in the remake. And
What?
number 4, number 3 is the original ending is always a false ending in the remake.
Okay, yeah.
And number 4 is the killer is always behind you. They were like their reinvented rules. To me, using the tagline "New Decade, New Rules" and then having those 4 be the rules, quite weak.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was expecting something a bit more meta or a bit more fun. A bit shit, to be honest. A 4th movie. So like this movie was announced by the Weinstein Company as far back as 2008. Craven had said he would be open to directing if the script was as good as Scream 1996. Bit weird that he found that this was as good as 96, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
How do you feel
Why
about that?
is why I don't know. I was looking at the cast and why is Roger L. Jackson's face on it? I thought he had to fucking be. I thought that his whole thing is that you can't fucking see what I look like. That I look like a different version of Peter Jackson.
I don't know. I think after a while they were just like, oh yeah, whatever.
I don't know. There's stuff. I don't know. There's certain parts I like to. I wrote out. I did write out as I was watching these movies. Not the 6th one because it would have been hard in theaters, but I could have got away with it because I saw the 6th that we'll get into twice, and it was cool. We got to be in the movie theater alone. What about the beginning? The intro. What did you think about that?
You know what, right? It is kind of fun, and I get what they were going for, but again, to me, it just feels like super tacky or something. It didn't feel as Wes Craven-esque as I feel like it should have. I always felt like he was quite good, and like he had his finger on the pulse in a lot of ways with doing like unique things like that, like with New Nightmare, with Scream, for example. He always felt like, he kind of knew exactly what needed to be done that was different, but like this just kind of felt like a little bit of a cop-out.
I kind of agree. In some way, like when I was watching it, when I was rewatching it, it's weird because this is one that I don't revisit as much as the originals. and I forgot about the because I was like, since I'm like I was thinking about like okay the intro scene. I was like, oh, it's like a thing in its thing, and then I forgot kind of about that how it's so meta supposedly how it's it's a intro into an intro into an intro. It to me it's a little bit convoluted in a way. And then putting Kristen Bell and that other chick that was on Popular Mechanics for Kids
It
and
just, I don't know, to me it seemed like, okay,
Anna Paquin.
we can't think of, anything like super clever, so let's just like do the same thing like two or three times in a row.
Yeah,
It's just
and
like,
I don't mind when they get to the two chicks that end up getting murdered. Like, for once, it's like two people, which is a little different. But it to me, compared to every other Scream opening scene, it was kind of weak. They made the fun of the garage door though, which is kind of funny. I like that they're like, yeah, it would just automatically like it would hit you on the spine, then go back up. Like it wouldn't do what happened to fucking Tatum.
yeah, I look, it's not bad for what it is, but again, I
No.
feel like now when you look at like all six movies together, it's
Yeah.
definitely in line with how this movie continues. Um,
Yeah.
like
I agree.
this is probably out of all of them, honestly, this is the one that I feel like that you could remove from the franchise and like it wouldn't really have any effect.
Yeah. And I know there's probably people out there that really do like this one. And they're probably like freaking out.
You son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead.
Fucking somebody screaming over the radio.
Don't
Like,
get
but
me
like
wrong. I do. There is parts about this that I do enjoy, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try my best not to completely shit on it because I don't hate it or anything. And like I said, I definitely have a new appreciation, over the last month or so, from watching
So
it
do
again.
I. It changed my opinion. I watched it 3 times.
Yeah,
And it
for
changed my
sure.
opinion to get prepped for this. And there is parts that I do and really enjoy about it. And I like I said to you, and it was on like my second or third watch. I messaged you. We always do our voice notes, and I'm like, it. The more I watch it, the more I like it. But it's its own thing. It is its own thing in this universe, in this franchise. It's its own thing. It's this it's same but different, it's it's kind of the same but it's not. But I actually do like a lot of the characters,
Yeah, they're not bad. I actually didn't know there was
like
the
Robbie and shit. I like Robbie.
I was watching some clips of Jamie Kennedy, and he was
I
talking
like
about
Jamie Kennedy.
apparently in 2008 when this was all like being talked about and announced, that Wes was going to come back and do it and all this shit. That he actually went to a couple of meetings with the
Mhm.
higher ups of the Weinsteins at the time,
Yeah.
and they brought him in because they wanted to speak to him about they had come up with a way to bring Randy back for Scream 4.
No way.
Now, I don't
I
know,
think
Kevin
maybe I heard that.
Williamson. Yeah, Kevin Williamson came out and said that these rumors are false and that's not just Jamie was just like having fun.
Really?
I don't know though. I don't know because I feel like they've
I don't
done
know.
this a lot.
Jamie Kennedy's kind of a straight shooter, dude. Like if you see him talk even now on his podcast, he's a fucking straight shooter. That guy doesn't care. And he's a pretty funny comedian and calls people out in their shit. So I really do enjoy Jamie Kennedy. And it's weird that, because you see the scene of him like lying there dead. If we didn't get that, there's a possibility he could come back. And that's why when we get to the closing of this, of the characters like, look what happened to fucking Chad. So like, stabbed a fucking bajillion times and you're still around. So who knows about what could come, but like, yeah, if they, like I said, Scream 2 is always the one where fucking Randy dies. Randy's such a cool character, and they could have like, keep his character ongoing in until the third or even the fourth one. It made an impact, and the fourth movie would have been completely different if he was a part of it, and have him kill off in the future, right, and kind of really consolidate that character. Because he was a good character, but like Hayden Panettiere kind of did a decent job at kind of being like, she's like kind of a preppy chick, but you don't really know. But then you realize that she is like super into horror, and like I feel like there's more people out there like that, and that it was kind of having a take on the fact that the horror world was changed. That it wasn't just some fucking nerdy guy that loved horror movies, constantly wearing horror shirts, fucking looking at myself in the mirror.
That sounds fucking
But
familiar.
that it, that it was that it could be anybody, that it kind of grew into this popular thing, especially in the early 2000s with all the stuff they're putting out for like date night horror movies. As we eventually want to do a talk on that shit. It's kind of same era, I feel like.
Do you know what's wild now? The shit that we've all been into since, like you said, we were like 6, 7 years of age, is now like the mainstream cool thing. Like you go into Spencer's, majority of the year round it's full of horror stuff. You go into Hot Topic, majority of the year round it's full of horror stuff. You go into Walmart, Target, all these places, they all have horror
Yeah.
shirts and stuff. It's like the cool thing to go and see Scream, to go on like the new Evil Dead. It'll be like another one of those things where everyone will be
Yeah.
talking about. All the kids on TikTok will be like, oh my god, it's the scariest thing I've ever seen. It's about this like Book of the Dead thing. It's like this whole new thing. And I'm like, it's so weird. I remember like, 10, 15 years ago, like in school and stuff, people were like, yeah, fucking weirdo, psycho, serial killer motherfucker, you're going to be locked up somewhere in a mental hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, right,
This is what happens when you're obsessed with horror movies and true crime.
is I was also obsessed with like serial killers and shit like that. Because I was fascinated, and horror movies got me through that door of like, okay, how do these people become this way? How does this happen? Because if you look at like even characters like Stu and Billy, like the famous OGs, the original gangsters, their characters show that like that to me could have happened in real life. Maybe
Oh,
not
yeah.
run around with a
Yep.
fucking costume on, but their end scene
Mhm.
of trying to kill, like that has happened in real life in serial killer cases where you don't even know what was going on in those moments of the victim being murdered, other than the like the essentially the crime scene of what they find after and what the serial killer interprets for the I was gonna say the audience, but for the fucking cops and for the people that are investigating it, right? Really know how that stuff actually plays out. But it is weird to me that I've been a horror fan my entire life, and now it's become kind of like everything seems to be nowadays, where I don't know, it's now mainstream in a way, which it
Yeah, 100%.
wasn't as much
Yep.
before. Which
So,
might do well for our show and stuff like that anyway,
like,
because people love this stuff now.
here's an example. Over the last probably year, since like COVID isn't real anymore and like people can go back outside,
Yeah.
the amount of younger people, and especially chicks, that I've had point out my tattoos and be like, oh my god, is that thing from whatever? And I'm like, how weird is
Yeah.
it that like before, when I had this,
Do you wanna
people would be
stroke it?
like, are you, yeah, where do you see the tattoo on this dick? Um, that like people would
It's
look
the
at me,
it's the night.
watch it grow. It goes from 2 inches to 3.
Blood lubrication make it easy sliding up. That's a fucked up necro line, but I'll always remember that, where he's talking about fucking putting a knife in a vagina, and I'm like, whoa, man, this is too far. But this is why I eventually want to talk about horrorcore rap and maybe do an episode on like necro style and the way he does stuff, because that's someone I think him and Mr. Hyde genuinely are like a horror movie in hip hop, and they talk
Yeah, we
about
should
some
definitely
fucking
talk
crazy.
about them.
Because that whole genre, then stuff like that is being brought to the forefront. People are going now; it's getting more and more popular. And this kind of the number 4 kind of, I didn't know Allison Brie was in this fucking shit. Oh, I forgot about that. Weird.
There's a couple of
Is
parts in this. Go ahead.
I just was looking through the cast. Weird.
I
I
there's
always
some
I don't know, horror mystery. It's just labeled.
there's some resemblances to like previous movies that I didn't pick up on, I think, when I watched it before. But originally the Marnie and Jenny death scene were intended to be like a remake of Casey and Steve's deaths. And then that kind of turned into, as there was rewrites and stuff made, the scene with Charlie tied to the chair and Kirby being like quizzed by Ghostface.
Oh yeah.
That's a
Harkin.
reference to the
Mhm.
opening again.
Yeah.
The Stabaton is supposed to like kind of resemble Stu's party from the first movie.
I could see that. Can I say this second thing? I said in the last one, but always will remind me of help, help. What a fucking scary movie! Like
only
I
watched
will
that
ever be
recently.
fucking cemented in my mind because my buddy would do that joke all the time. We'd be like, help, help. So that and the fact that they redid it was kind of cool. And I don't know if I really saw that coming with Charlie either. So
Yeah, yeah. Another this is another movie where there's literally like a million movies referenced. Just to
Mhm.
name a few that I spotted at the time, there's probably like, people who were like crazy into this movie could probably correct me and name a million more, but the ones I picked up: Saw 4, Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Dawn of the Dead, Hills of Eyes, Black Christmas, Last House on the Left, Amityville
Oh
Horror,
wow.
Shaun of the Dead, Prom Night, Final Destination, Child's Play, Nightmare on Elm Street, Exorcist, Friday the 13th, House of Wax, When a Stranger Calls, Bloody Valentine, The
Wow.
Fog, and The Grudge.
House of Wax is something. Again, I want to fucking cover that movie. Fairly good
So
for what it
fucking
is.
good.
Yeah. I rewatched it recently. I was like, this this is this is better than what I originally had my thoughts on. Oh, you
Yeah, I
have the
have
creepy fucking
that
Vincent.
scary motherfucker in there,
Yeah, I
Vincent.
don't like that fucking dude. Um, well, if you want, like, we'll go through some like kind of fun facts if you want about Scream 4.
Yeah, let's do it.
So after being stabbed towards the end, the first Scream, our favorite Deputy Dewey had a limp as a result of the wound. Makes sense, right? So if you might notice that his limp is gone in Scream 4, a script note explains that it's because he had gone through years of physical therapy. Although it was never mentioned in the finished product, it could have be the 11-year gap between 3 and 4, the amount, whatever, right? So that was weird because you think he had that. Remember the second one where his like arm was like a mannequin arm?
I saw that. He had that fucking like take
I
my strong
know.
hand.
Yeah, which is like weird. I thought that was kind of weird, but I actually kind of like that he's like it's a good arc that became the sheriff, and then we'll talk about 5 of kind of his descent from that. But I wrote notes as I was watching the movie, and like there's always in these movies the look away scene. It happens in 5, it happens in 4, it happens in all of them, where there's always that person, and even happens with in 2 with Derek's character, where he's kind of like, and you just kind of see him look around, and it's kind of menacing where you don't know, and that's when they get you guessing and obviously I'm sure that you could manipulate the audience's minds through subtle symbols and shit like that to kind of get them to keep guessing.
Yeah, yeah.
And the whole point of the films and why these films are so good. It's like fucking Clue, which Clue is a fucking movie in its own weird thing. But like it's like the same thing where you're like, what is fucking happening? Like who is the killer? We don't know.
Did you pick up on Craven's cameo in the movie?
No. No.
So he's
I watched all the special features on the thing. I don't know if I caught that.
so the opening scene afterwards with
Yeah.
Jenny and Marnie or whatever the characters' names are, and there's like that crime scene bit. There's like a very 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 quick flash of like a forensic tech, and
Yeah.
that's why it's Craven. I think originally it was
What?
supposed
That's kind of cool.
originally it was supposed to be longer. I think you were supposed to actually like properly be able to like see him walk towards the camera or whatever, but I
Yeah.
think it got cut or whatever, which I think is fucking bullshit.
Did
Like,
you
I mean,
watch the trip? I know. Did you watch the tribute from Scream 5
mhm.
for him? He seemed like a very fun guy, and he's someone I always
Yeah.
regret not meeting because I wrote
Same.
I met George A. Romero, and it's just like, and there's other like it would be cool to meet John Carpenter, but like Wes Craven was he was my inspiration. I was literally
I
10
would-
years old with horror movie ideas all the time.
I always say, like, people ask me, who would I love to interview or who would I love to have on the show, and I've always said Rob Zombie, but if we were taking like dead or living, Wes Craven would be my number one.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It is sad, I think he was taken a little too young. The production was full of pranks. Chief amongst them spooking. Chiefs among them spooking the cast. Chef. I don't know what the fuck. It's a weird. It says chief among them spooking that whatever. Lured in false sense of security, cast members would relax when they knew Ghostface wasn't a part of whatever scene they were filming. Yeah, that was a mistake. They'd have someone dressed up like Ghostface pop out when they least expect it, and it was actually they released on the gag reels of Scream 4, and it's fairly good. Where like you see them scaring the shit like Emma Roberts, and they're hiding in closets, and it reminds me of that kind of like Jackass feel, where whenever they're filming Jackass, everyone
Yeah,
has to
yeah.
watch their back because they're gonna get like fucked with if they don't. It always happens. The people that like relax the most end up getting the worst of it. And I thought that was kind of fun that they did this throughout this film. And it shows the kind of like camaraderie and like even I heard Nev Campbell saying that the new cast felt like the old cast. That there was parts about it that they were all having fun and they truly loved it. And we'll get into Scream 5. I feel like there was more of that, even more of that, of this like camaraderie and like people connecting and having fun and loving the films and being inspired by it when they were younger, and everyone knows of the original Scream, so it's a big important thing. And I don't know, it's just that to me was fun that they fucking it would be a lot of fun to be the Ghostface.
This movie I think has the highest body count of all the Screams at 14.
Really? I thought fucking Scream 3 did. I swore Scream 3 had the highest because everyone's like, wow, Roman has killed more people than anybody else.
Maybe now people could correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. Could be true.
And another thing that happened, and I feel like you can kind of tell obviously in a way with this movie because it just seems a bit all over the place, but like once again, similar to Scream 3, Kevin Williamson had issues again with the Weinsteins. And like they went back and forth, and then they went back and rehired that Aaron Kruger guy who like done the rewrites on number 3. He came back, and it was just like this whole thing again. Now Wes Craven did say before he died in several interviews that like majority of the story and the themes and whatever were still Williamson's script and ideas, but there was like I think Craven done rewrites. Aaron Kruger done some. There was some other guy brought in at the request of the Weinsteins, and it's just like that seems
the
to
convoluted
be a
fucking
thing with them.
I know. I don't know what they do that of like, oh, let's fucking muddy it up and shit like that. And like, what do they know about fucking movies? Nothing. They fucking know what they know about. You know what they know about.
Every time, this is the funny part. Every time they've done that, it hasn't been that good.
Yeah, no, and it's ridiculous. Like,
You
a lot of
should
people were
stick to sexually assaulting people.
Yeah, even fucking Scream 5. They said they had 2 weeks to write the script. And I'm like, motherfuckers, as much as it was good, give yourself a month to write a fucking script, at least. Like, that's the issue with this stuff of like, get it out there. You can see problems in the world of that shit. Look at fucking Nightmare on Elm Street 5. Okay? Look at that fucking shit. That burning garbage of fucking, I will still watch it, but man, that movie's fucking retarded. It's just like having like feeding all the people, the scene where he's like feeding the chick till she fucking like dies, and that weird dinner scene. There's so many weird things about certain movies where they like, you know what I mean? Where they like, they do rush shit. They're like, all right, we released this one needs to come out in 8 months. They're like, what? It's like, yeah, 8 months. We have like, it's 8 months. No, now it's 6 months. It's like fucking crazy.
Which is wild that you can even get anything done in that amount of time.
I know, and there's movies that have been done like that, and they're always trash.
Something else I didn't know that did you happen to come across who done a screen test for the role of Deputy Hicks?
No, I want to talk about her because I was going to say that the sketchy ass deputy always had me guessing in the first watch.
Same.
Because she seems so. You have my lemon squares and
she
fucking
has that
suck on my
weird,
titties.
I don't know if it's my fucking eyes or my vision, but every time I look at her, does she have a weird Pennywise eye?
Yeah.
She does, doesn't
Yeah,
she?
she does. Yeah.
She has an eye that kind of goes off to the side, and I was like, is that intent? Are they purposely making her like
look like that? No, yeah,
she's fucking freaky looking. There's a couple of scenes where she like comes out of the dark and she's just like, oh,
yeah,
what the fuck?
Like that one scene where it's just like, do you remember me? I went to high
Fucking
school.
weird.
You were Tiger Lily and I was a tree or whatever the fuck she said. And it's just like, whoa, get out of here. And that's why I'm like, she was like sketchy to me. We're like, they always have you guessing. And I'm glad they brought it back for Scream 5. And I'll say my opinions on that because her end of her character is pretty crazy. But like,
She
yeah,
was a really good red herring, though, I think. But I didn't know
yeah.
that before she was brought on to play that role, Christina Ricci had actually been brought in and done a screen test for that role.
What? That'd be wild. That'd be so different.
I know, yeah.
She was in something recently I watched and I liked it. They had her in the Wednesday show, which I think was fun. Christina Ricci's fun. She probably is a part of MK Ultra, but she's a fun actress. I like a lot of her stuff. That she's done. Even Cursed is not that bad. I'd actually rewatch Cursed sometime soon. Because I want to get in this Wes Craven hole. Because I think that eventually will come to is I think we'll eventually do a whole encompassing talk about Wes Craven as a whole. I think it would be worth it. But after we maybe cover more of his movies, like People Under the Stairs and all that type of stuff. Oh, that's so fun. For all our listeners, we're showing some of like the pictures. That's why some of the YouTube stuff is fun to click over and look at. Oh yeah, because they had all the Ghostface like shit hanging up and stuff like that because they make a joke about how it that the last year's murder or whatever is like now the kids there was a quote like that or something like that where it's that's gonna bug me or what he says. It's Dewey says it where the damn it.
While you're looking that up,
Yeah,
I'll give everyone another little bit of a trivia about the movie. So
Yeah.
Apparently for their expectations and projections, this like severely underperformed. It done
Oh wait, I
30
got one generation's tragedy is the next one's joke. That's it. Where
You know what? That's a fairly
it's true
yeah.
in the world we live in today, especially. Sorry, I just wanted to say that. That's
But yeah, it made 38 million domestically and 99 million worldwide, against a $40 million budget. So this made it by far the lowest grossing movie in the franchise. And I think it still is currently.
which is kind of crazy because like I don't know. I think it holds. There's merit for what the film is, and it is very different than all the other films, right? But like I'm surprised that it didn't make more money at the time coming back, but maybe they saw they're like, yeah, people, and at the time in 2011, people were on to other shit. Who knows, right? I'm trying to think of what horror movies I'm gonna look it up. Were coming out in 2011, but I feel like that was the boom of like comedy and shit, though, right? Where comedy was fun and offensive, and nobody cared about that shit. And because a lot of good movies were coming out, like comedy movies were coming out at that time. This scene, oh, I was just gonna tell you about this scene. Some of the kills in
Yeah,
this movie
probably the most
are
graphic.
actually fairly graphic. The beginning scene where you have the chick hanging from the fucking like fixture, which is like I don't know how that's got to be a very powerful fan. You know what I mean? Like that's a strong ass fan you got there. But like that scene, I remember when I rewatched it, I think it was the third time where I really looked at the intro scene of when the cops come in, they're investigating the murder, and I'm like, there's blood everywhere. What's your favorite scary movie is in there and shit. And it's just like, to me, it was that scene with all the cops and everything coming in is kind of cool because it shows like they don't. I don't think they often, even in the first one, they didn't show that where they show like the crime scene after the fact. I don't think that's done that often.
Yeah, I think this one probably, and a lot of people seem to feel like that, at least online, that this probably has some of the more violent or graphic imagery
The
surrounding
guts
like the
thing is
kills.
fucked, man.
Yep.
Like that always gets me in horror movies when they have like like someone's guts ripped out. And like that scene of like you think that he's in the same room like as Joe Roberts or whatever, but and it's crazy because you think about that's Charlie though, and that's why I said on the last episode is when you're like trying to figure out and you think about who would be in the Ghostface costume in certain moments, right? And that would have been Charlie that, and then you realize that he's next door, and then it's not her closet that they're in, like, and I was like, that's clever. I like that.
Yeah, for sure. There was some other photos here I pulled up of some of the characters in the movie. And
Yeah,
like
that's
some of
fun.
them who were brought in like as red herrings or whatever, or you're made believe it's this person, but it's not this person,
The
it's that person.
boyfriend has always been that, and I'm like, nah, it can't be. And they do
It's like
they
way too
poke at it a
obvious.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they poke at it a lot, but it's way too it is way too obvious.
See, look, she
Um,
has that weird fucking Pennywise eye
yeah,
down in the corner.
her eyes look like Bill Skarsgård's eyes,
They're fucking
like
freaky. Though. That's that scene you were
on a
talking
blonde
about
chick.
where she
Yeah,
walks out and she's like,
yeah.
"Hey, remember I was like in a fucking thing," and I remember being like, "Whoa, this bitch is fucking like psychotic."
Is it offensive for me to say that like Hayden Panettiere's haircut is like she reps it where it doesn't make her look like a lesbian?
Yeah, but I would. I don't care if anybody doesn't like what I say, but I would rather her have longer hair.
Yeah, me too. I've told Chelsea that my own my girlfriend. I'm like, she's like, if I was like, I don't care if you cut your hair or whatever. It doesn't matter to me what you do with your fucking body or whatever. But like,
But also, don't ever.
I genuinely just like longer hair on women. It's just my preference.
That's like
So
and then everyone gets offended, and I'm not gonna get into all this stuff, but like everyone gets
no.
offended then when you say that, and it's like, okay, but then a chick can tell me I need to be 6'5", have an 8-pack, I need to have a 12-inch dick.
100%, because that
What the
happens a
fuck are
lot
you
where
talking about?
there's all those fucking clips that come out of chicks claiming that they want a guy that's this and that and that, and turn the roles around. And there's a lot of things in society where you can see it and you can be like, okay, flip those roles and let's see how it would look from the other side. Even when it comes to black and white or this or that or anything, there's a lot of cases where that turns out. But I gotta say, I do like I do like the little crop top that Kirby wears, though.
Yeah, she's so fucking sexy in this film.
Yeah, and then in this the new one, which we'll get to, is like, Trendon, my brother's like, what happened to her?
Something.
And he's like, did she get like worked on her face? I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I think she's still attractive, but something happened to her face.
Yeah, she looks like a bit like some of the characters out of like Team America or the Thunderbirds or something.
Yeah. I don't know how we'll talk about that when it comes to it, but I like the whole scene of where they're doing, like, I would love something like that where they do the fucking party, like the barnyard party, dude. That would be fucking so much. Just get wasted and watch a fucking horror movie with a bunch of people would be sick.
I was gonna buy that green stab shirt actually a few times, and I was like, well, I won't. I was like, am I too much of a dork?
I saw some cool things on like the green stab like knife and the mask, and it's cool. I actually would like to have that in my collection eventually because it's pretty cool. Because it is, especially the green mask is fun, but even just the green knife from Scream 2, I just think it would be fun to have.
Yeah, there's so many like cool little things from these movies as well.
We're both too obsessed with fucking buying shit. So when we're talking about Deputy, this is kind of weird because considering we had him up on screen early, well, just in the cops all hanging around, and what's his name in the background? You can see him, Adam Brody, in the original version of the script. Deputy Haas, played by Adam Brody, which I like. Adam Brody, he's fun in the shit he's in. Was one of the killers. It was unclear whether he would have been a third killer or taken someone else's place. Either way, it would have been the first time in the film franchise where the killer was a member of the police, and that happens in real life. Because people insert themselves in roles where they're maybe close to cops, or kind of like Edmund Kemper did that and stuff like that too, right? And best friends with the cops, because it kind of like gets them off your radar, so to speak. And then obviously what we have and it all changes though, right? In Scream 6 though, technically all changes that premise of like it was where someone's a part of the police. And this was after countless speculations of Deputy Dewey turning evil. Who knows what it would have been like if they went that way. But because of, remember we're talking about in the OG trilogy, is that Deputy Dewey is always maybe linked at being one of the killers. So I think they might have wanted to pay homage to that like theory.
Yeah. This is actually the first movie I think where he doesn't get stabbed either.
Good for him. He's been stabbed a lot.
I know, yeah.
It's
Only
like
to come
how
back
many
in the
fucking
next one
times?
and get absolutely fucking tore apart.
That's why I'm glad that they finally like that. When we get that Nev says like in 5 that do you have a gun? And he's like, of course I have a fucking gun. I'm Sidney Prescott, and it's like, where is that gun in number 3? Where was that gun in all the other fucking films? It's just like and it would have changed the movies, but like in real life, you're from the States, right? Like a lot of people own guns in the States and in Canada and stuff like that too. But like you have conceal and carry and stuff like over there. Like I feel like I would have a gun on me all the time. If someone tried to kill me one time, I would have a gun on me all the time. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. I'd
So
probably be after committing several murders, to be honest.
yeah. Scream has a distinction between obviously the catalyst for the rise and fall of the relationship between Courtney Cox and David Arquette. They met on the first Scream, fell in love by 2, got married right before Scream 3. Unfortunately, by 4 though, they separated and divorced shortly after. If we could ever talk to David Arquette, I would love to, because that guy is
I
say
told you
he's
before I was
interesting.
like back and forth with him, right?
No, really?
Yeah, I was going back and forth with him maybe a little over a year ago to try and sort something out, and he was just like so overwhelmed. He said, but like
Yeah.
he said every time a Scream movie comes out, like even if I'm not in it or whatever, it's still like a big thing, and all the
Yeah, I can see
conventions and
that.
everything. He was like, we will revisit at some point, and like I followed up once or twice, and he was like, look, leave it with me. So I kind of get it. Like
Yeah. He's
it is what
busy.
it
He's an
is.
actor. It is tough, but as a person, I think he's kind of kooky and wild, and I like it. Because
Same.
if you see him on he was on an episode of Ridiculousness, and he was just fun on it. He's a fun dude, man, and like I can see why maybe like their relationship kind of came to a close, because like who knows, maybe he's just more of an upbeat kind of fun guy with stuff, and Courtney Cox maybe couldn't handle that
There was
kind of
I was watching cast and crew like interviews leading up to number 4 coming out, and
yeah.
like they're talking to him, Sydney and Gail, and they're sitting like side by side, and they ask him, what's one thing outside of your what your character is good at? Is there any other skill that you think they'd be good at? And like he gives like a fun answer, and he's like kind of joking and laughing and like saying shit, and you can tell like as Courtney Cox is looking at him, she has
Yeah.
this like disdain, I think, for how like kind of goofy and like wild he is.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I just don't know if it fits with her like image and how she likes to portray herself. Like, I mean, the dude
I could
was.
see
I was a
that.
huge fan, like a huge wrestling fan, and especially around the time like he became WCW champion, and then he was in that Ready to Rumble movie, and
What?
yeah, yeah, he was the WCW heavyweight champion.
Who?
David Arquette.
Are you fucking serious?
I swear to God, dude, that I
That's
wanted to
wild.
cover this for some content. I wanted to watch some of his.
What?
Yeah, I wanted to watch some of his WCW
How
stuff
did
and
I
maybe let
not
you.
know this?
Yeah, and
I
then
would do that, man. I've told you, like my brother and me were like huge fans of wrestling back in the day. We're like younger and kids and stuff like
yeah,
that. I loved Kane. He liked Undertaker and stuff like that. That's fucking wild. I did not know that.
yeah,
That's
man. And
fucking
then he has
crazy.
a really good movie that came out around
Oh,
that time called
cool.
Ready to Rumble, and
That sounds familiar though.
there's they have I can't remember the guy's name, the actor, and he's Jimmy the King or whatever, and they're helping him like get back on top and whatever. And there's like Diamond Dallas Page is in it, Goldberg is in it,
Oh,
Kevin
that's
Nash is
cool.
in it. There's all
Goldberg.
yeah, like and at the end they have this like big massive like Hell in a Cell fight. It's really
Oh
good.
man. And there's stuff that we're gonna talk about on this like stuff, because I loved Mankind. I would love to talk about him. What's his name? Foley, right?
Mick Foley, yeah, I met
Mick
him
Foley, man.
about 10 years
You
ago.
met him?
Yeah, he was
He's
in my
fucking.
town doing a book signing, which was like random.
He seems like a fucking fun dude, man.
Yeah,
Mr. Stock
he's
and
another.
shit.
The thing I like about that dude is he just does whatever he wants.
Yeah,
Just like
which
I'm just
is
gonna do whatever I want.
So we might as well just pop this little tidbit of fact in. Is typically in horror movies, prop knives are used by killers. They're made out of all sorts of material, from cardboard to plastic, and often collapse to make it look like the blade obviously enters the body during stabbing. Wes Craven had enough of the fakes, though, asserting that he didn't like the look of the real thing for Scream 4, and they went with a CG knife instead. switch it up, which is like I don't know if they
Mm,
necessarily needed
yeah,
that, but
don't know now.
I
Wouldn't be
know.
for me. I think if I was given the choice.
It was kind of it was supposed to, like you said, supposed to be the beginning of like a new trilogy, which is kind of interesting. But you know, to bring it back, I just want to say that Wes Craven, died in 2015. He passed away at the age of 76, sadly, with brain cancer, which is it's sad. Fucking brain cancer of all things. Um, I have a note. This is really fun. Before I think we should just talk about the ending and then move on, kind of thing. Unless you got any other info and stuff you want to
There's a
discuss.
few things to jump into. I think with
Yeah, that's fine.
the two
Uh,
killers.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, that's why I want to get into that shit because that's why I said we have to talk about the ending because there's other things I have to say. But Kevin Williamson would take important crew members in some cast and they would go sit and watch various parts of the film, a different location sometimes to see the reactions of the audience. If Wes saw people leave because they some people do leave during films, um, Wes would chase them and ask them why. There were certain times, which I think is really fun. They would like go around, they took some important crew and stuff like that, and go and sit in on the premieres of the films in different locations to see how the audience reacts. And people were talking about how Wes would kind of like giggle and laugh at some of the scares or jumps and stuff that people would get. He would find joy in that. But if somebody left the theater, supposedly he would chase them down and ask them why they left. Is that weird? Did you hear about that?
Kinda. I mean, if that's true, yeah, that's a bit fucking
Yeah, isn't
weird.
that crazy? So let you talk about what you think about the ending, and then I'll kind of give my thoughts on it too.
Yeah, well, a lot of my stuff, what I wanted to do first was I kind of put together some stuff about like, obviously we get revealed that Jill Roberts and Charlie Walker are the
Yeah,
two killers.
Charlie Walker.
So to focus on Jill, I suppose, first and give some kind of backstory.
People
on
love her as Ghostface. I've seen a lot of stuff that to the fans, I've heard that people think she's one of the best Ghostface reveals and shit, and motive too.
Yeah, I seen that. So she's the daughter of Kate Roberts, the younger sister of the original Ghostface victim, Maureen Prescott. She's also the maternal first cousin of the serial killer Roman Bridger. The child Maureen
What?
gave up. Yeah, the child that Maureen gave up for adoption. It is unknown if Roman's blood lineage was ever made public.
Whoa! What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I know. Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Yeah,
That gave me chills,
I
actually.
know. Right when I found that out, I was like, "Whoa, what?" All this shit goes like way deeper, which is what I love about it.
That's fucking wild. I like this character a lot, so that's sick.
Then there was just some other things like I had seen there was some cool like trivia, like visual clues and Easter eggs that are spread throughout the movie
I saw that too.
before we find out she's the killer or whatever. In her room, a lot of people reckon that like reveals her true nature. There's several books in her room which include Zodiac, College Terror by Gale, Ghostface Returns by Gale, and then there's another one called Serial Killers with Deadly Intent.
Oh, weird. And she has a book about the Zodiac killings, right?
Yeah.
I have a book on that, and that will come from Stranger Podcast. I think I'll probably get you on for that one, but yeah, that's fucking kind of funny that they kind of poke at her being interested by true crime.
Yeah, and it's like pretty subtle as well. It doesn't like it's not overtly. It's just kind of there.
Yeah.
She's the first killer in the series who successfully kills another killer.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know.
In the heart. This is not what we rehearsed.
So there was no stab film made about her murder spree, making her
weird.
and Charlie the least popular Ghostface killers as regards like the meta like stab world within a world thing.
Which is what she wanted, and she didn't get what she wanted.
Yeah, which is kind of weird. There's also a lot of speculation and rumors that Jill is actually still alive and could potentially return in the future.
I've heard about that too, and I don't know how I feel about that because like they shot her in the fucking head, did they not?
I don't see how or where like she gets absolutely pulverized. So
But
it's
she
like,
did get shot in the head, did she not?
yeah, she does get shot in the head in the hospital, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does because Sydney shoots her in the head
And she
after
gets
she like
fucking
comes back.
electrocuted and shit as well.
Yeah,
Like, so it's like,
but hey, this is my point about Stu. Stu was electrocuted by a TV. Emma Roberts was electrocuted by a fucking the what is that
defib
called?
thing.
The the defibrillator, and she survived that. So what is saying that Stu couldn't survive a TV knocked on his head?
This is
And
true.
like if the cops, the paramedics arrived on time to like patch up his stab wounds, it's a possibility. And that's what people bring up, right? Like Chad got fucking stabbed how many fucking times? And we'll talk about this near the end, but like, and so who knows about that? Um, I like the scene where you get revealed that Charlie is the killer, and it took you fucking 4 years to notice me, you stupid bitch. He like stabs fucking Kirby's character.
So
I'm like, you little fucking whiny fucking bitch, and
I
I
like that
liked
though.
it kind
Yeah,
of.
I like that because he plays that kind of like little whiny, like needy kind of cook character.
How many fucking killers in real life are like that? Whiny little, like that fucking dude that there's that kid that wrote that manifesto and like shot up people and shit. You know what I mean? It's like the same with like whiny, like you didn't fucking notice me. I'm gonna fucking murder you. You know what I mean?
Because a lot of them have that. It's like that insecurity, like that low self-esteem, and it's like a way to like, I don't know, be the center of attention or like prove that they're stronger than people think they are or whatever. But there's a lot of people online actually, and especially on like the Scream subreddit and stuff, like there's guys who go like deep down these rabbit holes about theories and like conspiracies about, you know, like fan theories and stuff like that.
I think we should do an episode about fan theories in general eventually.
Yeah,
I think that'd be
yeah.
worth talking
There's some
about.
like there's some really interesting ones there, but like a lot of people speculate that Charlie purposely didn't stab Kirby properly, because he didn't want her to die. And
I could see that because he
then
loved
after,
her.
yeah, and then after that, like he tells, when Jill asks him about it, he's like, "Oh no, no, don't worry about that. I've already taken care of that. That's done."
Yeah, because he says everything is done and set up, and he's like, "You're still not getting it yet." I like his character for what he is. Yes, he's probably one of the worst killers in some regard, where he's not when it comes to his strength and his maybe intelligent, because he's just essentially he's like a cuck in some regard, right? Like that, or kind of like a fuck boy, but like he this whole thing of like, you know, Randy gets the girl this time, where Jill's motive is good. Jill's motive is one of the better motives, where it's like all this fame and attention that Sydney got kind of affected her life, and you know it was all about Sydney. And then fucking Charlie Walker's motive is like, I love her, and I will do anything, including killing a bunch of people for her to fulfill her fantasy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the weird part, right? Because like to kind of, I suppose, carry on from what you just said, I did find it very strange that like he's such a huge fan of like the Stab series and horror in general,
Yeah.
and then like he has quite extensive knowledge of the actual murders and I suppose the behavior of, you know, killers and different things like that, and the fact that then obviously he is a fucking killer as well.
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't suspect that he was going to get double crossed by Jill, but you see, then I suppose it's the juxtaposition of like, well, like you just said, he is kind of like that puny, weak cook.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I can see how that would, like, you know how it is when it's like that, and you're just kind of blinded by pussy or whatever. And
Oh,
probably
for
like, especially a
sure.
guy like him, like his character is so needy,
Yes.
and like, bitchy.
Yeah. Fucking, I'll always remember that. You fucking bitch. Or he's like crying while he's stabbing her and
It's
shit.
very realistic, though, I think, in a way, because I
think it is too.
that.
Yeah, so could I. And I did write down, I just want to add this. It is the cop tried to box after he got stabbed in the head. Fuck Bruce Willis. I like that dude. If you see him in interviews, I'll put Anthony Anderson, Deputy Perkins, Detective Haas, fucking those two fuckers. But he's a fun guy. He supposedly he keeps everyone laughing, and some of his interviews he actually was like is making jokes and poking fun during the interviews, and supposedly that came from a real life event Wes wanted to add in where someone was stabbed in the head and survived, and then I think that Anthony Anderson kind of added that thing of having him swing because Wes said that the guy got stabbed in the head and still kind of like was able to do it, like his motor functions were still working. So I think Anthony Anderson kind of added that whole like he's trying to box the air and like and blood's rushing out his face, and he said it was getting in his eye and shit like that. And it's just like it's a wild scene because
Yeah, it is actually.
it's
It is kind of out there.
blood's pouring out his fucking skull, and he's like freaking out. He's like, fuck Bruce Willis, and then he like collapses. I just add that. There's one of the notes I forgot to mention because I like that scene. It was kind of fucked up. He got stabbed directly in the forehead.
Yeah, yeah. Again, like I think like the kills in this were quite inventive. They were quite, for me at least anyway, they were quite good. Maybe some of the more aggressive kills that we've seen throughout.
I don't.
The
I
entire
also write.
franchise.
The dick shot is fucked. Is what I wrote down. I don't. The dick shot is wild when she like shoots her boyfriend in the dick. I loved you, and then she like shoots him in the fucking dick. Just like so. What a. It is a wild ending. Like it is one of. It is a pretty decent reveal. And I don't know because I love all the movies. It's hard to really fucking pick and choose. But the ending scene is fairly good. And I think that Joe Roberts as Ghostface is a great character, and she has a really good fucking motive. And the fact that this is one of the only movies to kind of where she almost got away with it. She was so close to getting away with it in the hospital. If Sydney died, and she didn't stupidly mention that thing about Gail being stabbed in the fucking shoulder, it could have been a totally different ending, which I heard that when they were going to carry this on as another kind of trilogy, that she was supposed to survive.
Which would have been
And
wild, and I
Sydney
feel like Charlie
was supposed to have memory loss. Like didn't remember what happened. And then she started to piece it together.
and that would have actually been really interesting. I would have liked to have seen how they would have played out like that kind of cat and mouse
Me too.
thing between them. And like I feel like Charlie as well, like he doesn't get enough love. I do think he played that character perfectly. Like it was exactly what it was supposed to do. It was like you said, like straight away, I think when I rewatched this again, straight away I was like, oh yeah, he's like the fucking I don't know, like the virgin-esque, like needy, really wants a chick, especially a hot chick.
I still
kind
like
of
his character, and
cook.
it serves its purpose. He did exactly what he needed to do for the film of how they wanted it to be portrayed, right? And Roy
more so,
Culkin
like,
it deserves more props.
yeah, 100%, and like more so, he done what she needed him to do,
Yeah,
which kind of shows like how well she was able to like manipulate him into being like, come on now, little boy, let's sit in the corner and be my cook.
yeah. That's so true. Because you see her character when she reveals that she's truly psychotic. She is one of the more crazy psychotic. And I'll talk about what I think about Amber because I think Amber is actually way better when it comes to like that crazy female psychopath character.
I feel like I've dated a few chicks like that.
Yeah, me too. But I do think that Jill Robert holds her own merit. I do understand why the fans would enjoy like why they rank her so high in some regard because it is surprising. Hello, Sydney, surprised? Like, it is surprising. It's different, right? So
If you're listening to this, you may be next.
let's get on to the next movie. The more I watch Scream 5, the more I really do like it.
So again, I'm gonna, I guess, echo what I said about Scream 4. When I first seen Scream 5, I was like, oh, trash, ruined the original trilogy, terrible. I hate Richie, I hate this person, I hate that person. Weak MTV garbage. The more I've watched it, the more I can really actually appreciate. Like, there's a certain point where you kind of have to let go of that original what was.
I agree.
And stop trying to like be like, oh, I want Stu back, I want Roman back, I want like everyone to just be alive and like do that again.
Yeah.
Kind of
There's
like,
no purpose in
yeah,
that.
it's just like dumb, and like
I
if they
agree
did do
too.
that, I would give out probably.
Well, I agree too, because like, I don't know. The first time I watched it, I was like, I did enjoy it, but I don't know. There was something like I was like, oh, you went back to the original house. You kind of just did the basic. You just regurgitated um that didn't need to be. But I don't know. I like Scream 5, and to be honest, I probably watched it 5 times in the matter of like 3 weeks. And the more I watch it, the more I like it, the more I resonate with the characters and like the way they did carry on this stuff. How, and we'll get to it, how it seems like the fifth was very reminiscent of the first movie, and the sixth movie was very reminiscent of the second movie. So there's a lot of weird things, and it's kind of weird parallels between all these films. But I don't know. The more I watched it, the more I enjoyed it. I did write down the intro scene with Tara is wild. Jenna Ortega is great with like she has a wide range of emotions during that beginning scene, and it's pretty great. But I assume that do you have anything about like how when this kind of got? Did you look into anything of like how, when this kind of got brought to the forefront, and we're like, oh, we're gonna do this again? Again, they kind of
Uh,
chose like, okay, we're doing
yeah,
this.
yeah. So, like on the production side of things, the development, Wes had actually before he had died, he confirmed that he was contracted to work on 5 and 6. If
Wild.
only if
Crazy.
the fourth was successful to a certain degree. I don't know what
Mhm.
number they agreed on. Um, Following difficulties with rewrites on 2, 3, and 4 and the stress of the situation, he later said that he would want to see a final draft of all scripts before committing to any projects. Um, Williamson was also due to return for 5 and 6 and wanted to continue the story of the characters from Scream 4, but this was ultimately decided that it would not happen. Jason Blum was also campaigning pretty hard as well behind the scenes. He wanted to revive the franchise and be the one to like do the whole thing.
How well do you think that would have went?
You know what, right? Years ago, I probably would have been like, I would have given him a fair shout. But in recent years, Blumhouse has become like a little bit of a joke.
Yeah, I agree. It's yeah. I'm not gonna shit on it too much. We'll get there when we talk about other things, but
So just to, I suppose, to start it off with like the basics.
synopsis. Yeah,
Yeah, like you've got your tagline. It's always someone you know. I don't know why I feel like that's already been used, but
yeah.
apparently it hasn't. Let's see, release date January 14th, 2022. So obviously it's not that old. Like it feels like a long time ago this came out. It was a year ago. Like, um,
When this come out?
the 14th of January 2022.
Weird.
I know, yeah. How weird is that?
It's, I know. And this is and as weird as it is, I didn't see this one in theaters, which I'm surprised. I don't know what was going on at the time, or like if I was just like if I was just like meh, I don't know about this kind of shit, and I don't know
Was
what was
COVID
going on.
still a thing last January?
I don't think so. Not in that. Maybe it was that because I wasn't allowed to go or do anything because they segregated me from the fucking population because I chose not to take a medical experiment. You know that old
Um,
chestnut.
Shot on a budget of 24 million. Opening weekend it done 30
Wow, that's pretty
million,
expensive.
and then worldwide, it grossed 137 million, which is, I think,
Fairly
pretty good.
good.
To be fair, like it made over 100 million in profit. Um, a fresh relaunch for the franchise. 25 years after a streak of brutal murders shocked the quiet town of Woodsboro, a new killer has donned the Ghostface mask, resurrecting secrets from the town's deadly past. I think
Hmm.
it's quite a strong. Here's a new thing, but also we may have some like old like story secrets sprinkled in there as well. Um,
Yeah.
and just before I pass it over to you, so we have some new rules again for this one. Number one, never trust the love interest. They seem sweet,
Yes.
caring, supporting, and then in Act 3 they try to rip your head off, which I would never
That
do.
literally happened. That literally happened.
Number two, killers' motives are always connected to the past. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Number three, the first victim The first victim always has a friend group that the killer is part of. Look there. If you can find out why they're doing it, you can find out who's next. This is stated as the most important rule, and I'm fairly sure it's Dewey who gives us those rules this time, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Or a
But
mixture
then
between
Mindy
him and Mindy.
also
It's that
Mindy
scene where they're
also says it, yeah, in the house.
yeah.
And then we'll get to that later. What I think about that little scene, but um, it is something different. You know, I think this movie holds merit for what it is, as I say all the time. Is I don't know. I the more I watch it, the more I really do like it. At first, I was like, I didn't really know what to think about it, and I'm like, are they reaching too far back? You know, and then but I'm like, what would I want if, you know, when it was revived? Like, what?
This is the
That's the
thing.
hard question of
Yeah.
like what would I, what, as a true fan that truly loves these movies and Wes Craven and the characters, what would I really want? Like, what would I change? Like, there's certain things I'm sure, but like they I think they did a good job at kind of harkening back to the original and the characters. Um, Fans questions about Scream 5 trailer include who the new characters are. Jenna Ortega, Dylan Minnette, which he's part of like a band or something. He came back because he actually, that dude from 13 Reasons Why, Dylan Minnette, I think how you pronounce it. He's a great actor. I actually really do like him.
Yeah.
I think it sucks that he's not in acting as much as he could be because he does do his band stuff. But he's like, I don't know. I think it's he actually, I heard that he came back because he loved Scream, or that they, well, not came back, but he wanted to do the movie because he actually asked, I think so, I heard something like that where he has to be in it because he loved the Scream franchise. I was like, that's kind of cool.
That must be like a crazy like kind of full circle thing for him.
Why?
Well, like
Oh,
to
like being a
be,
big
yeah,
fan of it, and then
yeah, and then having that opportunity, like to be, a character in or get offered a role in something like that, it must be kind of like wild to be in that position.
yeah, well, let's say like obviously Jack Quaid had joined the cast, and whenever a newcomer is interviewed, they shared their love of this horror franchise. Mason Gooding has been cast as Chad, and he shared with Boys by Girls that he wrote an essay back when he was in college about how much he loved the first film. Gooding told the publication, "When I met the directors, I mentioned that I had written an essay on Scream, and they asked me if they could read it. I sent it along, and now I'm in the movie." So they were like, okay, and they probably read his essay and be like, "Wow, this kid actually loves the movie, like the movies and the franchise and stuff like that." It's it. I believe this though. You need fucking people that do care about these movies and understand horror as a whole to be good, because we have seen what has been done to certain horror movies when they don't abide by what the fans enjoy and what resonates with the fans. Look at fucking Halloween Ends, that fucking dumpster fucking
I don't even
garbage.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you didn't watch it.
I literally like, and this is not, people say, oh, you're not a true Halloween fan, motherfucker.
It's terrible.
Look at all this shit that I've spent all my money on back here. I have
Yeah, all
fucking
the different.
I have
You have number four's fucking, or what is it, number
yeah,
four?
I have Judith
Yeah.
Meyer's fucking headstone back there.
That's sick. I like that.
So it's
I
not that
love
I'm not
those
a fan,
movies.
I just cannot fucking bring myself to look at it.
I thought, and we talked about talking about it soon.
I would like to.
Or to break down the I think we should break down all of them, because I did really enjoy the first Halloween remake that they did with Jamie Lee Curtis coming back, and that's the topic for another day. But then Halloween Kills, I was like, what the fuck, man? And then Halloween Ends, I was like, I literally turned it off. Me and Chelsea turned it off.
The one
That's
thing
how
I will
fucking
give them,
horrible
right?
I thought it was.
The one thing I will give them is they really stuck to their guns and they followed the graph quite well. So they started off here and they managed
Yeah.
to trend perfectly down.
Yeah. So wild. But like I did really enjoy this film, and they brought back Nev and David Arquette and Courtney Cox, and they said there was a kind of warm feeling on set, and that it felt like they were creating a sense of family again, and just kind of like they said about the four. But Nev said this is she. I saw an interview of her saying it was different. It was a different set, and like I feel like there would be eventually. There might come a time when we get an opportunity to interview Nev Campbell, and I think that we should uh kind of go for the fences on some of that shit and just see what happens, and and just see, because I would love to talk to her more than me jittering and being like, you're so pretty. I like
sexy.
doing those movies. I like doing those movies. And then in retrospect, I've seen people actually like talk to her while they're getting their stuff signed, and I was too fucking nervous to say anything.
I know.
Really,
Yeah,
to like actually have a conversation.
It's shit to be in that position though.
I know. Fuck.
The I didn't know actually, which I don't really like this at all, but the original title, like right up until not that long before this thing was due to come out, was actually Scream Forever, which wouldn't
I
have
don't
been
know.
for me now.
This is fucking Wu-Tang.
Yeah, I just don't know if I would have been into that.
I don't know. I don't like
Here's
that. I don't like
something-
how they called it just Scream either, though.
I know, yeah. I wasn't a massive
Call it
fan of that
Scream
either.
5. They did 1, 2,
Yeah.
and 3, and that was it. And 4. So like, just call it by 5, man.
Yeah, like you might as well. Like I don't understand why it's called Scream, and then like the next one is called Scream 6. It doesn't really make any sense. Like, but
And with numeral letters, and then the 7 gonna be going? Are we gonna get 7 where it's fucking the numeral fucking bullshit? I saw some guys like, it's gonna fuck up my collection. It goes 1, 2, 3, Scream, then Scream, or 1, 2, 3, 4, then just Scream, then Scream 6 with the numeral writing, and then 7 gonna be also that, or is it gonna be just in the number 7? Like,
take care
gonna
that
fuck up my
soon.
collection.
That after a while they don't re-release an entire collection of all of them done in the wrong.
Oh, I know. When they release the collection thing, I don't care if it's like $150. I'm buying it.
Same. Here's something interesting. So Sydney is talking about she gets a phone call from Dewey, and he says, "Are Mark and the kids okay?" And she says, "Yeah, they're safe."
Mm-hmm.
Blah blah blah, and that is in fact
Mark Kincaid.
yes. And that's not just us making that up off of Reddit or anywhere. That's been confirmed by the writers and directors
Which is fucking
implied
cool.
That's Mark Kincaid, which is
Think
so
about the
badass.
ending of Scream 3, though.
I swear to God,
Like-
right? I hope to fuck that in the next movie, Patrick Dempsey kicks a door down and comes flying through.
I really hope that they brought fucking Kirby back, so to have him like just show up would be sick. Because Patrick Dempsey is fucking dope, kind of. And like the thing about the Scream 3 ending when they're like, "What's that thing?" and she like closes the door and it's kind of left off in this eerie thing, and he's there with her, like they seem like they have a relationship, so it would make sense. And it's cool that they added that in, because a lot of people were pointing that out, and that's like these little tidbits of information. That's 100% Mark. Why would it be any other Mark? It would make no sense.
Yeah, I love that. That's like a little touch that like there wasn't too much emphasis put on it, but that their intention is for that to be Mark Kincaid. There's also a lot of like little cameos and stuff of people in this movie. A lot more.
They
so
mentioned
than,
David Schwimmer as fucking in the first Stab movie, and I was like,
so,
you know,
like,
how fucking hilarious that is.
Matthew Lillard has 2 cameos in the movie.
What do you mean?
He is the Chrome Ghostface in Stab 8. He's actually the person
no
wearing
way.
the Chrome.
Oh my god, that's
Ghostface
fucking so
mask.
funny.
And the scene where they're at the party in Stu's house.
I love Matthew Lillard.
If you listen, there's a guy who shouts out "Cool House Freeman" about that when they're at that party in the house. That's actually
what?
Matthew Lillard's voice.
Oh, I'm gonna listen to that next time
Which
I
is
watch it.
which
That's
is fucking wild.
I love Matthew Lillard. I've seen
Same.
clips of that dude, and he is so
He seems
fucking
so cool.
genuine,
Yeah.
nice, like jokey, and like loves the fans, and just to me seems like a genuinely good person. He does like the Shaggy voice for like the kids and stuff like that, and kids love him too because of that movie. Kids love that Scooby-Doo movie, and he
Yep.
revels in
I
those
love
characters.
that. I'm a fucking adult.
Yeah.
Well, adult.
Yeah, quotation.
Drew Barrymore's voice can be heard. She's the principal making the announcements at the beginning of the movie.
What?
Yep.
Cool. I didn't know any of these little tidbits. That's sick. Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Drew Barrymore is fucked. It's weird in the head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She has something going on with
Yep.
her, and I hope nobody gets offended, but my buddy at work was like, well, yeah, she got fucked when she was a kid. And I was like, whoa. And he was like, well, think about Hollywood, right? Think about the shit that happens. Well, eventually, when we talk about cursed films and the Poltergeist film of what happened to that chick, that's fucked up. Because there's like theories into that, but like she was raised in this like Hollywood pedophilic fucking weird shit when she was a kid, and I'm sure something happened to her. And my buddy at work was like, yeah, like there's people talking about the fact that she probably had some horrible things done to her, and it made her kind of crazy.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she's definitely gone weird. I wouldn't be a huge fan of her anymore.
Look at her show. Her show is
I know,
so
yeah,
fucking
it's
weird.
fucking,
She
like,
acts
how that
weird as.
how that even exists, I don't know.
No.
The scene where Mindy and that other chick are making out on the couch.
Yeah.
There's a voice that can be heard saying, "Someone's goofy ass dad is kicking us out."
Yeah, I like that.
That's Jamie
It's
Kennedy.
fun. What?
That's Jamie Kennedy.
Oh, I had to listen in for that shit because I remember hearing that every time I watched, I was like, "That's funny," because they're pointing at to fucking Quaid's character, right? Like Richie. It made me laugh because he played that well, where he's like, "Okay, yeah, everyone fucking leave," kind of shit, and trying to get people out of the party. Like it is reminiscent of the first one, like how do we get everyone out of this party? Oh, we gotta
Yeah,
have
for sure. I actually kind of like him there in that scene as well. I like the way he does that.
I like Jack Quaid as an
Yeah,
actor,
yeah.
and the thing is, I don't know him from many things, but what made me fall in love with his acting was this movie.
He's very good in this, I have to say, and we'll probably get into that in a minute when we talk about like the killers and some of the characters and
Yeah.
whatever. But in that party scene you're just talking about, there's a part where they make a toast.
To Wes.
Yeah, right. So when they make that toast, apparently if you slow it down, I don't know now if you can actually do it yourself. This was something that I had seen the directors and stuff talk about. But if you slow it down, I think, and listen to it, you can hear there's several voices that you can hear in that toast saying like to Wes or whatever, which
Yeah.
are Henry Winkler,
Oh,
Adam-
wild.
Adam Brody,
Oh, cool. That's cool.
Hayden, whatever the fuck her name is,
Penance hair, yeah.
Patrick Lussier, who's the editor for the original trilogy,
Oh, that's so
and
cool. I like that they did that.
Wes's widow.
That's cool.
Yeah, his wife. They can all be.
I'm
heard
glad
in
they did that,
toast.
and I heard that they put that character of Wes in the show or in the movie just so they could kill him off and have the to Wes thing at the end.
Which is cool.
It's-
in fairness.
Yeah. There's an Elm Street sign when they first get to Woodsboro. Do you know that?
Yeah, and that's apparently the street that Sydney grew up on.
Wild, right?
Yep.
It's weird little tidbits of shit. And I was gonna say Nev Campbell, she looks pretty good in this movie.
Oh yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm.
Like she looks pretty good for her age. Like
Yep.
same old Nev, crazy. Like she's matured with her age and not done anything to her face, as far as I can tell, and looks fairly good. Other than Courtney Cox's fucking duck face.
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
compared-
If you compared it to, like, she looks like something from fucking like Impractical Jokers.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fucking terrible.
Something from the Pan's Labyrinth, like whatever a creature or something. Sorry,
There
Courtney
was
Cox.
there was a version of this movie that was actually filmed with Dewey surviving, and Chad didn't actually survive originally, but they liked Mason's Gooding's performance so
I heard
much
that.
they felt that he needed to stick around.
And then
Which is
kept him
interesting.
again after he got stabbed a
I know,
bajillion
right?
more
So they
times.
must really like that motherfucker. Either that or he sucks a mean dick.
I was gonna say that he's like sucking all the directors, fucking cocks. David Arquette, his character, they didn't know if they were gonna kill him later on, actually, but they had to kill him in the scene, which we should talk about that scene. Is because they needed a reason to bring him back, Nev, because why would she come back again? You know.
Yeah, yeah.
So they had to do that. Vince, like one of the beginning kills, so to speak. If people don't know, that
That's
is
him
the
on the
nephew. Yeah, that is the nephew of Stu. And
Huh.
I like that. You know that?
No. Huh.
Isn't that wild? He's this he's the Stu Mocker has a sister. It's been revealed, and then that's her kid.
Hmm.
I
No, you
like
see,
him as an
right?
actor. What's his name? He's in that movie Haunting in Connecticut, and I want to fucking cover that shit. That movie is fucking scary in my opinion. Um,
Yeah, I like him. I like him. He's a really good actor. Also,
Kyle
as well,
Gallner.
and people might say, oh, it's a bit too far fetched that like, oh, that's Stu's nephew, and this is like Billy's daughter, and this is this person's something else, and
Yeah,
blah blah. Blah. It's like it's not that far fetched though. Like, I live in a small town.
yeah,
Everyone's everybody's fucking cousin. I don't know. We're all inbred motherfuckers or something. Like Woodsboro is
yeah.
intended to be like a small kind of
America, yeah,
yeah.
American small town like
So like
feel and
it's not really out of the realm of possibility that there is
no,
other people that are connected. Like obviously all these killers had families.
yeah. Well, I
So
know, and the thing is too, like, yeah, everyone had like everyone is connected. They all must have families. Stu's sister being brought into as well because we know we can confirm now that Stu does have a sister. So that's like a weird, like, are we gonna find her? Is she gonna pop out of the woodwork eventually in one of these films, or who knows? But like, there's not out of the realm of possibility when you look into what real life is like.
yeah.
Fucking shit happens in the real world that is crazy and unfathomable compared to like what you would think reality really is and how things are set up, and it's like there's wild shit that happens on this planet, that people are like, whoa, this is connected to that. If you for more on that, listen to David Icke. I'm just kidding, but uh Can we? Okay, what do you want to talk about first? I like that they did the song, "Dusty Red
Yeah.
Ride." Hey, bum, 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 bum,
I love that.
when they get Vince,
Hmm.
but also, yeah, what I guess this is beforehand, right? Wes gets killed before Dewey for sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That
He he
scene
he
with
gets
her
killed.
driving home, dude,
Yeah. It's
is
very good.
like I like it a lot because it's like I'm gonna gut your fucking baby boy. Like when that line when he says something about are you gonna make it home before I like fucking kill your baby boy? I was like, whoa. Because any mother knows that that would like send fucking anger and emotions and frustration and just heartbreak and I couldn't imagine the wide range of emotions hearing somebody say that they're gonna kill your fucking your boy, and then her panic and shit like that. That whole scene is actually really well done. I will say that for sure.
Yeah, and I feel like to have kind of two kills one after another like that of
Yeah,
like, and she's like I suppose to a degree quite a prominent character in a way.
yeah,
um I think that was quite clever to kind of have, because I think the expectation there is like, she comes back and he's dead, let's say, and
yeah.
she's fine, but the fact that both of them end up getting killed is like, oh,
Is
that's kind of
crazy.
different.
There's an alternate. They were gonna do an alternate scene because of her being prepped up and knowing that like after the fourth movie and stuff like that, where there was gonna be a scene where there's a scene where she says something about 576 or some code, and they were supposedly, and I think it's actually in the film of her saying something about the code, and then obviously you have the trope of the lemon squares on the fridge, harkening back to the fourth movie. But there was supposed to be a scene where he was actually going to find this, go in, and then in the floor there would have been this like armed box that he had to remember the code for, and there would have been an assortment of weapons and guns and shit. Did you hear about that?
No, I did not hear about that.
Isn't that crazy?
That's interesting.
Because they were gonna there was gonna be another scene and Ghostface essentially would crash through some window or some sort of thing on like to kind of kill him. He would still have died, but there was this thing that because of Judy's character and how she would have been more or less ready for Ghostface if he did return, because she kind of feared that's why he makes the joke about his friends make fun of him because of how how safe his mom is making him be when all this stuff is happening. And yeah, there was a, if you, I think it's still in the film, where if you hear her say the code, and he was gonna open like a weapons box.
That's fucking
Cool, eh?
wild. That would have been. I never heard that.
It's kind of cool because like all these little missing things, um, it's cool. And like that whole scene is wild because like they said they knew they wanted to do it on the front porch. They wanted to have like this, like American town. They said that the American flag was on the house when they were filming, and they didn't actually add that in. They're like, this is perfect. We kind of like small town, middle America, small town type of feel. And it kind of went perfectly for like her death in that scene of having Ghostface in the middle of the public murdering her, and the stab in that fucking, sorry, I hit my knife off the mic, is like that stab scene of fucking like that, the sounds of him like gutting her essentially is fucked up and like well done.
Yeah, I think that's a really effective scene.
Yeah.
Bringing back a character like that, and just the way the whole thing is shot, I think it's quite clever. I suppose another thing, I brought up
Ben West's death.
some images here where we have the cast all featured with a Ghostface mask in their hand or beside their face, and it just kind of, I wanted to bring it up so we could have maybe a quick 2 or 3 minute chat about red herrings and who is the killer or who might be the killer. Can you remember from your first time seeing it? Like, did you have any, like preconceived notion of like, oh, I think it's going to be this person or it should be that person?
There were, it's crazy, but to be honest, they did Wes could have been, because of his a wide range of acting. Dylan would have done probably a pretty good job at being a killer. I think that there was kind of teased at him maybe, but then obviously you get the fucking brutal fucking knife. I wanted to say that fucking
Wild.
scene of him getting stabbed through the neck is probably one of the more gruesome, realistic kills or stabs that have existed in these movies, to be honest.
Yeah, and like
creative in a way too.
It's such a simple thing, but at the same time, it's like massively creative when you actually see it. You're like, "Ooh, that's a fucking
brutal."
gruesome.
Like fuck. Because you still have that, like you would go through your throat, maybe through part of your trachea, and shit. Oh man, it's crazy. And I think I hinted at him, as crazy as it is, and people all thought it was going to be Jack Quaid's character supposedly, but I did not guess Richie would have been the killer just because of the original and stuff like that. I don't know. Mindy, maybe.
Yeah, at one point I was kind of maybe like, I wonder is Mindy, and then that bitch beside her, I can't remember her name.
I have it pulled. Liv.
Is it?
I think it's
the
Liv.
chick. There was a point where I was like, but then I was like, who? Wait, if it's her, are they gonna like reveal that she's like somehow related to somebody to do with something, or? So then I was kind of wondering, is it her?
Because she survived till the end, until the final act. Welcome to Act 3.
Is it just me there, or in that image, does Richie look like the scariest? He has like the scariest expression.
He definitely does. He does, because is the one eye reveal.
Yeah, just the
Illuminati.
Kind of his face is like kind of.
I agree. What do you think about Sam's character? Because we have yet to say that in this movie alone. Because I told you that after watching the 6 movie the second time, I absolutely love Sam's character, and she might be one of my favorites in the whole franchise, next to like maybe Billy or Stu or Randy. Rewatching the 6th one again, and when they kind of give her character justice in some regard, because a lot of people did not like, I read that a lot of people did not like Sam's character in the 5th movie, and that fans were disappointed, and people didn't really like this kind of, she was kind of like weak in some regard and like trying to save her sister, which Jenna Ortega I think did a good job in this film, and should be praised because she is a phenomenal actress. But I heard people didn't like Sam's character in this specific film, and then Six changed people's thoughts.
I definitely, yeah, I can definitely echo that. And even still, there's points where like there's certain things maybe I don't like as much. Um, Not necessarily about her character or her performance or anything she's actively doing. Maybe more
Yeah,
so some of the decisions that the writers took with the script of like, huh, maybe
yeah.
probably would have left that little bit out. Little things like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't not like her character. I do think she's quite a strong female lead.
I loved her in Six. Absolutely loved her.
Yeah,
Thought it
there
was
was one or two
amazing.
things that I wasn't overly keen on. Like, for example, I still don't really know where I stand with the visions of Billy. Um,
I don't know about that either. Like, I don't know
I,
why they
I,
chose to do that. That was, they
I
were like, well, it happened in three. I'm like, that was a mistake in three, in my opinion.
like I wanted to like it so bad, but like, I, I feel like
There's
that's
something.
one of the weakest parts of it. If you know what I mean. Like, I feel like that takes
Yeah.
away from Sam's character. Now, look, I know that the backstory of her obviously is what it is, so
Mhm.
they kind of had to do something there to kind of, I think, elevate her status in the franchise. But like, for me at least anyway, when you see Skeet appear and like he kind of looks like some weird like fucking plastic man, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm not overly keen on the visions and
No.
Billy to just like, or if she maybe if she had like one or two like little things, but when they're having like a full blown conversation, I'm like, ooh, I don't really need lots of dialogue, please.
Yeah, I thought that was strange too, and like you could tell they used some age regression on his face,
And it
but
just
like,
looked fucking odd. It
but
made him look weird.
no, but not enough. Like, you know how they made like Princess Leia look or whatever, right? In the Star Wars, that one Star Wars movie, where it looked just like her. Like, you know what I mean? Like fairly close. Where this, you have the opportunity because it's visions to make it a little more grainy and not have it so in your face. And it just didn't look as good. They were choosing to do this. It didn't look as good as it could have.
Yeah, to
You
me,
know?
like it was like, you put like a young Snapchat filter on an older dude.
Yeah. And I don't know why they needed to add that. And I heard people like, like the visions of Scream 3. When I said my take on that shit, that didn't need to be in the film. It didn't even like, and as much as like, because they threw together Scream 3, right? Like, and the whole thing of like, oh, we're just gonna add her mother in and her seeing visions of her mother. It's already in the franchise. We'll do it for 5. I'm like, did you really need to do that though? I
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
we could have, yeah, we could have done without that, to be totally honest. Or I think there was a way more, I don't know, maybe subtle way of doing it. I just didn't like that they were having this back and forth of being like, Sam, you know your bloodline and you know you're a
I
killer
know.
and doing all this weird shit. I'm like, oh, it reminded me of
Jeffrey
Tex
Dahmer's brother didn't kill anybody.
it
You know what I mean?
it reminded me of fucking Texas Chainsaw 3D, if you've ever seen that.
Oh yeah.
And like at the end they're in like the meat
Yeah.
factory or whatever, and she
Leatherface fucks. What's her name? I'm just kidding, but it could have went there.
no, but she throws the fucking chainsaw to him, and when he's having the
Yeah.
battle with like the town mayor or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and she's like, "Do your thing, cuz."
I hated that
Dude, it's
scene.
just like the worst. Like, I don't actually mind that movie. There's parts of it I like, but it's
Me
like
too. Me too.
you completely ruin. Like, I can't ever unsee or
Oh,
unhear the fact that she don't said that.
and that's where you have to like. You have to. I man, that movie Leatherface. I want to talk about it with you because, in my opinion, it's fucking bad. Why is Leatherface a skinny fucking kid?
Yeah, terrible,
Bothers the
terrible,
fucking shit out of me. He's
terrible.
supposed to be a mentally handicapped person. That's literally what he is. He's supposed to
Yeah,
be someone with a fucking mental indeficiency or whatever you
he needs
say.
to like he in my
The
mind
R
anyway,
word.
he needs to be one of those giant like mentally
Yeah.
retarded oaf guys that doesn't know his own
Yeah.
strength, and he's just like a big fucking like Down
We'll talk about
syndrome.
that. That is something that there's so many ideas and a million things that we want to cover on the show because we are truly horror fans. But there's specific movies I want to talk about that I know people would resonate with because I will give you my honest opinions on shit, right? And there's certain things you don't need to necessarily add, like the Billy thing did not need to get added. I love Skeet Ulrich. Trust me, like
Same.
that dude is fucking dope. The
Same.
original fucking movie will always be placed well in my heart. I love The Craft, which we've talked about discussing. There's like so many but do you need to add it in a weird vision thing was kind of weird. You could have harkened back and showed like a flashback or something like that and bring kind of Skeet back for the fans. But I will say that I do think there was probably people that genuinely love that he was in the film and that we got to see him and have him part as a character in the film, you know?
Like, yeah, the nostalgic side of my brain absolutely loves the idea.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how keen I was. You know what, right? Even if she were to, or even if he were to say something, just like say one line of dialogue, and then that was it. But it was the fact that like at points she answers back to like the ghost, and I'm like, oh god.
I know. Why do they need to do that?
I was like, wait, why are we? And then he's talking back, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ! Now we've gone into like the supernatural realm. And look, I know if you really like boil it down in the Scream movies, there has to be obviously some air of supernatural when some regular person puts on a Ghostface costume and all of a sudden they can be shot, stabbed, thrown through windows, fly off of cars, get knocked down, and be alive. I get that, like, there's a bit of like, not supernatural, but like that could that could be seen to be like, well, they're like superhuman. I'm like, yeah, I get that. Like, they kind of like the killer has to fucking be able to survive a bit. Like, you can't just have him shot in the head in the first scene and it's over.
Yeah, and that'd be it.
But I just don't know if that means, well, if that can happen, then we should have visions of previous characters talking to new characters and being like, hey, do your thing, daughter. Go and stab the shit out of people.
Yeah.
You know your blood.
It is weird. I don't know why they chose to like add that in, but I do feel like it was a bold choice. And, I'm sure there's people that like it, but
I think my biggest issue is if you look at Scream 5 and Scream 6, in a lot of ways they feel so grounded. And then those visions are so like fantastical that I'm like, geez, it really doesn't fit with the tone. It's like we're set like really harshly in reality here with this story, and then we're going from that to like you talking to a fucking ghost back to reality, and it's just a bit weird. Like, I'm like, are we going for like the real gritty version, or are we going for some weird like other thing?
I know. I just read something fucking funny. Fucking David Arquette taught the cast to paint. David Arquette shared that he's a Bob Ross instructor and he taught the cast how to paint.
He surely is. That dude is fucking wild. He has a wrestling ring.
That's what I say. He's a wild fucking dude, man.
Have you ever seen his documentary?
No. Did he make it himself?
Dude, I swear to God, it's so good. It's called You Can't Kill David Arquette, I think.
Oh, that's cool. I'd probably watch that.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. If you like him, you'll love it.
Yeah, I do.
So good.
I thought his character was sad, and I think they needed to add it. But I put point form notes. I'm writing this shit. Dewey's sad character watching Gale on the news drinking in his trailer. What the fuck? So sad. Like, it's just like, and they were saying it probably resonates really well with him and obviously their divorce and and it played true to the emotions. I heard that when Gale and him, when Courtney Cox, David Arquette, Dewey and Gale finally meet in the film again, and they're talking, that it had like the whole cast like crying because like they're dynamic.
Must be weird and like wild for them as well.
I couldn't imagine.
That's got to be fucking tough, right?
I'm sure it was too, because it would be, to me, that would be weird. But like he went from this great fucking, he's the sheriff of the town, and now he's like this old drunk in his trailer watching his fucking ex-wife on the news.
I kind of like that, because I feel like that's probably one of the more realistic arcs, because he was always, out of all the characters, right, from the originals, he was always kind of just like the regular Joe Schmo, whereas like Sydney, was always like the cute, kind of hot, like lead character. Obviously, then you had Gale, was always like the famous, like big personality, and Dewey was always just kind of like the dude who was just a cop, and he just managed to like somehow be dragged into the middle of all this.
Yeah, and like I think it's a good point to bring it up on like the kill scene. of Dewey is like, going back to do the thing that he knows how to do, but you got to make sure the killer's shot in the fucking head. You got to do it. And people were harping on the fact that like when we find out, who the killer is, right? And that it that how could she Mickey Madison, Amber Freeman's character, how could she have like pulled him up when she's stabbing him, which is wild. So obviously you have the scene come in, which I don't know what you thought about it. I'd like to hear your thoughts, but I did like it. Um of the fact that like you don't really expect it. He gets the phone call, which wouldn't it was from Gail, so it wasn't even timed by the killer in any way. Like it wasn't like Richie was making the phone call. It would have thrown Amber, her character, off. All of a sudden, she'd be like, "Whoa! Like, okay, perfect opportunity. I'm coming back too. I'm kind of conscious because it knocked. Obviously, getting shot in the chest with a bulletproof vest on knocks the fucking wind out of you and shit, right? So, and you can actually like bruise your chest and all sorts of shit. It's not like it still fucking hurts. I've heard, but and then the second knife grab when she grabs her second knife, I was like, whoa, like pretty intense.
To be fair, right, if I hate the fact that Dewey had to die, but
Yeah.
I do think it was probably needed because, and to be honest with you, I would like to see Gail die.
My brother was like something about he was like fuck Courtney Cox, like he's like I don't know, her character just annoys me, and I'm like, I could see that with some people, this is being annoyed by her like bitchy whiny kind of
I
like
do think we're
news
going to see
reporter
her die in the
character.
next one.
Yeah.
I do personally think we're going to see that, but yeah, Dewey's death I think needed to happen, and I think if they were going to kill him,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people going, "Oh my god, why did I have to do it like that?" and whatever. Why couldn't it be, something a bit different, blah blah. But I feel like for how much they built up his character over the last 20 odd years, you needed him to get the shit stabbed out of him and like
Yeah.
ripped apart to kind of show that's the only way to get rid of Dewey. Because obviously, like, he's
Yeah.
been going around with a gimpy hand, a gimpy leg. He's been shot and stabbed in like
Yeah.
every movie.
Yeah.
So I think the only
I
way to kill him off is to like massacre him.
Yeah, and I thought it was well done. I didn't expect it, to be honest, and I was like, "Whoa!" And when the whole stab and people were like, I was saying, complaining about like how he kind of gets picked up off his feet, but you think about it realistically, right? You're getting stabbed in the fucking stomach. The knife is being pulled towards your chest, right through your stomach towards your chest. What would your natural instinct would be to kind of get on your
To move
tiptoes to get
up,
away
yeah.
from the knife.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he did it to himself, and like once you figure out that's Amber, it's fucking wild because like that scene when you see her standing over, when you see Ghostface standing over David Arquette's, Dewey's dead body, it's wild, covered like blood everywhere, and it's like, oh shit, this is like a new movie. This is something different.
Yeah. Yeah. That really like changes the tone.
Yeah, I think it was brutal, and I actually like the more I watched it, the more I liked. Yes, whatever. What does she say? When Ghostface stabs him, yes today. Like at first, I thought that
Yeah.
was kind
Yeah.
of cheesy, and then I think the third time I watched it, I was like, I actually kind of really like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
And
the more you rewatch these
yesterday.
movies, the better it comes across.
Mhm.
Do we want to get
It was an
into the
honor is a great
killers?
line, though. It was an honor is a great line, though. I did like that line.
For sure. Do we want to get
Would
into the killers?
Yeah. Let's bring this kind of to a close.
Okay, so we're going to bring up some images here of the two killers. Obviously, as you stated before, our two killers are revealed to be Richie and Amber. I'm just going
Do
to
you
do
find
something.
you find her attractive?
Yeah, yeah, very.
Yeah.
She, in a weird, like, kind of
Yeah,
looks
me
like
too.
some sort of
Yeah.
a Mickey Mouse character.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 'Cause I was
She has like,
debating when I was watching it if I'm like if I found her attractive because she does have a unique look. I can
yeah,
say
I
that.
think I think
Not like
my
your average
thing
chick.
when she acts all crazy and mental like that had been my dating life for probably a decade.
Gives you a boner.
Yeah, and like that was probably some of the allure. I
Yeah.
was like, this bitch wears a fucking ghost face mask and like stabs people and loves horror movies. I'm like, ooh, sexy.
I know.
But then
I could see that
you have
too.
to deal with her, and she's like fucking stabbing you and like chopping your dick off
Yeah.
and shit.
If you
Um,
go against her, she finds out
yeah.
you're fucking on Instagram talking to a booty model, and then
So it's like
you're
not
dead.
good. Yes, I'm just going to jump into some stuff about both of the killers. So first, we'll look at Richie. He is the first boyfriend killer since Billy Loomis in the original movie. He is a self-professed Redditor and super fan of the original Stab movie. He apparently, so there's obviously an age gap between these two, with Amber being implied to be like quite young compared to him.
Yeah,
And I think the implication is like he groomed her basically into the idea of like wanting to create a requel of sorts.
I could see that.
The one of the co-directors was asked in an interview with Collider, who killed who. He gave his own idea that Amber is possibly both the mastermind and muscle in the operation in their pitched backstory for the characters. He further
Well, if you
suggested that Richie falsely believed that he concocted the overall master plan, and Amber secretly led from behind as he imagined Richie as pathetic and didn't want to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, they make that reference in Scream 6 is that she's that he was pathetic essentially, and his girlfriend did all his killing for him, which she 100% did. The first she tried to kill Jenna Ortega, she killed fucking Dewey, like she killed Wes probably. That might have been Richie, but I think that was probably her. She did like all of the killing.
Then there's other people that feel like, you know, he appears extremely violent and like kind of like a maniac and doesn't appear to be cowardly
Yeah.
or afraid towards the end. That whole thing with Richie and Amber's age difference was completely intentional, and it was to be used as a meta commentary to mock Redditors who groom underage girls.
Wow. Yeah, because
Which
that's does
quite
happen.
yeah, I mean, the finger
So
on the pulse.
it's cool they added that in. Yeah, I like Jack Quaid. I heard that he kept joking with the writers and was like, "I am the killer," right at the end. Like that's a for sure thing because they were first like, "Does he have like the chops? Does Jack Quaid have the chops to be able to pull this off?" And so I don't know if it was like his what's that person that kind of like does his not promoter, um his agent or
Agent.
something. That's
Yeah.
his agent said like, yeah, like he can definitely do that. And you see that his flippant character, which I do like, and for the fans of the show and stuff like that, I we will be posting like I made some fun clips of each kind of like a compilation of the killers. We did it for the first film, but I actually did for this one. I did each film as a compilation. It'll be kind of fun because it shows like kind of, I was able to throw together clips that show the true psychotic behavior of these killers throughout the 4, 5, and 6. Cause I think everyone has their own place in the way that it was done. But I even like it was like yeah, it's a bummer. It was me, it's a bummer. I kind of liked his flip.
Oh yeah, yeah, and he does it really well, though. To be honest with you, um, if you
The
look at like how
second, third time I watched it though, she also is fucking great.
I think these are two quite strong, like equally strong, killer reveals as well. Amber obviously is the other killer we're talking about. You know, she becomes obsessed with the original Stab movie after
Her mom
after
buys, yeah,
moving into 261 Turner Lane, which is Stu's house.
yeah,
Um,
wild.
she apparently done majority of the killings according to the creators. She killed Vince, Judy, um, Dewey,
So which means
Liv.
Wes would have to have been Wes too.
Yeah, so it's like it appears she's the kind of muscle behind it all. Um, so the co-writer James Vanderbilt, this character Amber Freeman, is named exactly after his wife, which was like
Oh, weird.
which was like an intentional in joke. His wife's name is Amber Freeman. Um, she's definitely one of the more. I remember writing this down, that she's one of the more like brutal killers I think we've seen in
Yeah,
the
I
series,
agree.
especially coming like from a female perspective. She's like fucking wild. She's also among the most accomplished She manages to
Yeah.
brutally kill Dewey, who had survived 7 previous Ghostface killers.
Yeah, that's wild. That is wild.
You know what
Crazy.
I mean? And she ends up being the one that kills him. Early storyboards stated the potential past relationship between Tara and Amber, which was ultimately cut from the story.
Oh, that would have been cool though.
They
I
never
would like
stated
that.
exactly what it was, but just that there was actually a whole backstory there between them two.
That would have been interesting, actually. I think she is, after watching it for like the third or fourth time, she is probably one of my favorite killers.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
but just how psychotic she is, her like the nuances to her vocal tones in the film, and especially as she's revealed to be the killer, like fucking sand sanitizers or fucking hand sanitizer, like that fucking line was I thought was great. They smashed the fucking thing on her face, like that was like I kind of laughed, but I thought like I don't know, there's and obviously was flammable around the kitchen for later on when she gets fucking toasted like a marshmallow, but like the whole thing of it's a small town, but your mom's a slut or whatever like that. It's like fucking her character reveal, and when she does flip to becoming psychotic, I will give Mikey Madison all the props in the world because that was fucking great.
And she does have this weird, like, attractive kind of, I don't know,
She has a
psycho
unique
thing.
look. I don't. Yeah. Well, and that's I'm gonna be fully honest. Yeah, it is. I don't know. Her killer reveal is that kind of psychotic intelligence. It can be attractive. It is as weird as that sounds, but
It's true, though.
um, she kind of looks like she has um. I'm curious if she has any Asian blood in her.
Yeah,
Sounds
like
weird, but
Asian, Filipino, something like that.
yeah, because I'm looking at images of her, and there's some
Same.
images where like yeah, we're both doing that. Is there any nude ones? I'm just kidding.
Fucking, that's what I was going to type in.
But
The
like,
fuck? I thought that was a
there's that.
genuine question there.
I'm actually. I'll type that in to see what happens. Nude.
Oh, titties.
Uh, wait, that's just like a fucking bra shot. Um, and you never fucking know. Yeah, it's like just an underwear shot. So whatever. But we're fucking two horny men, so it makes sense. But like there's certain picture. There's one where it's like a Pinterest image, and she's like standing, and there's like fucking. I don't know if you can see this one, but it's like leaves behind her. That's the one where she kind of like looks like some sort of Asian,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I do wonder what like her bloodline is like because she is to be honest, she is very unique looking. Jack Quaid looks like fucking so many dudes that I've known in my life. You know what I mean? Like that kind of like nerdy,
Generic.
jockey, generic kind of dude. But 100% love the ending. Think Amber's character is one of my favorite Ghostface killers.
She's a
I
Jew.
thought she did great. She's a Jew?
Yep.
Oh, weird. I
Mm.
wouldn't have guessed that.
Michaela
Strange.
Madison Roseberg, known as
Oh,
Mikey
that
Madison, is an American Jewish actor.
weird. That's so strange. She's like there's some images where I'm like, you look like a yeah, Filipino kind of
Mm.
strange. That's interesting. And I think the brutal ending of the stabbing and the killing and the cutting of the throat and all that stuff is wild. And then like the whole like how the sound effects of some of the stabs and shit are like crazy. I did write down that I do think Sydney's character arc is fairly good, of her kind of coming at the end and being a part of this thing all over again. I thought that her character arc, they wrote it fairly well. It could have been obviously better. Everything could always be better, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. I do enjoy this. The more I look at it, the more I've watched it, I definitely do enjoy it. I feel like all the characters are quite strong. The killers are really strong. Some of my favorites. I like how they develop Sam over the course of it. To be
Yeah,
honest,
and at the ending, oh man, fucking wild.
like I in this one with what's the chick's name? Randy's niece. Um,
Oh,
There's
Mindy.
yeah, Chad and Mindy. In this one, at least, I could give or take with them. I was like, I don't really give a
Yeah,
fuck.
me
They're in
too.
this. I will say that when we move on in a second to part 6, I did kind of grow on Chad a little bit.
Yeah.
As like goofy and kind of fucking weird he is, I was kind of like, you know what, I kind of like this like core four thing that they're talking about, but it's also really cringy and fucking weird.
I know, I agree. And then obviously you have Sam's character arc also, where she kind of, she embraces her killer instincts, so to speak, and it stabs the fucking living shit out of Richie, and then
Really cool
it's like,
that scene actually, and like the,
I
the
like
blood
it.
coming out of his mouth and shit. You can see there if anybody's watching the video
Yeah.
format of this, you can see a little image of it as quite grim.
And yeah, him coughing up blood. How many times she stabs him and the sounds that it makes is crazy. And he's like, "What about my ending?" And then fucking, she's like, "Here it comes." That shit was fucking sick. I remember the first time seeing it, I was like, I kind of gave it a clap. I was like, "Fucking wild," like that shit. And then I wrote down Gail and Sydney in the other room as Richie is killed. What the fuck were they doing? Like they just appear out of nowhere behind fucking Sam, and it's like,
Uh,
what were you guys doing this whole fucking time?
You know what? Now that you mentioned that, actually, it might feed into that whole storyline of Amber being like the mastermind of the whole thing, and like
Yeah.
Richie being kind of a bitch, but she's like letting him think he's like, the big
Yeah.
dude that's like sorting it all out.
What about
Um,
my ending?
yeah, like the way he says that shit and all, and like even the look, the expressions on his face when she's stabbing him. Now, I'm not saying that if someone was stabbing the shit out of me, I'd be like, oh, I'm so macho. I'm like, obviously,
Yeah.
I know you would probably be fucked, but like, it kind of maybe shows through his real personality that maybe he is a little bit of a bitch.
Yeah, I agree. Well, write down this timestamp. Did you get the other one?
This timestamp is.
Just because like I probably will have to go in like 20-25 minutes. So I wanted to know if you want to do a basic kind of just like breakdown of 6 and then kind of allude it to maybe the next time we record for your show just to end this whole series, because then we can have 3 episodes of it. We could really dive more into 6. Like we'll do basic thoughts and all that shit, and we'll talk about how much we did enjoy it, and then say that we're going to bring it in to kind of do a more in-depth talk about 6 and the theories for 7. Like if you want to do that, would you be down?
Yeah, I don't mind. Whatever you think works best.
Because then we can maybe just do an hour on that, and like we can probably fit that in even next week or the week after.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you think.
Okay, it's just because I told Chelsea's dad I'd go from dinner, and obviously we talk so it's hard because we talk so in depth about all these fucking movies. Like I have a million thoughts and things I want to fucking say. So
Same as me.
so let's bring it off this. So I did like the ending. The reveal was good. When I first watched it, I will say that I didn't like how they brought it back to Stumacher's house. I was like, of course, fucking predictable, but I think it was fun, and the thing about this movie is these movies in general, it is supposed to be kind of fun, but kind of funny and meta, and kind of it has a different take on things. So I don't know. I think it was the more I watch it, I literally I told you I watched it like 5 fucking times in the matter of like 2 or 3 weeks. I really liked it. I the more I watch it, the more it resonates with me, and the more I'm like, like this is up there on one of my like favorites. Um, it's fairly good. It obviously there always could be better, but to be honest, it could be a lot worse. So I'm glad that they went the direction that they did.
Yeah, I think overall it's quite a strong movie, to be honest. All the arc, everything, all the different acts, they all work
Because
quite
if it
well
was a
together.
movie on its own without the other ones, it still would be fairly good. So
Yeah, I think it was it was quite a good entry, to be honest with you. And even more so with recent rewatches.
yeah,
I've
I
definitely come
love
to
the ending.
appreciate
The
it more.
ending is my
Yeah,
favorite part.
yeah, it's
So
very
good.
good.
And I don't think it would be good without Madison's performance, to be honest. Mikey
Yeah, for
Madison's. I keep
sure.
saying
Yeah,
Mikey.
for sure, for sure.
Mikey, I think I said Mickey numerous times, but it's Mikey or fucking whatever her real name is. But yeah, I think without her character and her performance, I don't think it would be as good, to be honest.
No, for sure, she really makes the ending of the movie. I don't really have anything to add to Scream 5, I guess we could call it. What about you?
Um, so to kind of finish off Scream 5, something I didn't mention where I kind of wanted to give in my kind of final thoughts on this is one thing I wish we mentioned when we were kind of going through the film was the Randy mural. I think is so funny because like because it's Jamie Kennedy like but it's like a younger version of him, and he's just like it's this big blown up photo that they have just on like a fireplace like mantle, which I think is so fucking funny because it would have been it's his sister that would have that, right? And it's like when they're chilling out in the living room watching TV, they just stare into his fucking dead eyes.
It's fucking goofy looking as well.
It is. I think that was the point. And I did rewatch it again. I did hear him say when he's kicking everybody out, I was like, oh, that's definitely like someone goofy ass dad is kicking us out. That's definitely Jamie Kennedy. I heard it and I was like, yeah, that's fucking it. I thought that was very funny just because Jamie Kennedy's character is so cemented in the franchise and people loved his character. Um, but also to end it off, just saying like the ending I always liked, but I thought it was funny and I wanted to kind of mention this is like the way that Amber said, like when they're kind of confronting her and Gail and Sydney are there and she says, she's like backed into a corner. She's like, I was radicalized. Oh, it's like, it's just like the fans are crazy kind of shit. I thought that was actually kind of funny because they're talking in depth. To me, it's like a hint at our society nowadays how you can be radicalized by the smallest little thing. The war, a proxy war in Ukraine, laundering money, all the other, there's so many things, right? Like I'm going to put this little emoji in my Twitter handle and I'll support it. It's just like that whole thing of people can get radicalized so easily. And there's many other examples of this in our society, especially today, and especially the tumultuous relationships between certain communities and shit like that. But I thought that was funny to add that in because that's definitely a poke at like this society and how people are so like rah about certain subjects and they don't even know the truth about a lot of those subjects. Know what I mean, homie?
It's and I think it just kind of mirrors, and I don't want to I don't want to repeat everything we've already said, but
Yeah.
it is another one of those things. Like when I watched this movie, I was kind of similar to you. I think I was like, yeah, it was okay, but I didn't really care for it that much.
Mhm.
And then upon
Yeah, yeah.
recent like rewatches, I was like, you know what? Actually, this movie's a lot better than I gave it credit for.
Yeah. It it's kind of like it's wrapped up in a perfect kind of bow once you realize it. And like as true horror fans of this franchise, it's hard because I will always be critical about things. Like you said, we are passionate and love these movies and kind of always will, but I used to like Halloween H2O, but rewatching it and doing the commentary on it, I was like, this is I still enjoy it, but this is ridiculous how much they miss the mark on certain films. But as a kid, you like them, and but revisiting certain things, I can be like, yeah, impressed, love it. Didn't really know what my first impressions were and how you expect maybe too much, but after I've seen this for the sixth time or whatever, truly do like it. Truly do like the ending. There's certain things they could have hit the mark better on, but it was kind of a good lead up to Scream 6, which is we'll get to next, which is to me phenomenal. Great movie. It's what you need in a movie.
Yeah, it is. It's a perfect movie in itself. Which I think it did somewhat continue, I guess, the franchise, but it also kind of felt like its own
Yeah.
thing as well, which I
I
appreciate.
feel like you could watch Scream. I feel like you could watch Scream 6 and on your own kind of thing and still like it.
Yeah.
Did you celebrate 420, my bro?
No, I didn't, because I live in a backwards ass,
Boring.
fucking boring country where you can't.
Chelsea
do
went to
anything.
the weed shop and fucking got some really strong weed and these joints that are like they have oil and keef. It's funny because we used to call it crystal as kids. It sounds like fucking crackheads. But they gave us like a free thing where you have like they gave us like a tray, socks, a weed drink, which I drank on the 420 live special. So that'll only be up on YouTube for a bit if anyone wants to check it out. And that'll be Patreon. But like it's It's so convenient, but then we didn't get into it, but I'd like to talk about the weed psyop because I think that the government's spraying the weed with stuff with probably dangerous chemicals. Just wanted to ask you because I'm sparking up to get into
So,
Scream 6 because
so
I
does
love
that
this
mean
shit.
then that you guys are all fucked up and I'm fine? So then that
Yeah,
negates the fact that
most
I got the
likely.
vaccine.
Yeah. Most likely. I want to start growing my own because there's so many options and there's so many like different things. And you're like, oh my, like it's such a people spend so much money on it. We were joking about how much stoners spend, and because Canada's legalizing it and there's at every shop. It is so convenient and like there's so many good kinds and like they could be sprayed with horrible chemicals that are actually reverse the effects of the benefits that we could have, which my not schizophrenic, not yet, but my paranoid brain, my stoner paranoid conspiracy brain
The fact you
always
said
goes
not
into
yet.
like, yeah, always goes into like who, if it's ran by the government, they have their hands in our food and everything else. They want to poison everything, right? So like, I'm always like, fuck, but it tastes so good. And it gets you so high, but then it's like inside there's like little micro bugs like eating away your lungs or some shit. I'm
Yeah,
just guessing.
they're definitely common in the weed and common in your food. No? Now you're smoking that shit.
Salty. Salty. All right, let's get to Scream 6. I can't wait till one day you can come to Canada and I'll get you high off the poisonous weed.
I mean,
So high.
I'm quite happy to do that, to be totally honest with you.
All right. What do you want to do a synopsis of this fucking incredible film? And then we should break it down and kind of go through some of the scenes and shit.
Yeah, we'll do a similar, I guess, just quick rundown of like the stats and whatever.
If you're
Um,
listening to this, you may be next.
and also that. Shot on a budget of 35 million. Opening weekend, it done 44 million domestic, and at the time I had researched this, it had done 139.2 million worldwide, which is like absolutely
Wild.
phenomenal. It's
Wild.
probably even more than that again. Release date March 10th, 2023. So the survivors of the Ghostface killings leave Woodsboro behind and start a fresh chapter in New York City. Um, that's that's pretty much it in a way. There's not much
Yeah.
else to it. Obviously, Sydney is not in this movie, and I
No.
think she was quite open. Now I will say, right, I love.
How much did she ask for? How much
Yeah.
did she? Because
Okay, yeah, you see, this is the thing, right? So, I love her and I love her character and whatever, but when I listened to that press release that she put out, I'm assuming her publicist or whoever was telling her, like, you need to say it this way, or you need to do it that way. It sounded very Jamie Lee Curtis esque in the sense of, Jamie Lee came back to play Laurie Strode and somehow was like tying the character of Laurie Strode to like the oppression that women face in modern day society and all. And I'm
oh
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
fuck off. You're just some bitch who has a shotgun and she's like trying to kill Michael Myers. Like, I don't want to hear all this other
Oh
shit
yeah,
about
Jamie Lee
like,
Curtis. While you have pedo art on your wall?
it's just like, I don't want to hear all that shit. Like, and I feel like, is it Neve
I
Campbell
actually,
or Neve Campbell?
it's Nev Campbell. I used to just to say this quickly. I used to like Jamie Lee Curtis. Now she's an evil witch that is sponsored by a dangerous company, and
She'll,
she says she doesn't. She has like a doesn't she have like a trans kid or something like that? There's some.
probably,
Does she?
probably.
There's something, and I don't care, but like there's something. She's just radicalized herself, to be honest, or Hollywood's paying her to portray that because it's all about money and greed. So they'll be like, yeah, I'll say I'm sponsored by this horrible company that paid the largest criminal fine in fucking human history.
And I mean, again, like, not to get into some of that stuff, but like,
No,
she's
that's
definitely,
for strange.
she's definitely, I don't know, Jamie Lee in recent years has definitely like changed her whole tact,
Yeah,
which
it's weird.
I don't really like it, and even some of the promo stuff like for the most recent Halloween trilogy, It was just after the first
Oh,
one,
that
things
was really
just
shitty.
yeah, things just
Trilogy.
got really weird though. Like every time she was interviewed, she was like talking about all these like political and social issues and all. I'm like, yeah, I
What do you
feel
know about
like
that, you rich fucking
yeah, and I feel like
celebrity?
anyway, like most people just want to come and hear stuff about the movie. Like I don't really want to hear you
Yeah.
talk about like, school shootings and stuff. I just want to try and get away from all that and have fun,
Yeah, I
if you
know.
don't mind.
It's wild because yeah, they do push an agenda through
And
Hollywood. It's quite clear, but
I think it was I,
we'll talk about that
I
on
don't I don't
Strange
want to
Brew.
say
Maybe we'll do like a
similar.
Hollywood agenda one.
I don't
Yeah,
want to say it was a similar thing, but Nev Campbell was kind of spouting the same shit about like
that's disappointing, Nev Campbell.
I had to like say no because they weren't willing to budge on the pay and just because I'm a woman and like turned it into that kind of whole thing and I was like, really though?
I
Or is
couldn't
it just
afford to
like
pay
yeah,
you.
like I mean, if the budget is fucking 35 million and you're looking for like 20, then
Yeah,
like are you
it
psychotic?
like
Like they
they already
literally
are
can't have
paying what's her
anybody
name
else in the
probably a
movie.
fair amount. Yeah, because what's her name, the little one.
Jenna Ortega.
Yeah, yeah, because she's like just looks tiny. She probably gets paid fairly well. I could look it up probably, but am I too lazy? But
But
like the Nev Campbell probably was asking for like a couple like hard mail, like I'm gonna look it up.
and I'm not saying that she like this is not me trying to be like, oh, she shouldn't get paid well or she
No,
shouldn't this or she shouldn't that, but I'm assuming like there was probably some reasoning behind like why we can't give you like half the budget.
yeah, oh, it just came up. Offered. Nev turned down the offer to reprise her role, Sydney and Screen Six because it felt under. So I did not feel that I was being offered equaled to the value I bring to the franchise. But like, I want to know how much.
Yeah, like how much is that?
It's not
Because
doesn't say.
here's
It
my
does
thing,
not
right?
say.
So she was in the previous movie. So what did she get paid for Scream 5 that she felt?
Well, yeah, because for the first movie she was paid I think almost more than a mil. A second one was 3.5 mil. And then the third movie, she was paid $4 million. So, like, do the inflation math of what it could be for, like, Scream
So
5. She got paid 10.
she got 5.5 for Scream 4 and apparently 5.8 for Scream 5.
$5 million. Wild. Like,
Like
and to me, like, compared to like Jeff Bezos money or any of those cannibalistic fucking
and also
sociopaths.
like you have to remember as well it was a case of being like oh okay, so I want like $5 million and I'm also going to be in like 4 scenes. So you're only going to
Yeah,
have me
because
shoot
even
for
in
like
yeah,
8 days. So she wants to get paid $5 million to work 8 days.
yeah. And in Scream 5, if you look at it, she's only in it for the ending, really, other than the phone call. And that would have been like they would have shot maybe like a week. Be shooting for like a week or so, and then she's like, "I got a schedule, I'm busy," and stuff like that. And this is the problem with a lot of these Hollywood elites and stuff like that. Is I do think that they get in this egotistical mindset of like that I'm the best. Their ego takes over, narcissistic behavior, and then they're like, I need fucking 100 million trillion dollars, and they're like, well, the budget is only this, and they're like, well, fuck you, G. You know who I am? I'm Sean Penn, okay?
And it's disappointing. And look, I don't know, like obviously I've never been in that position. So I
No,
don't know the like specific politics of it. But I always
no,
just
neither do
find
I.
it strange that like all of a
Talking my
sudden
ass.
this stuff starts happening and I'm like, like again, I don't know if I was living that lifestyle for the last 20 odd years, maybe I'd feel differently, but like I
Yeah.
feel like if someone was gonna pay me like, $6-7 million to work for like a week and a half,
Mm.
I probably wouldn't be moaning and groaning.
No, and think about this, right? All the money that she makes, and even like people like Skeet Ulrich, just from like he was in like one of these movies, and I would love to talk to him. I think he seems like a great guy. But what he's really known for Scream and maybe the other movie with Nev Campbell, the Craft. Like that seems like it was kind of it, right? And then, but he's probably made so much money. So imagine Nev Campbell. She probably makes so much money doing signings. You just have to sit there in a chair and be like, kind of be half nice to fans and stuff like that. And so you put that on
And like
top, right, of
she's probably
everything
worth
else.
like a shit ton of money like as well. So
Yeah. Yeah. Not meaning to shit on you, Nev, but it's just like give the fans what they want and come back. And the thing is, you will be able to live off this the rest of your life. Look how well Scream 6 did. You know what I mean? So like, but it's supposedly they might have her come back from 7, which we'll talk when we get to our
well,
theories.
the other thing
She's
that I
Canadian.
was
I forgot about that shit. Wow.
I was thinking at the time was this potentially like some sort of power play on her side of being like, oh no, look, I can't come back for like $6 or $7 million, so I'm gonna have to do a hard pass on this one. And now, like, they know if they want to like do some big completion of this new trilogy, that they're gonna need to bring her back, especially. And
Yeah.
we'll talk about it later on, but if they're going to bring back another legacy character that everybody
Yeah.
talks about, if they want to have them have like a final showdown and close that full circle, if
Yeah.
she come, like, they're probably going to have to go to her now this year and be like, hey, we'll give you 10 million now all of a sudden.
Yeah, yeah, because it's done so well. But I read, right, that they kind of said that they realize that they don't necessarily need Nev Campbell. There's certain fans that will,
And this is the thing,
but
this
they've
mightn't have
Mrs.
played
made
into her
so
hand.
much money.
This
Yeah.
might not have played into her hand. I can understand if somebody on her team or whatever was like, look, we can pass on this one, you're comfortable, you don't necessarily need it. And then they might double up on the money next time around to get you back to like complete this whole story. But it may go the other way and she might not get anything.
No, and then because they could just start, even if they brought her back, right, full circle. We should wait till the ending. If I remember, I'll share my thoughts on that at the ending because I feel like we should stay on topic because it'd be cool, like to kind of really do a grasp of how this could go in 7 and beyond if that is the case. I want to go to fucking Spencer's Hot
I know,
Topic.
it's
I
so
need
bad.
that. I need that fucking lava lamp, man. I need it.
You really want that, don't you?
I love lava lamps, man. I'm a fucking stoner and I'm a mushroom head. I fucking love lava lamps. I got this Illuminati one, and now I want the fucking. It'd be cool in each fucking corner.
Yeah, that
It'd be
will be
sick.
cool.
Fucking baller, man. Then I'll just
Where,
walk in here
where,
when I'm high on mushrooms, and
where's the nearest Spencer's or Hot Topic?
for me,
Yeah.
like half an hour, 20 minutes.
Oh wow, that close and you still haven't
Yeah.
went?
No, I'm surprised that it's up to Chelsea, right? Or I get whipped when I get home.
Oh
So
wow.
we have a wedding. I'm just kidding. We have a wedding
Wow.
coming up, so we're trying to budget that out. I'm
Fucking
fucking
hell.
kidding, but I do give
I'm
her all
glad
my
you admitted
money.
it though. That's the
Yeah.
first step, like, is admitting that that's the case.
I do give her all my money because I don't like dealing with finances.
She
I'm like,
has
just give me
you.
enough for gas.
She has you on one of those fucking those
Yeah.
wheels. It's like a dartboard and she's throwing knives at you while it's spinning.
Yeah. But I'm fucking butt naked. Fun times.
Um,
Can I say something quickly? Because I just speaking about lava lamps and mushrooms. You know how I have the a Nightmare on Elm Street poster? Every time I look at that shit high on mushrooms, it fucking freaks me out. Just
like
if anyone,
talking to Freddy and shit.
no, because like it's the one with Nancy, and she has that like gaunt like look on her face, like scared, like, and it's like the cartoon eyes. I would say it's like a fucking art kind of piece, and it doesn't even look like what's her name, the actress, but it always comes out at me, and I'm like, just the blank stare. It's freaky. If anyone does mess around with the fungus, look at that poster. It's
You're like
fucking wild.
that. You're like that stoner dude in Freddy vs. Jason.
100%. The Jason Mewes character.
Yeah,
It's
where
literally what they fucking stole from.
fucking Freddy comes out like some sort of weird slug, or
Slug
whatever the
thing.
fuck it is.
It smokes the bong. Fucking weird.
Speaking of that,
Um,
actually, I really like that
yeah.
that dude though. That character when Freddy takes him over, I love how like they made him look like
Oh yeah.
he went like serious all of a sudden.
I feel like that needs to be a thing because me and you have shared our love for Freddy versus Jason. So for all the fans, that can come sooner than later because we just kind of throw things out there and see what is kind of hot at the moment or what we could get into.
I
Yeah,
even
that's
have the
sick.
fucking Jason with the Freddy glove. because of my love for that movie. But to get back to Scream 6 anyway,
Yeah.
a few things I didn't know actually. This is the first time that Gail has ever gotten a call from Ghostface.
I knew that because I heard about it after I saw it.
I never. That was something
The
that
first
never
time
even.
that she's ever
I
actually
just
got a phone call
assumed, yeah.
called to her.
I would have
Yeah,
just assumed she would have been called
me
before.
too.
Um, there's there's obviously the scene in the subway with all the different references to characters and other IPs and
But
whatever.
yeah,
And I didn't realize till I seen on Reddit or somewhere somebody pointed out that there's a there's a character or there's a person dressed up as Mojo Jojo from the Powerpuff Girls.
and that's that guy's fucking.
Yeah,
He played the voice.
yeah, which I thought was just kind of a unique.
No, I thought it was kind of cool that they the casting they had everyone read a monologue when they were casting roles specifically. They would read their characters and everyone had to read a monologue, a Ghostface monologue. Radio Silence member and Scream 6 director Tyler Gillett told this fucking newspaper or whatever. But like that's to me kind of wild that they just to have a guess like so people couldn't know and get it leaked. It's actually fairly smart, but it would be cool later on for them to release it on the DVD or something like that of everyone doing their Ghostface monologue, which I don't think they'll do, but that would be fucking cool
Yeah,
to hear everyone's like what premise they had it for other people because you can just write something in like I killed I want to kill you because of this or that they could have added anything in.
um. So we were talking earlier about the how much money this shit has made. So,
Yeah,
internationally in the opening weekend, I think it made just over $22.5 million, which was the biggest ever overseas opening for a Scream franchise. It also broke records for the franchise in 29 other markets, including the UK, France, Australia, Mexico, and Brazil. So it's like,
that's wild.
yeah, like financially, like
It's
been
kind of
fucking.
everything you need. Like I said, it's scary. It's kind of funny. It keeps you on edge. It's like you don't know what to expect next. There's some good. How'd you put it? It's like kind of on the edge of your seat scenes, but it's like there's definitely a better word for it. But it kind of keeps you like guessing, and you know,
In the original film, Sydney, remember she uses that 911 like emergency
yeah.
fucking text message computer thing.
Hmm.
Um, so I was listening to some behind the scenes stuff, and originally I think in that scene you were supposed to see her put her address in, and it was going to be 34 Elm Street was what was going to show up as the address. And
Yeah.
but it wasn't until this movie that we can actually see an Elm Street,
Yeah.
um, and stuff like that. And I think it's been confirmed by Radio Silence that she grew up in an Elm Street in Woodsboro.
Weird or
Yeah,
close to it.
yeah,
Oh, weird.
I watched I don't know if they were on another YouTube channel, Dead Meat or something like that, and they were talking about Scream 5 and Scream 6, and they were saying like, yeah, that's pretty much canon.
That's where we're going, man. Scream 10. Freddy's gonna take over one of the Ghostface, and then that's gonna be his motive. He's like, I need to bring the fear back into Springwood. So Freddy, we're not in Springwood anymore. We're in fucking Japan or whatever the hell they're gonna go next.
I thought this was like, and it just shows the dedication, and like part of me wonders how they managed to pull this off for a $35 million budget, but they couldn't really source or find any props left over from any of the previous movies. Obviously, there is some out there, like, but they've been bought up by private sellers and different things, and
Yeah,
they just
yeah.
couldn't work out deals to get everything in one room.
Actually, yeah.
So, like, even the graphic files and stuff like that from the posters, book covers, everything from that shrine scene had to be made from scratch. The production team had to sit down, and they had like a specific like small team separate from
Yeah.
that, whose job was basically to have this giant like like a cork board or whatever, and it
Yeah,
was
like the
just
Charlie Day meme.
yeah, it was just like mapped out where they had all the murders, all the victims, all the locations, all the scenes, all the kill scenes, and then
I'd
try
kind of
and
love to be paid to do that. Pay
I
me to
know,
do that.
right?
I'll do that shit.
I know, I would fucking I'd live in that shrine.
I know. I'd be sleeping on the floor, curled up like a baby, fucking holding
Yep.
a knife. Yep. It's
So,
wild because imagine how much that shit will be worth later. Like they're probably going to keep it to an extent, but there'll be some day where they will sell it off on some auction or some shit, and it's probably going to be worth so much money.
yeah, I would imagine.
There's
So.
some like desperate lady out there that wants the Stu sweater that he sweated in. Somebody has that in their collection, sweaty and bloody. It's like sleeps in it.
I feel like Scream as well is probably one of those franchises now where like the props are like considered more rare than ever.
Yeah, well, especially how big it's gotten, right? And then people love that shit. Like, you know what I mean? There's people simping over like Stu and Billy now. I don't even
Yeah,
like that.
sure.
I don't even know. I didn't even know what simping was for a long time, but I found out. We all do it.
Following the release of Scream 5, I'm just going to call it Scream 2022, whatever the fuck it's called. Kevin Williamson actually revealed that Scream 4 was supposed to be the start of a new trilogy, which we talked about earlier. And he done an interview with Bloody Disgusting that I found. And in his vision for the fifth movie, Jill would have gone to college where Sydney had become a professor, and they would have faced off, and it would have been this whole big thing with all these like little flashbacks,
Which would have been cool.
to number 4, and then
Yeah,
Scream
because her
6,
remembering.
Scream 6 was going to answer this. This is a quote from him. Scream 6 was going to answer whatever happened between Dewey and Gale. Sydney was in it, but the movie was focused more on the story arc of Dewey and Gale as the main characters.
Weird. That would have been weird.
I know, yeah.
Interesting.
Strange.
But his vision would be if like, because he's obviously thought about it. You created this thing. You know, you're at home drinking a whiskey and you're like, what would I do if I was still part of this shit? You know, but he still produced on 5, right? And maybe this one. I don't know if he did on this one.
Yeah, he did, as far as I know.
Okay. Yeah, oversaw it and be like, yeah.
So what do you want to get into from there then?
I think that we should the opening scene. Do you want to talk about the opening scene?
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking wild, different, crazy. People love Margot Robbie. I think she's a very attractive, but she's not like my like go-to. But there's guys that talking about simping. Do you simp over this lady?
who?
Margot Robbie.
That's not her, is it?
It's gotta be.
Is that not that Samara Weaving from?
Oh, don't fucking tell me I was wrong about this the whole fucking time.
Isn't that that chick from?
Why do they look like each? Oh, I'm looking at. Wow, I thought it was Margot Robbie this entire time. Let me look this up right fucking now.
Because
I swear to God, she
Radio
looks just
Silence.
like her. Oh, it is.
They done that movie.
Samara Weaving.
Ready or Not, I think it is, or whatever it was.
Oh,
she was
she's
in.
from Babysitter. She's from Ready or Not. Oh, Guns
'cause
Akimbo.
They made that as well. Ready or Not.
She's also in Babylon, which isn't Margot Robbie in Babylon. Yeah, Margot Robbie's in Babylon. Wow, they look like very similar.
Did I just ruin your day now?
Kind of, but they kind of look the same. They've used the same DNA for both of these celebrities, because if you look at, there's some celebrities.
I'm just got mixed up in the test tube.
Yeah, the 100% of this, because I really liked Ready or Not. I wanted to talk about that film specifically, and the other one too, The Hunt or whatever. Yeah, that's wild. They do look fairly similar.
Mm-hmm.
Weird, the crazy, and that's even in when I saw it with my brother, we had the theater alone. I was like, people love Margot Robbie. And he's like, that's her, and I was like, I think so. It's so wrong. They look fucking okay. They look.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
They look fucking similar. Okay. Yeah, they like it's even on a Google thing. They look fairly. They have the same DNA. Everybody go Google them side by side. When they were put in the test tube to be cloned, they use both of the kind of same DNA. We'll talk about that when we talk about cloning celebrities on Strange Brew podcast, because there's a cloning place in Toronto supposedly called Clonate. Check it out. Go get yourself cloned.
Check it out or don't. Yeah, the opening scene, it was good, I thought, but it really did have the feel of Scream at the same time.
Yeah, I really liked it in her like acting, her like portrayal of kind of like being like, yeah, you know, like where are you? Like that whole thing of like, why are you going down the fucking creepy.
Yeah, no, I did find that so when she's in the bar or whatever and all that, that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
all like, and I'm not,
I
again,
like that.
this is not me knocking the movie or anything like that. Um, that all to me was like super believable. I think super relatable in the modern day because people meet
Yeah.
each other on fucking Tinder and whatever and go on dates and shit like that.
Some
Um,
fancy bar looks like something in Toronto
yeah,
or
and
something.
it was
Yeah.
just like, for me, when she went outside, it wasn't that strange to me. It was when she was kind of like, the dude was like, "Oh, I'm at the other end of this alleyway," and she's like, "Oh, I can't see anybody, but I'm just gonna keep walking in case somehow you just like appear out of nowhere." I'm like,
Yeah,
"Bitch,
and
if you're looking down an alleyway and there's no fucking person,
why
there's
would you walk down?
yeah,
They're like, oh well, she mentions that she's like new to New York or whatever, and it's like anyone from another country, even if they're from fucking Zimbabwe, they're gonna be like, I'm not walking down this creepy ass alleyway. Like either way, you just be like, this looks, and then it's like, oh, I'm past like the garbage can, and like, but the thing is, people realize, right? That's what's his name's voice, and they instantly like kind of people. I saw people talking about how they're like, are they gonna like like introduce us to the Ghostface like right away, and it's gonna like, and we'll get into it when we get into when he takes off his mask. Um, I just want to look up the cast. I actually like this guy from a lot of the stuff I've seen. The Indian dude. What's this guy's name? There he is. Tony Ravallari. I think he's Indian. I'm sorry if he's not Indian. But like I like the Grand Budapest. He's been a Servant. I liked him in which if you ever want to talk about Servant, that show is fucking weird. I don't know if you've seen it, but check it out if you haven't. And yeah, because you hear his voice, right? Like you hear his voice
mm-hmm.
and you're like, what? That's definitely what's his name. And then that when it kind of leads up to like him talking and then it switches to like Ghostface voice, it was like, oh, like, well, why are you walking this alley? And then I will say I do love the line, now I see red or whatever. That's fucking pretty sick.
Yeah, and you know what? From that point on, where we see him take off the costume or whatever and put it in the bag, and he
Well,
kind of
and you're like,
disappears.
that's what you're saying. You're like, when he takes off the mask, you're like, whoa, are they gonna like have the whole movie? Because you don't know what's gonna happen, right? Like if you've never seen it and you're just going in blind, and maybe you've never even seen the trailer, and you're like, you would think that they're gonna follow Ghostface maybe, and that's the way they were gonna do the film. You know what I mean? Through kind of which would have been wild and weird, but I was like, weird. This is the first time they've ever done this.
Yeah, and from that point where he kind of leaves the murder scene and then heads back to the apartment or whatever, I got Cotton Weary's opening scene in Scream 3 vibes instantly.
Really?
Yeah, I like, and in a good way. I mean, it had this like, I don't know. I kind of got that vibe from the start of number 3, where Cotton gets back to the apartment. It kind of gave me that weird like some of the camera angles. There's a tracking shot where they go down like a hallway, and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
felt like the scene where Cotton's girlfriend is
Cotton's
walking,
going,
and
yeah,
then like the
through in the
camera
hallway.
follows. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um.
Oh yeah, I could see that, and even I was gonna say, this scene because this is something that I took from watching the second time is when he kills the Margot Robbie lookalike. Just kidding. For that actress, you are your own thing. Don't worry, you are independent on your own. And when he stabs her and then stands over her, and like you can hear his breathing audibly, like it was one of those times where it kind of showed the psychopath behind the mask, kind of, and the fact that he was reveling in like looking at just this slain corpse, and this sitting in that emotion of what that felt like, and then he tells the other ghost phase later on, but we'll get to that in a second. But that shit, I was like watching the second time, I was like, whoa, that's fucking kind of creepy and looks into the psychopathy, I guess, of the character
And I
ghost
love
face as a whole.
when he gets back to the apartment and he opens that little like
Shrine.
closet thing. Yeah, and he has like the little masks and everything. I love that.
Well, it's like that was cool too, but then it's like when you get to later on, when it's like that's not a shrine, this is a shrine, and this fucking huge door opens. Do
Yeah, but I like all those little
you have that in your closet?
I wish. I looked at that and I was like, I wonder could I replicate that?
Yeah, it's kind of cool actually. I bet you someone's going to,
I would imagine
for
if they
sure.
haven't already.
Yeah, I know. It's true. I really want the glowing knife. I told you I want the glowing knife and like the green mask would be cool. But this year I'm definitely gonna try to get the same costume you have, and I will probably just wear it all the time. This probably Chelsea will find me home, like she'll come home, I'll be drunk on the couch watching like Scream, fucking in my costume.
I was gonna wear it again today, and I was like, it's just
Yeah.
so warm up here. I'm like, oh, fuck that.
I know, sweating the whole time. Like every fucking ghost face at the end where they're just like dripping in sweat.
I'm just pulling up here for anybody who's listening for the audio. You should definitely check out the video aspect of this, as we keep saying, because there's going to be lots of images and different things coming up on screen that we will be referencing. So it's always a good idea.
Yeah, that's
to
fun.
check out the video format. Yeah, so these are just
There's
some behind the
tons of
scenes.
behind the scenes like videos and images I've seen like on like TikTok and shit. And
Yeah, for sure. There you have the Margot Robbie lookalike and opening Ghostface.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
What do you think about his death scene at the start, where he gets killed?
So I think it's wild how like he gets a phone call and then he thinks it's his partner. I thought that was pretty interesting. And then I like when he's like we've known each other for a long time or whatever, and he's like, how long have we, whatever like the quote is, like, how long have we known each other? And I kind of like that, how he was he was starting to realize that it probably wasn't his friend, you know, and that was a kind of like, and then he's like, oh, weird, and then it's the warmer, like hot, even my brother watching him watch it for the first time, he was like getting tense in his seat and shit. And then leading up to, what did you think about the fridge scene? Like some fucking Jeffrey Dahmer-esque shit.
Yeah, like it's definitely.
It reminded me of some Jeffrey Dahmer shit. It did.
So, and this might be a little bit controversial because I think most people did enjoy it, but some of the, not necessarily the fridge scene, but some of the scenes, like the stabbing scenes,
Yeah.
I found a bit like, I don't know, a little bit over the top maybe for what I'm used to with Ghostface and Scream. The amount of times like he's stabbing.
Yeah, and the sounds, it's they're making it like, do you like that it's like gorier? Like this one was fairly gory, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I
Not
do.
that gory, but a lot of blood, just a lot of blood.
I do in one way, but then at the same time, sometimes when I'm
It's
looking
over
at
the
those,
too over the top.
yeah, like when I'm looking at those scenes where he's like stabbing like 50 times in like super fast, like fucking some sort of Power Ranger thing, I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe not.
I could see that. Just considering too, like how much force it would actually take to like send a knife through somebody's skull, shit like that. You know how strong you would have to be. This little girl or this little boy is not fucking doing it. The two kids that we'll get to later on. I might say when he's playing the hot or cold shit, opens the fridge, and then kind of gets attacked by Ghostface. It's obviously an iconic thing of him, you know. And then he's like, whatever he says, what about my movie or whatever, and it actually contradicts itself later on, but he's like, who gives a fuck about movies? And then like that scene, I was like, fuck yeah, let's get this fucking started. I'm sure a lot of people did. People love that shit.
Yeah, that was a pretty good quote, I think,
for Ghostface to say. Yeah. But then later on, it does contradict itself because it's all about fucking movies. Fucking Richie's movies. Technically.
This is true.
So it's just like,
and now you see we're at the stage now where, like, you know, you can't even really question that because it'll just be like, oh, it's a contradiction of a contradiction, so everything makes sense.
Yeah, I know. It's so true. And that's like the whole point. It's supposed to be like meta or whatever. And then it kind of brings in like the movie. Do you have it? Like, I like the opening scene, except that it contradicts itself, but I did like it that it was different. I'll shut it out because, you know, it's like they had a fucking Last Podcast poster on the wall. That's kind of fucking cool. That would be like, that's wild to me. I'd be like, I would love to get the Strange Brew podcast or First Class or whatever, right? Or like Class Horrorcast on, like, just in the background of even a low budget movie.
I
You know
know,
what I
yeah, that'd
mean?
be badass, wouldn't it?
It would be like cool just to, be like, hey, could you want to, we're big time horror fans and do a show. Do you want to like throw this in? Because that's cool for them. I think that's kind of cool. That they were able to do that shit, and only people would be like, because I remember first time watching it, I said to Chelsea, I was like, whoa, that's fucking cool. Like they fucking put through their poster in the background. I was like, wild. That's kind of fucking sick for a big time, huge movie.
There's a lot of that happens. That YouTube channel Dead Meat, they were
Yeah.
in number 5 and number 6.
That's fucking cool because they're like they're throwing to the stuff of like the culture surrounding like horror and true crime and all that shit, right? The weird thing is your subconscious picks that shit up. So people that didn't even know, they'll see the poster later on and be like, "Oh, that's from Scream," and like want to fucking click on it. So smart on their end.
You know
Like
what's mad?
fuck.
Actually, speaking of last podcast on the left, I was like pretty big into them, and then I went to see them live, and I haven't listened to them since.
Yeah, I don't listen to them as often. To me, they've kind of, I don't know. They try to protect some of the wokeism shit. I'm not going to go any further with that.
The
But
first half of the live show was like absolutely phenomenal, and like it was like kind of really, I don't know, for me anyway, it was like super inspiring to look at that and go, huh, this actually
yeah,
can be a thing. Like if you really put the time and effort and like
this
whatever
could be a
into it.
career. Yeah.
But then as the show went on, it just became more incoherent babbling, and I was like, wow. I actually left before it was over. I was like, yeah, I think I've had enough.
That's wild. And like we've talked about wanting to do live shows since the beginning because I didn't even like listened to like shows maybe like those the conspiracy guys. I'm like, oh, I could do this. I want to like joke about, fun. I've always been into conspiracy shit or like, that's one of I was on there's a true crime show which I'll shout out Generation Y. It was pretty like kind of creepy, like ooh, true crime, very serious. And I was like, I just want to get drunk and talk about true crime and conspiracies and all this shit. And it is kind of because you look at that and you're like, oh, we talk about doing live shows and shit like that, which would be kind of fun. And me and you kind of reference it to it. But I was joking, we had Justin on the show. He could ride the unicycle. I was like, yo, we should get you in an alien costume, fucking ride around the unicycle on stage, and then have Billy come out as like elongated alien and shit like that. And fucking, we had like interesting stuff where we'd like do like little skits and dress up. And I hope it does get there one day. But like that shit would be so much fun because I don't even care if it's 5 people. Like I said, if it's that one guy in fucking the Pick of Destiny, where he's just like
It's like a
fucking
singular.
yeah. But it's kind of cool that they add that stuff in. I think that they need to start doing that shit more. Nobody listens to radio. You connect like things in fans with the fandom and like the stuff that surrounds it in our society and all that kind of shit, right? And then like you're introduced to like back to the characters. It's kind of cool that what's his name though bumps into Tara, and he was planning to kill her because that was the plan. Jason's character, Jason the character, Jason Carvey, he bumps into her, and which is kind of wild. And they were going to kill them just to keep the movie going or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about like I really do like that opening scene. But
Yeah.
Upon like when I kind of was like digging more into the movie, I couldn't help but feel like we were supposed to be I don't know, more familiar with the character of Jason.
Yeah.
Or something like that. You know, it made it really seem like, oh, this is like a really familiar guy that like knows Tara and knows all these people, and
Yeah.
it's like, but it all happened very quickly. It was like, oh, he killed the professor or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's walking back and he bumps into her, and okay, obviously they know each other. And then he's back at the apartment.
I'm just going to kill my professor because she gave me a bad grade. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
It kind of brings in like us kind of back to everybody. And everyone's kind of like, you have obviously this separation kind of of Sam and Tara because like I actually do like the scene where they're like going to the party and then you have rapey Frankie or whatever his name is Frank the Rape or some shit. Like, and then he's like kind of luring her up, and then I like Chad. Chad's just wearing a fucking shirtless, fucking whatever he like a scarecrow or cow, fucking farmer or some shit, whatever he was. And he like fucking knocks the fucking dude out, and then the chick comes out. Sam, it's cool that Sam comes in with the
taser.
all of a sudden she had nowhere with the taser and hits him in the nuts. I was like, fuck yeah. Just it's such a switch scene because you don't really know that she's coming. She's questioning where her sister is, and her friend is like, well, she went out, she didn't want to tell you, you're gonna be angry, and this whole overprotecting of Sam. But I kind of like, I will say that people didn't, like I said during 5, didn't really like Sam supposed to be that much. But I will say that during it, her character gets what she needs in this movie to like really have people connect. And I truly love Sam's character in Scream 6.
Yeah, same. I feel like they kind of turned it around for me. I was like pretty
Some of the funny,
lukewarm.
subtle shit, like her shocking the dude's balls and then being labeled this killer because they all thought, like, because there's that conspiracy that went around from one of the killers, actually, which we'll get to later. But,
Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know, this made her maybe more likable or something. There was something about her in 5 where I was like, don't really care for her that much.
Yeah. And then in this one, I loved the arc in her character and kind of being more protective and like that final girl character. Do you know Courtney Cox did all of her stunts during the Ghostface showdown?
Which isn't she like 95 now?
I know. It was very physical. It's my favorite scene that I've ever had in Scream movie because I really got to fight with Ghostface. And I didn't know that. That's fucking pretty wild though. If she did most of them, that's even pretty cool.
Which I'm kind of surprised by. Why would you even bother at that stage?
Yeah, I know. Weird. Yeah. And then what do you think about the return? Are you going through your notes?
Yeah, I have all my pages of notes.
What did you think about them bringing back Kirby?
Yeah, I liked it to a degree, right? But I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like they thought it was going to be more of
Feel
a
like a woman.
it was going to be more of a oh my god, wow,
Yeah.
Kirby. And it's like, yeah, it was a bit like, it was like, oh, there's Kirby, she's back again. But like realistically, like she's been in one movie, so I don't know why they were assuming it was going to be like this big like global sensation for her to be back.
I know, when she like turns around the chair and you're like, oh, she looks a little different.
She looks really fucking different. She looks like she has prosthetics on her face.
It is strange because people obviously, I feel like it's lip injections or whatever. I'm telling you right now, ladies out there, don't get that fucking collagen shit in your lips. Look at Snooki, okay? Look at Snooki. All right, what happened to her face? It's just like,
is it possible, right, to look like shit and then get lots of plastic surgery and then somehow look worse than you did?
I know. So like it is strange. I'm not saying that she like, I don't want to shame her, but Hayden Panettiere did look different. I thought it was kind of cool they brought her back. It wasn't like this big reveal thing, but I feel like there was other characters they could have brought back, I guess, but I feel like it was appropriate at the time because she did technically survive Scream 4 because like they, she only got stabbed once and they left her there.
Supposed to be in Scream 4?
Hayden. They would have been in high school, right?
So, okay, so born in 1993, her character. So she would have been 18 in the 4th film.
Okay.
She would have turned 30 this year.
Okay,
I don't know, there was just something about her where I was like, wow, she has like completely changed, even like her demeanor and the way she acts.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, it felt a little bit too like, oh yeah, I'm a big adult now and I'm like FBI.
Yeah.
It's like this big thing, and I'm like, oh, I just found it a little bit like, it wasn't that believable for me.
No. It is kind of strange. And I think I agree in the change in her demeanor. I'm just looking at an image of her, and she definitely got like, I don't know, stuff in her like cheeks or her. I don't know. She definitely got work done because her nose is like everything is kind of like different to some extent. But I'm not shaming her. She's still okay looking. But and then if somebody doesn't look okay, it's also okay. Okay, I don't want to get fucking back myself into a corner and be like, you can't look ugly or you fucking should
You've
be
gone
thrown
down
out
that
of a
rabbit hole
cannon.
now.
But like it was kind of cool to add some of these characters back. As progressing through the movie, did like her character more and more. Did I think it was necessarily needed? No, but like it's, I don't know, full circle. Like we said, Scream 4 was his own kind of thing.
Something I didn't actually know now, because now I had to look up pictures of her to see if I could compare the two.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Did she go out with Vladimir Klitschko, ex-world heavyweight boxer?
Must have been. I see pictures with him.
Random. What the
Weird.
fuck? How did they even?
Yeah. I know.
Wait, what? Hayden travels to Ukraine to see 4-year-old daughter who.
What?
Wait, she doesn't have a daughter, does she?
Fucking weird. I keep seeing pictures of her pregnant.
Who travels to Ukraine to see 4-year-old daughter who lives with Vladimir Klitschko?
Weird.
Yeah, she does. She has a daughter with him.
Weird. I actually found a leaked nude photo. That's weird.
That's so weird when I typed in nudes. That's so weird that comes up.
Kidding. It's very funny. But yeah, down off that fucking train.
That's really fucking strange.
Kirby was supposed to return sooner, but no one could track down Hayden Panettiere in time for the film. Williamson told Variety, "We're like, where's Kirby? We couldn't find her. She doesn't have an agent. She had sort of disappeared. He actually managed to catch up with her via mutual connection in Nashville. So Hayden Panettiere was just like off the face of the map, and they couldn't, I guess, reach her in some way.
Yeah, she must have went through some like serious shit, because I'm seeing stuff here about when they split. They split in 2018, and she hasn't had custody of her daughter since then, and the daughter has lived with him in the Ukraine since. Ex-boyfriend's domestic violence charges dropped after Hayden refuses to cooperate amid allegations. Blah, 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 since the breakup.
So did he attack her?
No, but then she said no, that wasn't when they started to investigate it. And then I think she might have had a lot of mental health shit, because they're saying that she
most celebrities do
move back in with her dad in LA.
Yeah,
because she had issues weighing on her mind, so she thought it was best to leave her 4-year-old living in the Ukraine.
I feel like everyone in Hollywood has been, by somebody. I don't want to say it, but a lot of people, especially younger actresses. There was an actress that was in something recently. She's like a Twitch streamer, and she said that she stopped, that she didn't want to like be an actress anymore because she was being like that. They were being targeted by like directors to like do things and stuff like that.
I misspoke there as well about what I said about her.
Yeah.
After that, she started dating a guy, Brian Hickerson. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
He was the one who she accused of domestic violence, not Vladimir Klitschko. And then the charges were dropped after she refused to cooperate.
Huh. Yeah.
I was wondering because she done Scream 4
Formula
and just
to it. A very
disappeared.
simple formula. Everybody's a suspect.
All of her boyfriends are suspects.
It's strange though, because she just kind of like disappeared after
Yeah, it is weird.
After Scream 4. Okay, she's suffered with addiction and severe depression. She's done like
Amanda Bynes, wild. Amanda Bynes was caught walking around naked, dude. That shit's fucking crazy. I used to love Amanda Bynes, man. I used to watch That's All or whatever the fuck show she was on when she was really weird. And I like that movie where she is supposedly messed with her mental health, that she thought she was when she played that movie where she's a boy or whatever, where she dressed up like a boy to play soccer. Supposedly that messed with her mind and her appearance and stuff like that. But that's Bynes was caught walking around naked in like fucking LA, and I'm like, that's crazy. Imagine you're like walking down the street, you're like, what the fuck is that lady doing? Amanda Bynes?
Okay,
Are you
so she's
in
done a
deep
shit ton of stuff recently about
Good for
like
her.
what's gone on with her. She was an alcoholic,
Oh,
so I didn't know that.
oh, weird.
Interesting.
Well, I feel like a lot of people like I'm not good for her, but good for her to talk about it and be like, "Hey," and accept the first. The first way to deal with this stuff is accepting. Have an understanding. If you are an alcoholic, reach out. Tell yourself you are an alcoholic, even if you got that drink in your hand. At least acknowledge it. That's what I do.
Yeah, if you want to identify as an alcoholic, that's fine by me.
Yeah.
Not saying anything.
But like, good for her to like, maybe fix some of the shit in her head. Who knows? But like, I thought it was cool that they brought her back, especially if as the actress wasn't like in Hey Pantera wasn't doing anything, and
Now I
she
feel
just
bad. Now
kind of
I'm like
helped revitalize her.
maybe she was like swollen and puffy from like being addicted to fucking alcohol or some shit.
Oh, that's fucking true. That could be the case.
She
right?
is a really good actress, and I really liked her character, and everything was great about her.
Yes, can you come on our show? Tell me about the secrets of Hollywood. What happened? Behind closed doors? Did you meet Bill Cosby? Get a little sleepy. I don't know how to do a fucking Bill Cosby.
I was gonna attempt it for a second. I was like, don't do it.
Pudding pops. Or see, that's the best I got. That just sounds fucking horrible.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go from
I
there.
know.
We
We
talking
just
about
went
Kirby.
fucking Kirby. Yeah, and then obviously you got the detective where you don't really know. Chelsea did say she did guess that like she had a feeling about him, which I didn't really necessarily know. I don't even know who I guessed throughout this film.
Yeah,
To,
same.
to be honest, I'm like, maybe at the time when they you realize Kirby's kind of like seems like insidious, where she like looks around, locks the thing, whatever, and near the ending. But I really didn't necessarily know the nerd could have been one, which he actually was. I feel like his character was obvious. But a lot of the times, I don't really. I'm kind of guessing, but not really. I'm just kind of like, maybe. I just want to see the big reveal.
I thought that detective dude, the dad or whatever, I was like, he's just a red herring. They've just like put him in there because they're making him like. There was a couple of parts where he was like overtly obvious, like he was doing that weird like bad guy scowl where he'd like look off camera.
I know, like it was some of his facial expressions were like, and the old school, like I feel like 1980s detective, that's probably like doing coke in the back and like all fucking revved up, ready to go. Like he played it very much into that like.
Should I pull up who we're referring to exactly? Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's no. I don't know if we're going beat for beat here. We're just kind of like freelancing.
I don't know if we need to go. Let's just go because I don't know if we need to go like and break down the entire film, because if we really want to do that, we'll do a commentary one day. His like I don't know.
There's something about it, yeah.
I liked it, but like it was kind of obviously the second watch where they're like trying to lure Ghostface in the park, and that's when he goes after Gale. He just seemed kind of sketchy, and then he doesn't really stop them from stealing his car. And it was kind of, I don't know, but yeah, I think you're right when it's like he's kind of like a red herring, but like it seemed that way. But he definitely leaned very hard into that that detective character.
Yeah. So who we're referring to is the character of Wayne Bailey. In the movies, police detective and one of three killers. He is the first parent killer to be revealed since Nancy Loomis in Scream 2.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
So yeah, just some like I suppose backstory on him. Moved to New York City after following Tara and Sam, and helped them get accepted into Blackmore University, where they were befriended by the Woodsboro friend group. He used his high-ranking detective status to steal evidence from previous murders to help Richie build a shrine in an old abandoned New York City theater. After Richie formed his plan with Amber, possibly unknown to there's like no there's been no confirmation on like whether he was privy to the fact that Richie was like hatching this plan with Amber at the time. Or how far he was planning to like take this thing.
Indoctrinating your kids to become fucking psychopathic murderers.
He he attempted to get this. I found this kind of interesting. He attempted to get his wife involved in his revenge plot. She declined, and he felt like he was forced to kill her. Him and the two
Does
kids.
he kill? Does he kill her?
His wife?
Yeah, is that the idea? Is that
Yeah,
what they're alluding to?
yeah, apparently so.
Oh, weird.
Him and the two kids moved to New York City. And him and Quinn remain father and daughter, while Ethan assumes a different identity, not related to them at all. Apparently, he forces Ethan to kill his mother.
That's fucking wild. I could see that, and that probably, well, stuff like that. That's what I was saying. It's people are like, oh, it's not unbelievable. I was like, I don't know. There's some crazy shit out there in the world and crazy people. So, and that's what to be like, you gotta do this, son. You make daddy proud. Like getting him to stab fucking. That's fucked.
His confirmed kills are obviously the wife, which we don't know for sure.
I could see him crying his eyes out while he's like killing his mom, and his dad's like, "Shut the fuck up, man! Like, get tough, be a man, kill your mom." It's so fucking wild.
Then you have Greg and Jason apparently were killed by the dad, by Wayne. The two bodega customers and the clerk.
Yeah, because he was the one that would be able to wield the shotgun, man. That iconic scene, the first time Ghostface uses a gun in costume.
Which is pretty cool, to be fair.
I like it. I thought it was
same.
cool how quickly that scene played out, and even the reaction of when the clerk shoots at him. It's not like unrealistic. The way he ducks it's such a quick. He looks and then he like fucking drops down as soon as he like notices the gun.
I love that bit where that first dude with the bald head is like, "Hey buddy, we got a problem here," and he just gets absolutely like annihilated. I was like, wow.
Just like stabbed up to shit. And this guy, and the other two, his kids probably wouldn't be able to pull that off. But I feel like his strength and his experience as a detective and being just probably a pure psychopathic, a guy in his 50s or 60s. I could see it just be so fast too. How he just like reacts and then stabs the shit out of the fucking dude. Wild. Love that scene.
Yeah, and apparently his only other kill then in the movie was the counselor, Christopher Stone.
Oh, the knife head, the fucking knife to the head.
That was the other person he killed.
Doesn't he not go like, "Ugh," and then stab him? Because I feel like I can't remember if they added that in, because that you would need to have put force into that fucking
you would imagine so.
plunge. Like you need like both hands almost. Does Ethan kill fucking Danica, or no? Is that her name? Whatever her name is. Annika.
Yeah. So apparently he's the one who kills.
Shakes the ladder.
Yeah, he's the one who kills Annika in the ladder scene, and
she's from. Can I shout this out? She's from Brantford, Ontario. Literally the city next door to me that I used to live in. The actress.
Weird, random.
From Little Brantford, which is like in the early 2000s had this is obviously it's a small, very very small city, but it had a as high or higher crime rate than Chicago due to populace. So comparing the populace is massive because Chicago was complete, like you could fit like fucking 20 Brantfords in fucking Chicago or something like that. But because of how many people, how much was taking place, bad fucking city, wild shit. Crazy stuff goes down there, sometimes shootings and all that shit. And crazy that I didn't know that. Chelsea sent me an article and I was like, it's like actress from Brantford, made it big in Scream. And I was like, that's fucking cool. That's right next door to me.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
I used to live there. That scene's wild too. Her just stabbed up on the fucking couch.
Yeah.
It was nothing but blood.
And I suppose like to move on to the second Ghostface killer, Ethan, obviously, who's the son and the brother. He doesn't really commit any of the murders, I don't think, other than Annika's
and his mummy, right? But we don't see that.
Well, apparently that's what was said. He unmasks himself wearing Nancy Loomis's mask, and he was killed after having a TV dropped on his head, similar to somebody else we're going to talk about probably soon.
Yeah. I like that shit. That was pretty good.
His character seems to be more like forced into part of the plan and the
He's
cover.
like fucking. He's like a baby crying and shit. At the end scene, you can see he's like when they talk about like, he says something about the. It's like that scene from Dewey Cox where it's like wrong kid died, and it's like he kind of says that the first there's nothing like losing your firstborn kid or whatever he says, and then it pans over to Ethan's face and he just looks emotionally distraught and like sad and broken.
Yeah, and I think that makes it like quite believable.
Yeah, I and that he was forced. He was 17 at the time. The actor was the youngest actor to play Ghostface to date. That's kind of cool.
I didn't think he was that young. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally we have Quinn, who is the daughter or the chick. Quinn Bailey.
She's fair. Her psychotic behavior in the end scene is fairly good. I like it.
Yeah, it's very
Facial
attractive.
expressions. Yeah.
But she's the kind of chick that I would go for, like super promiscuous, like slutty, like psychotic. Could chop my dick off, but probably will just gobble it up instead.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
for me.
I could,
I'm into that. So obviously she's the daughter of Wayne, and then the sister of Richie and Ethan. Her motivation, similar to the other two killers, maybe not so much Ethan, was revenge against Sam Carpenter for killing her brother Richie. Then they tried to frame her as the true mastermind behind the 2022.
Just like the fifth
murders.
movie. Yeah. Just like the fifth movie. They're going to blame Sam too.
In the movie,
daughter of a serial killer going insane.
Yeah. In the movie, Quinn was the roommate of Sam and Tara after responding to an anonymous ad. She faked her own death with the help of her father. Obviously, he's a fucking high-ranking police detective, so that wasn't overly hard. She took the lead as Ghostface and attacked Mindy on the subway and almost killed Gail in her penthouse. She was also seen to be wearing Stu's mask for the entire movie, I think, right up until her reveal.
That's kind of cool.
She was killed by a shot to the head by Sam. Now, this is what the thing so I was trying to look up some backstory and like lore and stuff about them. So she was born, obviously, Wayne, which is the police detective, as her dad, and then they have it marked as an unnamed mother in the early 2000s.
Weird.
So now I'm wondering, is the mother even dead at all? And is that going to be revealed to be somebody to do with something?
Or did he fuck Nancy Loomis? Just kidding. It's like bring it full circle. Because I will say it time and time again.
Yeah, that's what I
Love
was worried
Nancy
about.
Loomis.
Though, are they going to try and do some weird like, we killed, we killed the wife or whatever, but we didn't really, and then it turns out it's like, haha, my wife was actually Billy Loomis.
Yeah.
I hope it's not some weird shit like that, like where they make it fucking cringy.
I know, because there is weird connections that they try to add to this shit. I still love Nancy's character though. Just and then we'll talk about that. It's kind of fucking a little bit weird that they kind of copied the same thing for this movie, and then the fifth one was a copy of the first movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the boyfriend killer, now the family killer, and now what is next? The brother. I'm just kidding. It's probably be something a little different, hopefully. Do you got anything more on them, or should we talk about the closing scene, or there's a couple things that we could probably get into just to kind of.
Well, this for one is something.
Yeah.
Like the shrine scene is just.
What did you think about that? Were you stiff as a rock?
Dude, I swear to God, I actually like that made the white stuff come out. Your favorite saying. I know you have that tattoo on you. For anybody who's wondering, Tom actually has that tattooed across his chest.
Yeah. It's on my arm, so I can look at it.
I love that, and like to mention something else as well. I did like the touch of every crime scene. We got a mask with DNA from a killer from previous movies.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did
you could
like
clone
that.
them.
Like
let's do that.
Even little things
Scream
like
2030.
They mentioned fucking Roman Bridger and stuff in it, and I'm like, amazing! How good is that?
I know, it's so cool. Tatum's outfit, her little mini skirt.
Yep.
Fucking weird. It's wild how like I think it's cool. Nancy Loomis's fucking white jacket. That's so iconic to me because I do really like Scream too. And then you see Jill's blue plaid.
And you'll see It's not in this image I have here, but you see the top story fucking Gale's cameraman. His
I saw
jacket.
that too the second time. I was like, oh, the top story fucking
You
guy.
can actually buy that jacket on, I think it's on Etsy or somewhere. It's like $120, I think, but it's a proper like, and it's
That's kind of
embroidered and all
cool.
on the back. I was like, oh, I want that so bad.
That's kind of cool. Do that for like, add that into some filming stuff. Like when we end up, hopefully, eventually, maybe throwing together some short films one day in our life.
You know what I'd love to do, right? And like, in a way, it's kind of cringy, or but I feel like it'd be a good way maybe to get some kind of a reference point on how to put together, a short movie or whatever without it being like an original idea. Is
Yeah.
to make like a fan film of with an existing IP, like so whether it be Ghostface or fucking whatever character you want, just to get a feel for how the whole process would work without having to come up with, a new killer,
100%.
all new
Because I feel
character.
like we could definitely make a fan film. I just feel like Billy has to play the killer though. Because you can
Well,
put it,
yeah,
he's tall and
he's
lanky. You can throw him in anything. He could be in a Ghostface costume. He could be in a Michael Myers, just be like skinny ass Michael Myers walking down the street. But like, I think to make like a fan film would be very fun because you could do one that's like 20 minutes, shoot a couple scenes, make them like good and kind of different. And especially for Ghostface, you could have kind of like a cool, half an hour thing at a party, and then you get get a reveal or anything. Right? There's a million ideas.
I actually have a somewhat of an idea. We should probably maybe talk about it and see if we could flesh it out into something. It'd be interesting.
Okay, that'd be sick. What was your they? Oh, I just noticed they have Stu's fucking. Remember in the end scene, he that kimono or whatever, like
Oh yeah,
um,
that like fucking
I didn't know they had. I didn't even see that when I watched it.
that like
Um,
silk fucking
like Hugh Hefner like silk robe thing.
yeah, yeah.
It's fucking fine. I didn't know they
Um,
had that. That's wild.
Let me see. I'm trying to like pull up here to see can we see exactly everything that was in it.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool because they had the burnt ass phone. Trying to see what else I can see. That's fucking. It's just cool because I thought that I saw just the costumes or something. Like, I think it's in the trailer, which is like slightly quick. Oh, that's fucking cool. Cotton Weary, that's cool. That's fucking. But like, oh, Derek, where's the what do they have for Derek? Theater props stage.
The Windsor College Theatre prop stage. Remember when he's tied to that fucking thing?
Yeah, they have
If you
that.
yeah, if you watch the movie over on the left hand side of that shrine, they have it up like up on a. It's like
Oh, that's
pulled up
so
with ropes
fucking
and shit.
wild. How'd they get like some of the shit? You're like, how the fuck would they even get that? Oh yeah, the
Uh,
fax machine. That fax machine would not exist though. That house blew up to smithereens.
yeah,
The
that
guy
is
was
actually true.
engulfed in flames.
That is true.
That one is the
Um,
least unbelievable. Oh, the fucking that's so there's a couple of cool ones actually.
Kevlar vest, Stephen Ort's jacket,
Yeah.
Casey
Yeah,
Becker's sketches.
it's cool.
But I
And
feel like that
they
there's more
reference
than
even
that
in
as
the
well.
there I feel like there definitely is more. It's so fucking cool though. In seeing that scene, it was like obviously for the fans, pretty crazy and like just cool to see like even all their costumes, and you see even Amber's costume. I think it's like it's at the one of the end and the other side. It's just cool because everybody's there and it's wild and you can get overpriced robes at a certain place and they do replicas of all of them, but they're fucking extremely overpriced. But pretty cool
Yeah.
because all of them are different in some way. Every costume is kind of unique in its own way. I plan to get one and I will walk around the streets wearing it. And that is my plan.
So the I was listening to somebody who worked in the costume design, I think, for this.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the mask that got completely rehauled and updated. The robe did too. Costume designer Avery Plews
Yeah.
had stated that the Ghostface robe was made from scratch and is the only one to have 6 pieces under each sleeve representing the 6th installment.
That's fucking pretty. That's actually kind of cool. And it does like I saw someone unboxing one of the ones that are overpriced, and I'm not gonna even shout it out because it was way overpriced. But it does make the fucking sound of like when they're moving, and it's like the wind sound of the costume like kind of moving.
Yes,
They
yes,
act like,
yeah.
which is kind of fucking cool. Like to have that. I just want to run around in that shit, man. If I had the money in high school, I probably would have ran around the fucking halls in that shit.
Oh, that's blurry as shit. I don't know
Oh,
why that
oh,
is.
that's kind of cool though. That's
They have that mask from fucking.
Oh, that's also cool. They have the mask from Scream 6. I think that's pretty fucking wild. They have what's it, Adam Brody's fucking, is that that guy's name?
Yeah.
Is that right? Adam Brody's sheriff costume. That's fucking sick. What's the bloody shirt? Whose shirt is that? I can't see it because it's so pixelated.
Let me see if I can pull up the actual thing.
Fucking cool.
Let's have a look.
Looking at Nancy Loomis, I'll always give her props for playing such a psychopath, and she was on Roseanne. Play that fucking crazy ass mom. My Billy? Is that my Billy boy? Wait, do I still have that?
What did you just say? Was that a negative, disparaging remark about my son? About my Billy? No, Billy was a good boy. Billy was perfect. You did a bang-up job, Mrs. Loomis. Not wise to patronize him with a gun, Sydney. Randy spoke poorly of Billy, and I got a little knife happy.
I played that for Billy. And he's like, Billy is a good boy. And I'm like, yes, you are.
Okay, so I have like a breakdown of all the Easter eggs apparently in that shrine scene. So let's just I don't know if these match up with.
Run through it.
So we have Steve's varsity jacket, which we can obviously see there on screen. Stu's robe, that thing you were talking about, the Hugh Hefner-esque red robe.
The jerk off robe, yeah.
Stu's TV, Tatum's outfit, Billy's shirt, Kenny's baseball hat. The props from Windsor College, the thing with Derek there.
Yeah.
Debbie's outfit, Debbie Salt, aka Nancy Loomis. Stab tree
Debbie
production
Salt,
materials. Yeah, we can see those there. The fax machine.
That should have been pieces.
That's actually
Fine. From the popcorn?
If you look down, see where it says fax machine, and you see Scream 3 frying pan.
Yeah.
So,
weird.
bodyguard Steve Stone is hit with a frying pan after being stabbed in the back by Ghostface in Scream 3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Olivia's
Wild.
shirt. Olivia suffered one of the franchise's most grisly demises in Scream 4. And it shows her
when she gets
shirt.
gutted. Or she gets gutted.
Jill's outfit, Woodsboro police uniforms, Gail Weathers' books show up there. All the different Ghostface robes, obviously. A full case of stab memorabilia features a mask, fake knife, costumes like the ones handed out at the beginning.
I saw
Scream
that.
2,
That's fucking cool.
along with Blu-rays, a shirt,
I want
and
that.
more. A Woodsboro High flag that was featured in the original Scream and then again in Scream 2022.
Nice. People love flags nowadays.
Bloody knife. No,
Oh yeah, because that's from fucking Kirby. They joke about her getting stabbed, like it's the knife that stabbed Kirby.
So yeah, I think that's about it. And you know what? They're probably
Pretty cool.
More.
I like that a lot that they brought it back because this is what they're, to be honest, I think the writers were fairly smart because they joked about, like, they kind of said something about like how they will listen to the fans to an extent, and that they gave us arguably one of the best Scream movies next to the first one, of like just the build up and the fast pace and the suspension. What the fuck is it suspension? That's not on your car. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Fucking didn't smoke that bong hit. But like, the suspension in the film, all that kind of stuff is kind of cool because they really, I loved the first viewing. I was like, I want to clap at the end, but I want to be that one guy that's like, bravo, man, I'm obsessed with this shit, and that was great. But I do think that the fast pace, and I like that. It was always kept me on the edge of your seat. There was nothing really boring about the film. There's nothing that they added that they didn't need to add, Kind of. Other than maybe Billy's ghost a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not all for that, and especially when Sam puts on the Ghostface costume and like does the whole thing. I'm not
I
overly
want to
sold
like
on
it.
that.
I want to like it.
Same,
But
and I do to
Yeah.
a degree, and then there's parts of me that then there's another part of me in my mind going like, no, you're not supposed to like that.
It's like we said, it's like that texture into Massacre, like, here you go, cuz, do your thing.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
it
it's
just
like,
harkens back
it's
to that,
very,
and I'm like, fuck, it's just like we're really on the edge of it being like too much.
I like the cab poster. That's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
I do
There's
like,
so many, right?
I was looking at getting, all the posters and redoing my wall, and it's just like I could always redo it because I have so much shit on my fucking walls, and I feel like it's now kind of filled up a little bit. I put a giant joint on the other side of the wall that hangs, my blow up joint. I have it over here for the 420. Pull the screen up so people can see my giant joint.
Hold on, let me get that up.
It's fucking huge. Can't even get in the
So
camera, but I'm gonna have.
stupid, like.
I saw this in a fucking convenience store that sells bongs. I was like, I need that when I was up north. And then one time I was like, I need this. It's hanging in the window. I was like, do you guys sell that? Because like I really want it. And now
How
I
much
hung it up
was
in the
it?
studio. Like $10 or some shit.
Oh, that's not
But
bad.
I want
Everyone
to
says something
redo like
ridiculous.
I always love like I want to redo this because I was looking at posters and I love all the fucking posters for Scream and I do truly love these movies. So I was like looking, I was like, ooh, did I add that to my collection? It's like I have so much fucking stupid shit on my walls. Not as much as you though.
I do have a lot of stupid shit
Stupid.
on my
Some say
walls.
stupid. Some say love. Yeah,
Some
that's
say
great.
coolest shit
Um,
ever. Like all the girls say, "Oh my god, so cool! Can I suck your dick?"
let me suck your dick while you wear all the masks. You can
Yeah, that would be
swap them
my.
in and out
I'd
every
marry
day.
that person. I would get married to
That's
that
fucking
person.
funny. I've always made jokes to Chelsea about that. It's like I'll wear my Michael Myers mask, and then she's like, "You want to do that while you're like a killer?" And I'm like, "Maybe a little bit of role play. You know, you never know. It's a little bit of fun.
Did she completely shoot down the idea?
Not completely."
Oh, interesting.
Should we? I don't know if we want to break down like a little bit more of the ending. Obviously, like I was like, yeah, the fucking the therapist that doesn't do his job, like most therapists.
Yeah. Yeah, like the ending for me, like I thought it was good. There was a few aspects of that like final scene in the shrine where it was a bit like, eh, like
Yeah.
like I said when she puts the costume on and does that whole like he's like do your thing, daughter.
Yeah.
Follow your bloodline. It's me, Billy, your dad. I'm back again. I was just a bit
Yeah.
like it's a bit fucking over the top. And then she does that weird thing again where she's like doing that like crazy stabbing thing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
ah. Yeah, I was like
Over
okay.
and over and over and over.
See,
Yeah.
the thing I didn't like about it, right? So she stabs him apparently 40 times in that like quick succession.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like about that is I actually don't mind her doing that to him in like a frenzy and just being like sick of all this shit. I could kind of understand maybe somebody just going like, I'm so sick of this and just stab the shit out of him. What I don't like is they don't pitch it to you like that, like she's just sick of this shit. They pitch it to you like, oh, look how good she is at stabbing because Billy was her dad.
I agree because that's literally how they play it off. And the thing is, as the cops looking at that, even like Richie's body, which I get like somewhat, I'm not his whole what he was doing, but like that you would look at like the death of your son, and your son was a murdering psychopath, so let's take that into account. But like that she stabbed the fucking living shit out of Richie, then sliced his throat, then shot him a bunch of fucking times. You'd be like, he was dead after you slit his fucking throat,
Yeah,
you know?
you could have just left it there.
Like, so I fucking find that,
I hope, right? I hope that doesn't mean that in the seventh movie she's gonna be like unhinged or something and somehow
I know.
be like Ghostface.
Yeah. I do like the ending. Thought it's thrown together fairly well. I like the scene when she gets it's fucking Tara to drop. She's like, you gotta let me go. Like the whole symbolism of like their relationship of like, you gotta let me go. Let me go, sister. I can take care of myself. And then she fucking stabs Ethan or whatever fucking like this
Yeah.
is fucking wild. That's a cool scene either way. Like, do they need it? I don't know. And then like the smart idea of her grabbing the knife, but I think it is weird. I don't know why they need to have Billy bring Ski Ulrich back as flashbacks or memories in her head, not as like she's like hallucinating him, and then telling like you gotta kill, you gotta do your thing, daughter. Make sure you fucking slice the shit out of these fuckers, because daddy will be enjoying it from hell.
Because like, and I do feel like that could have been, and again, like this is just my opinion. This is not me saying like I have better ideas than radio silence. I should be making these
Yeah.
movies. I don't mean
Yeah.
that, but just for me personally, I feel like there was maybe a little bit of a different spin you could have put on that, where it didn't feel kind of like supernatural. Where like
Yeah.
even
Yeah,
that
I
stab
agree.
scene, like where she kills the detective guy, like, and
Yeah.
it makes it seem like she's like superhuman, where it's like she has Loomis blood in her. She's a super stabber.
Yeah, and I don't know if they need, she's the super stabber. I don't know if they needed that. But
'Cause, yeah,
like
she would
I
have been
get,
fine like not doing that.
I don't really I don't know. Any final thoughts on the ending before we get to the theories of Seven?
No, like I again, much the same as number 5. I enjoyed it for the most part. Look, we could always find little things, I prefer not to
Yeah,
have, or if we
always.
could change that or whatever. But that's not a slight or a knock on the movie. I went to see it
No.
twice. I went to see a double
Just as
bill.
true fans.
Yeah, I went to see a double bill with that in number
Just so
5, which
cool.
was great. So
I think
yeah,
that'd be
I don't
fun.
really, I don't really have any like major critiques. It just makes me excited to see what number 7 could be, which is what we're gonna
Is
get
gonna
into
be
now, I
like.
guess.
So let's break down and talk about some of the theories to do with Seven and what people are saying. I think we should first bring in the fact that they reference Tara and Sam's mother in the 5th one with the phone call, and nobody and I think they reference her also in the 6th movie, but we have yet to meet this feisty Latino. Because isn't that what they are? Am I right? Am I right or wrong? I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
But they look
I
like,
think.
you could get a Eva Longoria or someone like that. There's that other that chick. You could even get that chick from fucking Modern Family to play their mother. I can't remember her name, but like that. So that have you thought about that? Because they do reference her. So there is a they do have there is a reference to their mother, and we have yet to meet her.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see, because I don't know. It didn't feel like as much like a throwaway comment as I think
Yeah.
you would think. I feel like that something is going to show that again.
Because look at her phone call where it's like your mother loves to talk about it in group, and all that references to like her mother and being in group, and like I feel like there's in the 5th movie there is something I don't know, there's something cooking if they choose to go that direction. We should eventually talk about the fanatic man, the lovable psychopath, Stu Macher. But do you have any other? Do you want to get into theories of what could transpire from the next movie? Like, are they going to maybe do it overseas to bring Ghostface out of America and
Yeah,
Woodsboro?
that's actually that's an interesting idea as well. And I've seen a lot of people talking about London and the UK.
It's be kind of fun because her mom is in London at a conference, also.
So that's kind of interesting. Me personally, and this is probably just like the purist and like the nostalgic side of me, I would love if we follow what you were saying before about each of these movies replicating the original trilogy. That would technically mean that number 7
We're going to Hollywood.
would have to
And it's Jay and
replicate.
Silent Bob fucking have to pop in.
Well, I
again.
wasn't going there now. Jay and Silent Bob are killers.
Yeah, no, they have to just show up for a scene because we're going to Hollywood. Because that's a possibility, because it seems like they are replicating the other films for the sake of nostalgia and the whole meta idea behind these films. I just want to mention one last thing about Scream 6, man. The double fucking Ghostface stabbing up Chad, because I wanted to say Chad survives a bunch of fucking stabs, more than fucking Stu got, and he still survives. So there's a possibility that we might see Stu, and I think the fans want it, but I don't know if it's gonna actually come through. But that whole scene of both we got two Ghostface wiping off the knife, chef's kiss.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Dalai Lama. We'll start saying Dalai Lama kiss. Okay.
Yeah, suck my tongue. Yeah, I if let's say number 7 is gonna follow Scream 3's kind of form, I don't even know necessarily about the setting or whatever, but let's say Stu is gonna come back.
Yeah, let's just ponder on that thought.
For Scream 7. So obviously Scream 3's Ghostface killer was Roman Bridger, and he obviously we find out at the end that he's like says that he was behind all the previous Ghostface murders, and he set the whole thing in motion basically because of what he wanted to do. And if you think about it, if Scream 7 follows that same pattern, the whole theory of Stu coming back and maybe potentially being the cause of this new trilogy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
influencing Richie maybe, and
and getting this whole thing going again in the background, only to be revealed in number 7. And like he's probably
but it's
gonna
like
be
people
the other thing I was thinking, he's probably going to be all disfigured and shit as well.
Well, he would, because the TV was dropped in his head. But like I said, when people were like, "Yeah, this happened to him," I was like, Chad got that. They proved that like people like Chad and Mindy getting stabbed, the shit, especially Chad, just fucking can't keep a Chad man down. Got stabbed fucking bajillions of times and still survives. And that means like because they're getting us to know these characters, and they're forming relationships, terrors with Chad and all that stuff, and getting us a bond and kind of off in 7, and I think that would be probably part of the plan is because they are building these bonds with some of these characters, but you know, and the TV dropped on his head. Jill, like I said, got fucking electrocuted with the fucking defibrillator, so it is possible that because the cops came fairly soon, like the scene it ends and then you know the cops are there. Gail's in the original movie is doing her fucking speech at the end, like and to the news fucking cameras, and they, you know, who knows? I would love it, to be honest, just because I like Matthew Lillard.
So would I really would love to be him, and I had actually seen some stuff where they were talking about him potentially being revealed to be behind calling Gail in number 6. And him being
That's
behind
cool though.
Him potentially I seen someone talking about if they done like a what do you call it, a flashback to the scene where Dewey gets killed, and it actually ends up that it wasn't actually Amber at all, and Stu had been in the background all this time and it was him. And after that
that's
scene,
fucking wild. That'd be sick.
That he would lift the mask and it would be Stu with a big fucked up face.
That's fucking cool. That'd be like the whole like dun 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 shit. Like that's fucking.
That would be cool, and it would explain some of that stuff, and then you could play off that. Like you really could play off that kind of a better version of the Roman Bridger arc, where you could be like Stu has been in the background manipulating all these kids, like he was manipulated by Billy.
Yeah, and that they could kind of tie that in. And I think that wouldn't be a bad choice to go that way, because you would need a cemented story of like how this came to be, and people make the argument that he's a lackey boy, but and you know the lapdog kind of shit for fucking Stu, but I mean for Billy. But the thing is, yeah, you know, he survives, he becomes more intelligent and vengeful, and you know, kind of wants to drive this from the background, and you know, and sits even in jail or a psych ward for years stewing about this stuff, literally stewing about this.
Do you know what I just realized, actually? Not to cut you off, I was just staring at the Scream thing above our heads, and I've only just realized now that the VI, which is 6 obviously, is also an M.
You didn't realize that?
I literally never realized that. I don't know why I assumed it was a full like M and then VI after it.
That's fucking weird.
Fuck.
How did you?
Um,
Oh man, how did you
but
not notice that?
but I feel like that. Look, if Stu has to come back, does that mean that Sydney has to be in number 7? Like, can you bring Stu back?
Yeah,
Can you
I
bring Stu
think
back without having Sydney there to have like that final showdown?
I'm feeling woozy here.
and you gotta have him say that again, but you know, but I feel like they'd have to because imagine the final. That would be amazing for fans. I feel like people would love it and they'd be cheering if you have the final showdown with Sydney and Stu because
Let
it is
Stu
fucking
win.
yeah.
Let Sydney die and end that whole thing.
100%. Yeah. Let Stu win, and then the 8th movie. You know, that'd be fucking crazy because essentially,
Then in
like,
the
I
8th
feel like they
movie,
have
you could
to
let
kill.
Sydney come back from the dead,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
she could be
talk to people through
resurrected.
visions.
And
Yeah. But the thing is, I do think that as much as people don't want to see it, I think that it's justified to kill Nev off. She's been targeted so many fucking times. How many times now? So many times. How many times? So many times she's been trying. The people are trying to fucking murder her. And, you know, she doesn't clue in to get a gun till the fucking 5th movie. I feel like that needs to kind of happen to kind of carry it on. And then, you know, you could keep this shit going forever. There could be Scream 15, you know, down the road because it is a movie where you can just add in. It's not like a killer, like Amber says, that keeps coming back. It's always someone different. It's kind of like a surprise. You know, it's always a surprise. Surprise, Sydney. You know, surprise, Sam.
here's an interesting theory actually that was posted by Gonna Blame the Movies
Yeah,
on Reddit.
that's fine.
So he says, myself and Critical Overlord were discussing Scream 7, and we found ourselves coming up with this theory. Christina Carpenter and Tara's father would be our ghost faces. So I'm assuming that's their mother.
Yeah.
They've reunited in secret. Their targets are both Sydney and Sam to tie the whole franchise together from start to end. Their motive, they hate how their family was ruined and that Sam and Tara have now formed their own family of sorts with Sydney, Gail, Kirby, Mindy and Chad. They feel like they've been kicked out of their own family. This links Gail and Sam's conversation in Scream 6 where Gail said to Sam that you can now create your own family. Christina knew about Billy being Ghostface. Billy knew that Christina was pregnant with Sam. Christina reveals that Billy's plan was to kill Sydney, kill Stu, and then run off with her to create his family with her and Sam. Billy wanted to raise Sam and wanted his perfect little family after his own family was ruined by Sydney's mother. And this thing goes like super in depth.
Wow, weird.
That kind of leads into what you said about their mother being brought into it, and if that Christina Carpenter is the case, that does actually kind of make sense in a way.
You know who it's funny because like how the rabbit hole of like the internet, there's fans that postulate. I don't know if that's the word I'd be wanting to go for, but they think that like you know that character, one of the guys running through the hall in the first Scream, and he gets the principal is like cuts up the mask in front of the 2 kids, and then there's another guy, the same guy that's in that scene later at the house party, sitting on the couch when Randy's doing his spiel, and supposedly that is Tara's dad.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, there's like weird people like, you know, and it's probably not true. It's just fans adding their own lore, which I think is kind of cool in the end. But like, there's so many different options of where they could take this. But then it seems like they're very much following the original trilogy and just doing it in their own kind of way. Now, like you obviously with 6 being having the family, you know, and a parent figure murdering, you know, and revenge, you know.
Yeah, I don't like. I hope there's a lot of theories out there as well about Sam being Ghostface in the 7th one, which I really hope that that's not the case.
No, because I like her character arc. I really liked her in
Yeah,
Scream 6. I don't think she should turn evil.
There's a lot of people talking about the whole like Stu thing that might tie in with a previous idea that was gonna be done of like the whole Ghostface like cult thing.
Yeah,
So
which
you
I
would
think
have
is fucking fairly fun.
you would have multiple killers
I think,
and stuff like
yeah.
that, and be manipulated by somebody like him. To be honest, now the more I talk about Stu, I'm like, if it's not fucking him or it doesn't involve him in some way, I hate it. I don't even like it.
Yeah. I know,
The only
because
thing
I
I
just think
don't
it needs
want-
to happen.
The thing
His
I
visions
don't,
of Stu.
yeah, you see, it's weird one, man, because I don't know whether do I want another movie that comes out where like where we get a Ghostface reveal and then they try and make you care about it afterwards. If you know what I mean, and you're just kind of like, huh,
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit about that character being Ghostface now, and now you're trying to like make me think that it was
I
more
know.
important.
Yeah, I agree because I think it's like justified that have like I don't know. You're building up on these characters and to have it bring it full circle, have Stu because you could make an eighth movie on something totally different and kind of just dive deeper into some lore or something like that. But like bring it kind of full circle. Have Nev come back. Have fucking Mark. Because she
Yeah.
feels protected with Mark, and like essentially he's like a cop figure, so like in a detective, so he's like have him as like a strong-willed character here to protect her and being like we're not doing this again kind of shit, and then murder them both and their kids have to go into a fucking foster care, and that's the real true tragedy of the movies.
But you know what, right? Like aside from that joke part at the end,
Yeah.
that's actually not a bad idea. That if
Hmm.
Mark
She was
gets,
going to come back.
yeah, like if he gets brought into it, the character of him, and obviously, like you said, he's an ex detective, or maybe he's still currently a detective. We don't know.
Yeah.
And maybe if he says, "Look, I'll go with you, and we need to finish this shit once and for all,"
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's like her motivation. She's like, "Okay, he's with me. I'm fine."
and then you get a powerful scene of fucking Sydney getting murdered, and then him like crying over her corpse, and he has to raise the kids alone and all that shit. Because like I don't know, like you can always like you always want the final girl, but now we have a new final girl with Sam and Tara. So like have Sydney get killed and have this crazy, impactful, emotional scene that has people crying, and like you got to start killing off some of these characters. Kill off Gale, throw off a fucking cliff, just do something. Because you need like if you want to keep this going, you can't bring fucking Cox back at fucking 95 and being like Ghostface it's not gonna get me in this old folks home.
Yeah, like they need to. I don't know. I feel like that would be a perfect time because you have 1, 2, and 3. Then obviously 4
Yeah.
is kind of its own thing, and then you would have 5, 6, and then 7 could be like the final piece
Yeah.
of that original storyline, and then you could, like you said, you could just finish out the Carpenter girls and Sydney and Gail's stories in 7, and then you could just have like a complete like reboot, and
Revitalization of
yeah,
the
like and
films and do
go
something
go a
new.
different way. Like it could be they could do something similar to what fucking Saw done, where they had Spiral from the Book of Saw or whatever. Like that kind of idea where
Is
it's
that any good? Because I've never seen that. Is that good?
when I heard Chris Rock was like producing that and
Yeah.
starring in it and stuff, I was like, wow, this is gonna be trash. It's actually
Fairly good.
I was actually shocked.
Well, there's certain movies we've talked about doing just because I've never seen them or took the time to sit down and do even some Shutter film or something like that. Like I want to watch The Shed. I've heard is fairly good. What do you think about The Shed?
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Because I keep seeing it. I'm like, yeah. But honestly, like, who knows there's gonna be theories upon theories about what could happen. Bring Stu back. Bring Stu back. Bring Stu back. Just fucking start getting all the fans to chant.
I swear to God, like, surely they're having conversations about that.
I know they must because like the fans want that shit. So I've seen so many people. There's been a couple people who are like, yeah, it doesn't make sense or whatever, like let it die kind of shit. But then there's a lot of people, even on I follow. I'll shut it out. There's a thing called Scream, the Thrillology, which I feel like that's what we could have named the fucking first one. But like it's clever, but they have a group page kind of thing, and they post like ideas, and a lot of people want Stu back. Some people were like, let it die, but there is a lot of people I want Stu back. So bring it back full circle. Have this encompassing like crazy conspiracy theory because that's what's supposed to be so meta. So make it fucking ultra meta. You know what I mean?
I really hope actually
Make it metaphorical.
there was one other theory that I had seen pop up quite a bit online when I was trying to do some research, and it kept being titled as the same thing. It was like, is there another Ghostface killer hiding in the background in Scream 6? Can you guess who people think that it may be?
And it's someone that we already know.
Yeah. So a lot of people think that this person was in the background in Scream 6 on purpose, and kind of left a bit like,
Who is it? I can't even like.
So the dude that she's fucking or whatever on The Quiet, that Danny guy.
Oh yeah, I liked his character actually.
So there's a lot of people that think that he had something to do with it. Let's see here. So like at the end, if Danny is the secret Ghostface, this decision is part of the reason that he doesn't get a big reveal. In fact, we could argue that him showing up at the end with the police is part of the Kirsch family plan to frame Sam as the killer. Perhaps when he arrives, it is clear that Sam and Tara have won. He chooses to lay low and bide his time. After all, the Kirsch killer guilt doesn't prove his innocence. Then they're talking about like when Quinn is murdered, that he has an equally important role to play in selling her death to the Core 4. He's the only person who witnesses Quinn's murder, and he even sends pictures to the group in order to alert them.
Oh, that's fucking weird. I don't know if I want him to be the killer.
I know this is the
though.
thing. I'm reading it, and like it does make a lot of sense, but I hope not. There's also the subway scene. Danny makes a choice that splits Mindy and Ethan from the rest of the group, which Chad accuses him of intentionally doing. It's never brought back up because the group moves to the climax of the theater. But if that was the case, then there's more evidence. That he may be
I don't know. This kind of makes fucking sense, but
so this is where people think. This leads to my final thought about this theory. So far, the requel Scream films mirror the original trilogy. Scream 2022 can be written off as following the traditional requel tropes of echoing the first film. However, Scream 6 seemingly establishes a pattern that has numerous parallels to Scream 2.
Yeah, I agree.
Beyond the college campus setting, there are several significant comparisons to the 97 sequel. The biggest one is the killer and their motivation, a family member, blah, blah, blah. So if that was the case, then I wonder, could he potentially be?
I sent you an image through email. I want you to bring it up. I feel like you post this image when we release this shit. It is. I don't want Danny to be the fucking killer. I like him as a fucking kind of hero, kind of badass boyfriend. Dude, is that funny? Scream in space, no one can hear you, and it's actually a fairly cool poster. You should definitely post this when this comes out. And it's just like Ghostface outside of like a space shuttle, like kind of like it. Who knows? Obviously, down the road, I feel like eventually we should get it just for a fun fucking, or someone should make a fan film like that shit. You just need a decent budget to make it look cool. But I don't know, Danny's character, like it kind of would make sense in some way,
hope not.
But I don't want that. That's fucking bad. Not. Listen to the fans. A lot of people would say no. Make him have a cool fucking beat off. I was gonna say beat off. I was like, that's not right. Good fight. A good fight at the end of the film or something, where he like he beats the shit out of Ghostface, and then like Ghostface gets him for some reason. They beat each other off. They fight. They fight each other. I don't know why I fucking bet that. Okay, is that all the theories we have? Ended on beat off.
I can't even think. I was gonna say something. I can't even remember what I was gonna say. So yeah, Thomas' prediction for Scream 7 is they're gonna beat each other off.
I'm sure there's a Ghostface porno out there somewhere. I'm fucking sure of it. I know there's a Friday the 13th one because I've seen bits and pieces of it.
I think there's a Freddy Krueger one as well.
He has like fucking pepperoni on his face. So, do you want to?
Time for the big reveal.
Do you want the big reveal?
Oh yeah, so we have the big reveal. So how exactly are we going to do this then? So if people don't remember, we played a little game at the start of the episode where, if you want to, can you explain again the terms of it? So it was
So we flipped a coin, and the whole idea was if I picked head, he picked tails, and then if I got head, I was the killer. If Aaron got tails, he's the killer, and then we're both the killer. If neither of us get it, then it's the audience, and then obviously if one of us gets it, more like one of us is the killers.
Yes.
Killer.
Okay. So who's gonna reveal?
I don't know yours. But sorry it's me. Whatever fucking Richie says. Let's see what your note says. Ah, you're the killer.
Turns out we're both the killer, so we could be right behind you.
You like
I
that?
can't put this shit on, but such
Dun
a
dun dun. It's so funny that we ended up. I had a feeling. I had some weird feeling that we were gonna both turn out to be the killer.
Do you know what? And that's probably how it would turn out in reality as well, to be honest.
Yeah. We would be the masterminds because we love these films and got obsessed with it. I agree. So you want to hear the other sound clips I had for the other reveals?
Yeah, let's go for it. Why not?
So this is for the audience.
It's you. You're the killer.
So that would have been if the audience was the killer. If I was the killer,
It's time to die, horror boy.
it's because I would technically kill you at the ending.
I seen
or
somebody
at least try
commented
to.
somewhere something about like something great episode Horror Boys or something like that.
we gotta keep that going. We definitely have to keep that shit going. We'll eventually get on a t-shirt, and you'll probably laugh at if you were the killer. This would have been your sound clip.
It's time to die, Tomcat. Thomas, whatever your name is.
Because I always have all these aliases. So that was a lot of fun getting all these fun little like the horror clips, and obviously like
What is your favorite podcast?
it better be this one and Stranger Podcast. And obviously,
Listen to Class Horror Cast or I'll gut you like a fish.
and then if you don't yet listen to
You better listen to Strange Brew Podcast or I'll cut your ears off.
oh, I got your ears off.
Jesus, he got a really weird pronunciation of podcast in that one. Say that
You
again?
better listen to Strange Brew Podcast or I'll cut your ears
Podcast.
off.
So remember,
If you're listening to this, you may be next.
because now we are both the killers. So what can we let's like do this honestly? What I later on I think it is appropriate when we do Scream 7, we'll write like a monologue if we were a killer, I think, or we'll just do it as a fun YouTube thing or a little like episode thing. We'll I think that might be a little fun. But what would be your motive? I'm gonna say I'm fucking gonna blame it on the movies.
I would have used that, but
Yeah.
I
Just
would
because I'm
probably,
such
you
a
know
horror
what?
fan.
I would have said that, but I don't know. I feel like that's a cop out. If I want to go by my
Yeah.
like true character and personality, I would say I'd be more of like a cook sort of a motivation.
To be honest, I was like, it sounds bad, but I could see that.
I
You know,
would.
I do really think that I would be kind of like a Billy Loomis character. I'm some sort of the mastermind, and kind of influencing people to think away. Because I obviously, with my conspiracy mind and my paranoia, I feel like I would be orchestrating it. And like, I think it would be three of us. Anton would get murdered pretty quickly because it would be me, you, and Billy, and he would be our friend, and then we'd lure him in, and then he'd die. Because I feel like Billy would be Stu. Billy would be able to convince him, be like, you know, we have to do this because, you know, and he's like, he'd be pure pressure. I just like force him into a corner and be like, you have to do this with me or I'll fucking kill you. You know what I mean?
And then you'd
So
double cross him and start like stabbing him a lot of times and shit.
Yeah. I feel like that would definitely happen. And do you agree? Do you think that's the way it would go?
I mean, I don't know what you guys would do to each other, but I know I would definitely be like, do you know
Like,
what?
are you-
I think it would
do you
depend
think
on
you
the
would be like-
situation. What
Do
were
you
gonna
think
say?
you would be like what's his name?
Ro-
Fucking bitch.
Rory Culkin? So,
Yeah.
do you know what, right? So, earlier in my life, yes.
Yeah.
Probably nowadays, I feel like I would end up like Richie in the sense of, and maybe not so much.
Oh, I can see that.
Oh, I'm not so.
Yeah.
I'm not even so much like, oh, I'm obsessed with movies, or whatever. But like, that whole idea of like meeting a younger chick and being like, oh, she's so hot and like I can have sex with her all
Yeah.
the time and I'll like manipulate her and like do all that and then end up getting
Yeah.
killed.
I actually like that. I didn't think of what our motives would be if we were the killer, but shout that out because even if it's on the whenever the 7th movie comes out, or we decide because I feel like we get half an hour out of us doing a monologue and writing out like a fun monologue if we were the killer, and we'd have to think of a whole backstory, and I feel like it would have to tie into somewhat of the movies, but somewhat of the podcast and shit too. You know what I mean? I feel like it
down
would
the
be
line,
kind of funny.
maybe towards the end of the summer, once like there's been more stuff out there and more time has passed,
Yeah.
maybe we can do a Scream 7 like theories or rumors
Yeah,
episode or
we can
something like
100% do that. Even if it's for YouTube and you guys can tune in, we'll maybe play we'll play like clips or show some evidence of how it could be this way or that way. I think that would be a good idea. I hope you guys really enjoyed this series. Because we did fucking 3.5 hours on the first episode. I feel like there's gonna be like 4 hours and a half or some
which is
shit on this one.
And I didn't think we could do any more than we done originally.
No,
Which
but
is
I had a
strange.
lot of fun, and I do feel like for all the fans out there that really truly enjoy this stuff and the deep dives, because if you're someone who lives like does it, you're driving on your way to work, or you're at work, or whatever, or you're outside having a beer or smoking a joint or whatever like that, or watching it on YouTube. I feel like it's a fun thing just to sit back, get stoned, have a drink or whatever at work, and drive. I think that some of the deep dive stuff is justified, and it's a lot of fun, and people can really relish in like a series and a franchise like this, and we can kind of discuss all our thoughts and opinions, and I feel like there's definitely going to be other stuff coming down the road when it comes to like
I
big
was
ass deep
literally
dives.
I was literally looking behind me to see could I think of another franchise.
Texas Chainsaw
or whatever.
Massacre
Yeah.
could be a big one, but that one, it's like there's so many different weird variations. I feel like we'd have to go to the original, not even original, but the first 3 kind of that came out, and because I have to revisit the one with Viggo Mortensen in it. It's been a long time. Where like Leatherface catches his chainsaw at the beginning in the fucking lake for some fucking stupid reason. So there's definitely other stuff. To be honest, I love Nightmare on Elm Street. I feel like an episode on the first one would be justified, and then doing the rest of the series. Essentially doing the first one as its own thing could be a smart idea, and then doing all the rest because of how iconic the original one is. But I could probably talk about Nightmare on Elm Street for like 5 hours, maybe longer. Like the whole series.
Oh yeah, the whole series, yeah. But I'm actually not as sold on the original as most people are. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like it, but I do. And it's not even that I like some of the other ones better, but there's some of the scenes out of the other ones that I would love to mix into the original, and I feel like that would make it better for me.
Yeah, we can even just do it as a whole series and plan to do it in not 2 parts for us, but a whole thing for the audience. Do 3 hours and like 3 hours.
85 hours.
Because I feel like there's a possibility. And there's stuff like this that will come down the pipeline. So watch out for like the YouTube stuff and all that, because we have talks to do public domain movies, because we kind of did Reefer Madness for the Patreon that was out on YouTube for a bit. So, I didn't know, but A Night of the Living Dead, the original OG, as far as I'm concerned, looks like it's public domain now. So there's other monster movies. So there's definitely things that if we can find, even fan films where you can watch along with us and stuff like that, where it's not like we're not going to get in trouble for copyright or any of that fucking bullshit. We'll put that into the works, because stuff like that will be a lot of fun. I'm definitely like, now that we're starting to do a little more live stuff, I think it would be justified to do a live horror talk at some point about something that people can really be interactive in and talk with us. So we got so many ideas between this show and Strange Brew Podcast. So there's a lot of things in the works, and I'm fucking here for it, and I hope you guys are too.
Likewise, this makes me just want to get started on doing something else like immediately once I get going.
You better listen to First Class Horror or you'll die first.
Yeah, you better. I feel like part of me was just trying to fill out the next 60 seconds so we get a clean 2-hour record time on the thing.
Yeah.
But like if you've made it this far, we appreciate you listening. At this stage, you'll probably be between 6 and 7 hours deep listening to us talk shit about fucking Scream.
Yeah, it's so
But yeah,
true.
reach out to us on social media and stuff
If there's
like that.
anything you guys want to hear too, if there's even obscure things or stuff that you think even like, obviously there's movies that Aaron has seen and dived into that I haven't, and like I really want to hear if there is suggestions of what you guys like, what to hear us take apart, especially weird ones. Like I feel like if we end up doing a big deep dive into Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like fucking that Next Generation movie, I've
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
seen it like once or
I know,
twice.
yeah, same. I would
It's
love to
fucking
do that.
weird.
I would love to put a
Do a
bit
comment.
of
We gotta
focus
do
on
a
that.
commentary on that first, just for like a Patreon exclusive or something fun like that, because it's been a long time since
But if
I've
people
seen that
have,
shit.
you know, if people have weird suggestions like that or little movies out there that they love, because we all have that, like we all have movies that are probably considered shit that we enjoy.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to, you know, us to dive into behind the scenes or whatever it might be,
I
you know,
finally
reach out to
watched
us.
Cocaine Bear. Did
I
you see
haven't seen
Cocaine
it.
Bear yet?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's fun.
I'm
It's fun.
contemplating going to see Renfield tonight, and I'm not sure.
Oh, I've heard that's good. Actually, I want to see that
It's
too.
that or Evil Dead again, and I don't know which.
Yeah, that's gonna be a talk. So everyone, like, that's coming eventually. Where one of my all-time favorite horror movies in the entire world is Evil Dead 2. So I would like to even do. I want to do a commentary, and then you guys can find that on Patreon eventually. So just to shut that out, and then we'll probably do a big deep dive, at least into the first two. But 2 is my all-time favorite. So good, comedy horror. You know, Bruce Campbell. It's great.
Yeah, I could talk about that for quite a while.
But yeah, so everybody, you know what to do.
Hit one of your soundboards as our outro.
Okay, what? How about that? Okay, here.
Open your ears before I cut them off.
Bye.
Peace out, fuckers.
That's Billy. I heard it's retarded or something.